is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
Oh, ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
line too as well. Timo with a nice Houdini there. The break Jin's ankles there. The clink comes in off of both of these players. Gonna release this LMB charge. Goes for the jump R&B, but it was not a lot of damage. And he's gonna get... Now the Nbpl comes into play for Panda Man. AOW's right now on the hunt. He needs to get this elimination. He needs to get this quick as possible. Make sure he does not get stolen by anybody around him. AOW's might now trying to create some space, trying to find his opening for himself. He's gonna finish it, or he's gonna open it with a nice pairing, with a nice double pairing.
Gonna be able to get some damage on him as well. Tries to close in the gap here, and he ends up getting a beautiful hit though with the Takeda. And even with that though, still gonna be able to work towards this as well. And even with this, gets the shutdown here. KLA's Fang is able to get the finish and gets the elimination. T225. As he goes right through the windows, trying to see if he can find anything more, ends up getting hit and juggled with that spear, ends up getting caught inside of the bell. And obviously the Reza able to do so much damage on the WBG Spider.
Doing what you said, Dabby, just waiting. He picked for the elimination here to Shrug with a nice crouch parry there. He had the sap there too as well for the dual blades. Shrug gonna try to spin back that kick. He does manage to connect. He throw down the B3 beacon into the R&B. Tries to go for the follow-up, did not connect. Now the mech comes up here for Shrug. Shrug was just trying to back up for the time being.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
Oh, ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏房里。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
too as well. Timo with a nice Houdini there to break Jin's ankles there. The clink comes in off of both of these players, gonna release this LMB charge, goes for the jump R&B, but it was not a lot of damage, and he's gonna get... The Nbpl comes into play for Panda Man. AOW's Mike now on the hunt. He needs to get this elimination. He needs to get this quick as possible. Make sure he does not get stolen by anybody around him. AOW's Mike now trying to create some space, trying to find his opening for himself. He's gonna finish it, or he's gonna open it with a nice pairing, with a nice double pairing.
Gonna be able to get some damage on him as well. Tries to close in the gap here, and he ends up getting a beautiful hit though with the Takeda. And even with that though, still gonna be able to work towards this as well. And even with this, gets the shutdown here. KLA's Fang is able to get the finish and gets the elimination. T225. As he goes right through the windows, trying to see if he can find anything more, ends up getting hit and juggled with that spear, ends up getting caught inside of the bell. And obviously the Reza able to do so much damage on the WBG Spider.
Doing what you said, Dabby, just waiting. He picked for the elimination here to Surround with a nice crouch parry there. He had the sap there too as well for the dual blades. We're gonna try to spin back that kick. He does manage to connect. He throw down the B3 beacon into the R&B, tries to go for the follow-up, did not connect. Now the mech comes up here for Sorelgun. Sorelgun was just trying to back up for the time being.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
抓他！抓不到，有风！
上周遗憾错失周决赛，如今想起来依然心有余悸。3排的战场远比你想象的复杂，一切只能从头学习。
终于还是抢到了最后一张踏入周决的门票。虽然这段日子我们磕磕碰碰，但是渴望胜利的心会让我们变得更加强大。
别死，快点！我抓！来帮我一下。你走。走。我走了。死了！狼队。
我们的磨合之路并不平坦，但是我们4个人都非常相信彼此的实力。我们的目标一直都是冠军。
比起替神的爆发力，3神或许在这个赛季显得格外低调。
Nice！
但这并不代表我们积极战队就是吃素的。
Nice！ 压头。3个头！太帅了，哥们儿！
我们的记录再一次被无情打破，单日拿下131.6分，这就是 TE， 这就是神迹。
5片开大了，射死一个。左边红叶追了，死了！又死一个。
直面3排的神就在今天。
常规赛的主宰非XCG莫属，火罗国早已被我们踏平。既然 TE 已经称神，那我们就当一会儿真正的弑神。
来看。带钩，差不多了，带钩。开了，红叶，干红叶！杀一个。
虽然头一天的表现有失水准，但在神的绝对统治力下，你们根本不必心存一丝质疑。
拖这个右键，反射出一个人马连斩，我就是最强的佛，没有争议吧？问题不是很大，但是队友已经补刀子了，700分已经相继拿下。京东倒了2个人，反手再抓，任何想要进周决的人都得问TE答不答应。
周冠并非凡人能够拥有。
欢迎来到 Nbpl。
Okay, ladies and
你现在收看是
gentlemen,
2023
welcome
永劫无间职业联赛
to
春季赛
NBPL
的第3双周的
2023
3排周
Trials
决。那么
game
本周的所有
BIWEEK3
晋级队伍也已经产
And
生了。
now
接下来
all
让
the
我们欢迎
teams
战队
they are
登场。
here and let's welcome them.
通过了这一个双周常规赛的努力，最终晋级的战队已经来到了本次周决的舞台上。那同样的话，也是非常欢迎所有远道而来来到美丽的上海这个现场看比赛的所有的球迷们。今天的话，让我们一起来期待究竟谁可以获得本周的3排的周决冠军。所有的少年们，一起加油！让我们一起期待今天冠军的诞生。
我觉得最棘手的是 TE， 因为我们回安镜老是跟 TE 遇上，然后我们打过他们了之后，他们会用一些奇怪的这种再来反击我们。
TE 战队，因为有谭一杰在，TE 无法撼动。
TE 吧，因为 TE 有神，太厉害了，打不过。
TE 吧，因为一直以来都很猛，就是也交手了这么1年多了，也是。
我感觉最棘手的还是 TE 吧，因为他最近的表现都算是还可以的。
TE 因为他们有踢杀钩，有WWW，都因为他们强，配合好。
TE，因为 TE 有神的名字叫踢杀钩，他一手佛一手妖刀姬，在我们 BIWEEK3 叱咤风云，确实玩不了。
是 TE 吧，因为 TE 有那个男人谭旭杰，他是3排唯一的神。
TE 战队吧，就是 TE 的那个神实在是太强了，就各方面发挥的真的是没得说。
我觉得是积极和 TE 吧，因为 TE 还是那么一如既往的厉害。积极的话，有一波跟他们团战，我们被他们震了5把刀下来。
Go Team 吧，
因为他们队扎克、昊天2个大爹嘛，很厉害。但是他们队有个姚思佳，所以我们还是有机会跟他们碰一碰。
最棘手的应该是GoTeam吧，因为他们有雕神，他会把我的信徒都偷走了。
我觉得最棘手战队是 KOA 战队吧，因为每次火鹅国跳那个昆仑虚的时候，他们都用那个传送门拉扯我们，然后导致我们东西也没收，然后前期节奏也没有，就玩得很难受。
XCG 战队吧，因为在这次常规赛的时候，我们有2把回合都没打过他们。他们那个迦南、鲁田加殷子平很厉害。
我觉得最好拿捏的战队是京东，因为他们的分数线是正好卡线进的。
京东，因为京东有我的老熟人于学会，碰到了包拿捏他。
我觉得是京东吧，因为他们是压线晋级的吧，可能还差一点火候。
应该是京东吧，我曾经1打3成功过。
我觉得是 GoTeam 战队吧，因为他们在回阳镜1圈2圈，不管赢了或者输了，都会去找人打架嘛。然后打架的话，我们就可以更好的切入他们。
GoTeam 吧，因为他们队有个姚思佳，他不管什么方面都挺软的，觉得很好拿捏他。
最好拿捏的是GoTeam吧，因为他就在我隔壁，我可以直接去把信徒给偷回来。
我觉得最能拿捏的战队是考拉，因为平时我经常双抓他们。
KOA 吧，因为我比较熟悉他们的打法，然后就觉得自己随便拿捏他们吧。
我觉得最能拿捏的战队是 TE， 因为他们也有可能会有点小失误什么的，然后导致没有分出局。
感觉最能拿捏的还是 TE 吧，因为我们的厉大帅可能关键时候能救我们一下呢。
可能是XCG吧，因为目前为止我们和XCG打落地架还没怎么输过。
肯定是基地了，那基地跟我们回阳镜打基本没赢过，碰到我们都是碎。
是温塔斯吧，因为他有无性98，冠军皮肤沙男拥有者，他的沙男躲不掉逆红叶的大招。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and your guest for this evening, the Runekeeper, and joining me this evening is the lovely, lovely Got Moxie, and we are here to bring you the Trios bi-weekly final. It's going to be our third bi-weekly final of the spring split, and I'm excited. What about you, Moxie?
I'm super excited. I'm really excited to see whether or not TE is going to be able to pull another win out of the bag. We got to see them last week, Rune, being able to take that dub and finally walk away with a win in a bi-weekly finals. And looking at the points that they're taking in today, they're definitely on the road to being able to bring home a second.
It's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of teams at the top this week with some very, very similar scorelines. You know, typically we might see 1, maybe 2 teams who have over 100-point days, but here today we've got 4 teams sitting at the very tippity top coming into the bi-weekly final here who had over 100-point days. And if you look at Team GG, ironically enough, this is a team that's in 4th place right now, but they have had the highest single scoring day out of any team during this bi-weekly at 137 points for a single day. That's a lot of points to put up on the board in a single day. And it was the last day, the most recent day. So if any team's going to be carrying a level of momentum forward with them, it's likely going to be Team GG. And this is a team, we talked about this during the break, that has not performed this season, right? And we love Team GG. If you go back to season 1, GG was a threat all the way through the end of season 2. This was a team that was very, very dominant. And I think we kind of hit that nail on the head during our discussion. It's, you know, GG's 330 was one of the best Monk players in the league. And this team's strategy during the last couple seasons of Nbpl was to get 330 into endgame and let 330 do what 330 does. The problem we've seen with GG this season is they've kind of started to adapt towards a different play style for them, which more favors 330's other 2 teammates, this sort of hit and run play style where they're able to get in very quickly. They're able to take down 1, maybe 2 players out of a team, then get out of dodge, reset, re-engage, find the next team to go on to, separate somebody from the pack and eliminate that player, which works very, very well for the other 2 players of Team GG. But for 330, if they're playing that more traditional Monk comp, it typically seems like they either don't make it to final circle because that strategy backfires because it doesn't work well with that sort of more traditional Transformers comp, or if they do make it to final circle, they're behind on gear because they disengage so quickly that sometimes they're not able to loot those bodies, and it leaves 330 kind of coming into those final circles behind in gear. And as we know for the Transformers comp, gear is so important for these teams, Moxie.
Yeah, well, what is important as well for these teams is standings, because the standings that you have coming into the bi-weeklies affect the points that you bring into at the very beginning of the day. And some of these teams like JDG, Ventus, JJH, GSGD, JL, and EWG, are going to have a significantly steeper mountain to climb to be able to catch up with some of the teams on the top end of our leaderboard, given, like you said, it's not just one team that's the outlier coming in with over 100 points. No, there are multiple. So already teams like TE, XCG, GG, and J-Team have essentially already gotten an entire match ahead of the teams towards the lower end of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You're looking at 3 teams that are breaking 40 points here at the very tip of the top. J-Team, KLA, and as well as AOW, not super far behind, but everybody else at least 5 points behind. Not a super big margin, given that this is trios, but if you're sitting at the very bottom of that leaderboard, like you said, it's almost an entire game's difference in points for these teams towards the bottom to be able to make up if they want to even start to approach the top of the leaderboard. And as we've seen time and time again, trios is one of those game modes where you can significantly put points on the board every single game. So even if you're having a bad game, you can still walk away, 7 or 8 points. So that 5-point difference is a lot steeper to climb than it may look like, given that there's so much consistency of teams putting points on the board. Trios, very rarely do you see entire teams go out with 0 points. They've got something under their belt. And we're going to see a lot of that today. We're going to see a lot of these teams that kind of hot drop and immediately look to take fights, especially during some of these nighttime dusky maps. We're going to see teams actually look to drop where those fireflies are, immediately get those ultimates, and regardless of what gear they have under their belt, start to take fights because they have the safety net of that ultimate and they have that safety net of that respawn available to them. And I want you to take a look here. We were talking about before the break as well what team we think might be taking this way, and significantly Team GGTE, more average points per game, but I want you to look at the average damage of XCG. Quite a significant leap above the other teams. So these 3 teams really going to be the outliers here. The question is will XCG now be able to turn that average damage into points?
Yeah, I think for XCG, there's a reason that they're ahead in terms of average damage, because they are the kings of consistency. TE and GG, they've had really good pop-off games where, like you said, they will aggressively hunt out those fights as quickly as possible, but it's a very feast of famine playstyle. So sometimes we see them coming in with massive amounts of kills picked up even before we collapse onto second zone, and other times they get burnt by that playstyle and they go out very, very early on. XCG are a little bit more consistent. When they approach those fights at the beginning, they'll take a couple, but they'll never fully go for that engagement once they know that the rebuff has been taken off the table. And then they'll play for the final zone so that even if they don't have a massive amount of kills, they can still put a decent amount of points on the board off of survival time alone. They play for consistency. TE and GG, they play for explosive games where they're going to be able to coast off of the points that they pick up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, this is something we talked about earlier in the week during solos as well. And, XCG is a team that exudes this in trios. XCG has always been one of those teams, even back when we first started the NBPL, that kind of slid under the radar pretty often because they played that more consistency-based NARAKA. But it was when they would get to the bi-weekly finals or the overall season finals, you would see them kind of kick into overdrive. It's such a smart strategy we see coming out from select players and teams where they, during the regular bi-weekly or the regular season, will play for the sake of consistency so that they're guaranteeing they're always in that bi-weekly final, because at the end of the season, the most important thing is how many points you put towards going to Worlds on the board, right? So if you're in that bi-weekly final and you're playing consistently, you're almost always guaranteed to put points up on the board. And very rarely have we seen a team make it to bi-weekly finals every single week and not qualify for Worlds. Matter of fact, I don't think we have seen a team that's made it to bi-weekly finals every single week and not qualified. So as long as XCG is playing consistently throughout the week, makes it to the bi-weekly finals, and gets even one, placement points for going to Worlds, they consider that a success. But also, again, they play consistently through the week, so when they get to the bi-weekly final, they have that burst of energy. They're not burnt out from playing NARAKA at the maximum tilt, balls to the wall from the very beginning of the week. They can now come into the bi-weekly final on the weekend. Any strategies that they've been working on in the background, this is the time they pull them out. This is also where they start to put in that maximum level of effort so they can get as many of those placement points as humanly possible. And I think we're going to see XCG do the same thing today that they've consistently done throughout every single season, and just come in and rock today out, Moxie.
Yeah, one thing as well that sort of picks up my notice was when we were seeing that VT from all of the players, and they were talking about which teams they were most worried about, which team that they were least worried about. We were hearing both J-Team and TE, and even GG coming up on both ends of the coin. XCG was not really mentioned that much in terms of team that you had to watch out for, but also team that you thought would be a lot easier to take on. And again, that goes back to how consistent their playstyle has been. Players were pointing out that J-Team and TE did make mistakes in the early zones, did go taking fights in the Gate of Yang when maybe they're not as equipped to be able to take them as they're hoping, but they still go for the throat, thinking that maybe they're going to be gift wrapped one of those Gate of Yang fights for absolute free. Given we've seen a significant shift in how teams approach them, the first zones of the Gate of Yang tend to be scrapped over because Vermilion Bird's Might is very much sought after. The ability to have that rebirth, not only to keep yourself in the game so you can go as aggressively as you want while the buff is up and look to add the kills to your tally, but also the fact that you're going to be able to retain all of your loot. So even if you lose a fight, you're still going to be able to have the means that you picked up from that Gate of Yang be able to build towards that final zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of which, we're going to see how things go as we get ready to lock in for our first game of the series tonight. It's going to be very interesting to see where the drops come in and what these team comps are. We've seen some interesting team comps this week. We actually saw JJH start to pioneer this sort of team comp that replaces Yoda Hime with Justina, and I'm very interested to see if they run that comp again. We also saw at least one other team utilize that comp coming in and perform very, very well. So maybe we are in for some adjustments here during the bi-weekly finals, and we're going to see some of these teams pull out the Justina pick, or maybe it's just going to be more of what we're used to seeing. Either way, we know we're in for some good NARAKA. Sure enough, JJH going to immediately pull out the Justina comp, and this is what they've been doing, is they've been playing it for the first game of the day. And we actually got to see a Justina MVP in trios earlier last week, and that's the first time we've seen Justina in trios in a very, very long time, much less walking away with an MVP here. We're going to see a couple of these Takeda Z-Ping Monk comps coming through, and it is a dusk map. So it makes sense that if you're going to run this version of the Monk comp you see JDG running here, that you would do it during this dusk map. You're going to be able to very quickly drop into this map and prioritize Fireflies, get your ults online, and start to take aggressive fights early. And I'm willing to bet we're going to see JDG do exactly that. So I can't wait till we get over to the map and we can see where JDG decides that they're going to land, because I'm willing to bet it's going to be where Fireflies are, or at least very close by.
Yeah, I would expect that it is going to be a lot of these teams that are running that Takeda going to be, like you said, trying to drop towards those Fireflies as quickly as possible. The problem for them is because you're running the Monk comp, it really is determined around you being the one to pick up those Fireflies first. And already we were seeing last week teams getting burned by the fact that they weren't able to make it to the Fireflies in time, and another team would be able to pick it up and deny them. And sure enough, it is going to be a lot of teams dropping towards where those Fireflies can be. Only one team, interesting enough, going to be landing right off of the rip next to Secret Tunnel. Two other teams deciding to push a little bit closer towards Horseshoe to try and find some loot before contesting for those Fireflies early on. One team gets the pick of the litter in Shadow Jade. They are going to have so much of the map to themselves, but it is going to be, it looks like JDG immediately going for secret tunnels so they can pick up those Fireflies and get those ultimates built online as quickly as possible. And brilliant news for this team, they're going to be the closest to it. They're going to be uncontested. If anyone tries to push from Horseshoe onto secret tunnel, they're already going to have access to those, and they are just going to be walking straight into the blender. That is when you're fighting up against Takeda and you're in those tunnels. But JJH immediately coming in with a Justina ultimate, looking to freeze out these players from TE who are trying to run away from the Viper ultimate. And unfortunately, as a result, Leo gets caught away from the rest of his team. The Viper stun connects, and immediately JJH just pounced on him. VVV had to hide himself in the purple bushes. TXJ is also absolutely obliterated in the opening moments, and this is awful for TE. Like we said, they're a team that really do thrive on aggressive plays in the first fight, but if they lose it, it really does play on their minds all the way through the rest of the match, as KLA going to be coming in with a Yui ultimate to keep this fight going even longer. Going for both the Yui ultimate to try and deal with creating some space for the rest of the team, but also trying to deal out any potential zoning damage coming through from GS, as they'd already used the Monk, and QGZ going in onto that form is not going to be grabbed out. He's taking away the double grab potential so that the rest of his team has a chance to recover.
Yeah, oh my goodness. You know, that hot drop as well where we saw there, the reason we saw both the Viper ult into the Justine ult is there's typically 1 to 2 Fireflies there on Dusk map, so it looks like JJH was able to get their hands onto both of those Fireflies, use the Justine ult to lock them in place so that they guaranteed the Viper stun, and just a massive fight right out of the gate for JJH. And talk about tearing through the momentum of Team TE. Like you said, very momentum-based team that wants to do well, but if they do not do well off rip, typically we see them kind of sputter out and play quiet the rest of the game and maybe find something into late game. But unfortunately for Team TE, they get split up. VVV does manage to hold in her life, and they are going to find themselves with only 1 resurrection available. As we see now GG engaging here with the EWG. We're going to see the Temi ult come through from Team GG here, looking to lock down the members of EWG. Miskia going to take a little bit of damage, but again, going to use that huge ultimate there on Takeda to lock down both the members of EWG. But Zhao Liu actually is able to position behind all the members of GG and safely buy some massive space for the remaining members of EWG with that Takeda ult. Unfortunately, they do lose a member here, and they aren't going to find too much more out of it. We do see EWG Zhao Liu pick up the second parry of this fight, though, and really, Zhao Liu trying to carry this fight for the members of EWG, but unfortunately, he's going to get caught out here as GG finally realizes he's the threat and says, well, look, we'll finish up Yiran later. Let's get Zhao Liu out of here. And as soon as the Takeda goes down, that's all she wrote for the members of EWG.
Yeah, really good to see GG adapting from that traditional gameplay style of playing for scavenging, being the hyenas waiting to pick out players out of position or diminished in numbers down to fights that they'd already taken a little bit prior, and identifying that, okay, this composition that we're running, we have presence in frontline brawls, we can commit ultimates. Yes, they commit a lot of ultimates, but they commit ultimates to keep that fight isolated, so other teams in that specific area aren't going to want to infiltrate in for a third party until they see something like the Temi ultimate evaporate, and by then GG have already done the damage necessary. They've been able to split off the members of EWG and deal with them one by one. So even though, like you said, the parry comes through from Zhao Liu, it doesn't do enough to be able to save the fight for the team as we head over to look at J Team, but they're not the ones that are in peril at the moment. TE are the ones in the hot seat at the moment. VVV still alive, still gonna have that rebirth, has purple armor as well. Typically we do tend to see the loot being funneled towards the Viper to make them hardier and sustain longer when the ultimate starts to charge on out, so they don't get chunked down by teams that get a little overzealous trying to take the Viper out before the stun can come through. So no surprises that VVV is going to be the one getting most of that protection. As heading over towards Eventide, GG have spotted themselves another team, and JDG are going to have to take this engagement. Miskia is not going to be the one that takes first contact. It's instead going to be LXM on that Temi. No surprises. We've seen the shift towards the Temi taking that first point of position, given that if you catch one of these players with a Wisp, they're just immediately gone. JDG are not going to be able to turn around and try and save and bail out a player if one of them gets stuck in that whirlwind. And already we can see them having to now turn around and deal with GG before the Wisp opportunity can be found. Bell comes through very early on from LXM, and Miskia immediately going to pop that Takeda ultimate to deal with JDG's Takeda. And as a result, neither of these teams actually finds the opening that they're looking for. No one gets fully locked down by the Takeda slashes and the follow-up damage of the longsword charge up, as Miskia actually takes a lot of damage and has to back her further out. As JDG decide this is now the time that they're going to invest that fight. They know that the Takeda ultimate is short to be running out, but so much damage comes onto this monk that unfortunately JDG do not find the zoning potential that they were looking for. They're running the zip, not the Karumi. So as a result, you can't just sit yourself in the Karumi ultimate and keep your monk fully topped up. And it's actually going to be JDG's two other teammates that have to take first place position to keep GG occupied for their monk to heal back up.
Yeah, huge here, especially as they slide in. LXM going to pick up Zhao Hui here. Both Miskia and LXM step forward. We see the parry come through, and this is just double parry with Kopi going to go down now as well as Miskia cleans it up. LSR just trying to buy a little bit of space here. He's going to throw the blue for a second time, and this is an unfortunate situation to be in if you are JDG's LSR. You throw that first blue, you're using the blue as a defensive, right? You're being chased, you're able to buy movement and threaten that space by holding that charged click there off of the pole sword. The problem being is once you let the first one rip, the team knows that you're going to be committed to doing the same, because if you don't, they just still get to walk right on through you. So that second one coming through, you're going to get parried 99% of the time. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we see happen to LSR. But if you don't let that blue rip, you're basically inviting a free death coming in from the enemy team. So it's one of those situations where you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. Turning now to GS, though, going head-to-head here with Team Aventus. We're going to see that the members of GS have already committed the Temi ult here. They're able to actually pick up WX98 and Sanzi for the double grab. Sanzi with just enough health to barely survive through the double grab. The regrab coming through. I don't think he's going to be able to survive the regrab. Looking for the second one. There we go. The slam comes through. Sanzi will have just enough HP to survive here, but not for too long, as AOW Zhang Wukong here going to pick up GS's Liu and Ann. And now, man, what a fight breaks out here. XCG's 9HQ going to get picked up as well. Ling Extend trying to use that repeating crossbow to put some damage on Zhang Wukong here, but it's not doing too terribly much, as the Karumi is going to work on keeping AOW topped up here. AOW takes a couple kills here and looks like they are more than happy to just back out of this fight. They've committed multiple ultimates now. Great third party from AOW. Classic third party tactics being used by AOW.
I want to play onto that team though, because they have the Viper ultimate. They know that the Monk ult just came through, but it seems like they don't actually want to take any conflicts at the moment, just instead looking for some of the loot. As, I mean, I don't blame them. You're sort of building in towards this this later zone, right? We're about to see a collapse. We're about to see some gates of Jang start to spawn across this map. It looks, because of the composition that they're going to be running, that they're going to be taking a position to be able to grief some of the teams that do take a fight in the Gate of Yang and try and find a soul altar towards the outer edges of the zone in hopes of not running into camping teams towards the central belt, as we can have a look at XCG, who had to go all the way out into the zone to be able to rebirth one of their teammates. As there it is, the first Gate of Yang comes on through. It's going to be EWG versus KLA. YKC immediately going to be going for the Monk transformation. Interestingly enough, Rune, we're not seeing the Yui ultimate come through at the same time, but it is because they're not going up against the Monk composition at the moment, so they don't have to worry about cancelling out the threat of a double grab. And YKC is just looking for players to find, but KLA doing a very good job of just keeping everyone away from this Monk, not letting them really push onto his feet. Kurumi ultimate now comes through to keep YKC topped up so he doesn't have to drop the ultimate form a little bit too early, but they haven't found the grabs that they're looking for. That ultimate is about to evaporate, and now comes the Takeda. Zhao Lui hits onto YKC, trying to push him with the stagger out of the Kurumi ultimate. Doesn't manage to connect, doesn't manage to knock YKC out, however, and he swaps to the dual blades to just push back onto Zhao Lui and force that Takeda even further away, as we see another Takeda just absolutely connecting and squishing through the members of KLA, but saving that Yui ultimate has meant that they've saved that bigger health pool and they can play absolute havoc with anything but dealing with Hepta, as Zhao Lui hits the horizontal longsword click into Hepta confirmation, and it was looking oh so good for KLA. They staggered their ultimates absolutely perfectly, but unfortunately for them, when that Monk form had dropped, EWG had not been grabbed a single time, and the Yui just doesn't get to create the space that he's looking for because Hepta is the team's absolute demise.
Unfortunately here for KLA, they actually play that Realm of Yang a little poorly. The big thing with the Monk is even if you're not able to secure those grabs, you're looking to split up the enemy team, and they're able to actually split a single member away from the other two on EWG, but crucially because the Kurumi is so worried about protecting the feet of the Monk, instead of just dropping the ult to give him place to stand in and then going and pressuring with the other members of KLA, the Kurumi stays near the Monk. So that one player who gets separated from the other two members of EWG is actually in a 1v1. So yes, you've split the pack up, but you've not given yourself the advantage that you're looking for by creating that separation. And because of that, EWG is able to stay alive until they've staggered all the way through the ults. As soon as that Monk transformation comes down, it does not matter that they have the Yui to cover for the rest of the team, because Zhao Yui able to back up, find an opening to come in with the longsword slash, and then just catches everybody out in Hepta. And then we just see Hepta come through 3 times, and immediately KLA disappears from that. KLA really needed to take advantage of the separation that they created with that Monk ult. But you know who is taking advantage of the separation that they're making here? GD, as they're able to use that Takeda ult to keep the members of XCG completely separated. They've already been able to pick up one member here. Now they're keeping Jiaonan separated from the other member of the team. And look at this, crucially, this is exactly what you want to do. If you're able to create that separation, you want to create that 2v1 situation, right? Where you're able to just dogpile onto a single player. Your other player needs to look to keep the other player preoccupied, and that's exactly what we see happen. And we see them crucially using that Takeda ult to continue to create space between the two players, and GD easily cleans up that fight. I love it when I'm making a point and another team comes in and shows exactly what I'm talking about for us and the viewers at home. Just such a great coincidence.
Well, talking about other teams coming through, it is going to be KLA coming into this fight and hoping to pounce on the members of GD. They saw that the ultimates had been invested for GD to be able to win, and KLA immediately capitalizing on a lack thereof. Vermilion Birdsmite was available for GD, but crucially, we are playing on a patch where even with Vermilion Birdsmite, you do get to keep your gear, you do get to reposition entirely, but you do leave behind the Soul Bloom. So this is perfect for KLA. They are going to be able to pick themselves up Soul Blooms almost instantly and not have to worry about that 4-minute timer timing out and taking them out of the lobby because Yang depletion does not be cured. As J team didn't actually go into a Gate of Yang fight. Instead, they took advantage of all the teams that were angling for those Gate of Yang fights and took their way towards one of those Mora's Blessings to pick up Mystic Might. They're going to have a very good understanding of the teams around them and figuring out whether or not they want to fully commit into these fights, whether or not it's a little bit too hot for their blood because there's a potential of third party in the area is going to be absolutely vital for this team. Is TE, like we said, they're a very momentum-based team. If a round starts off really roughly for them, they are going to struggle to have the confidence to take fights afterwards, and it's reflected in their kills. They are yet to pass 1. As GG over towards Eventide, ring that bell, swapping over to the musket, just trying to figure out whether or not teams are hiding a little bit closer to the outer edge. Maybe potentially preying on some of those teams who were off of those soul altars, trying to pick apart teams and find themselves some of those soul blooms to cure the Yang depletion, but GG doesn't get any bites, and as a result will start to move forward to the center of the zone. as they're already sitting on a couple of kills. They're actually doing really well. They're currently leading in 9 kills at the moment. And this is what we were talking about, right? Like GG are very good at picking up kills early on so that their hand isn't forced when we head towards medium zones, and they can just sit on these 9 kills and play for that final zone. They don't even really have to try and find other loot either, because they're already all rocking purples, both armor and weapons. They've got soul jades aplenty, as it is going to be extremely set. Misker, I think, even has Dragon's Roar. So, Rune, you're going to be very happy to potentially get to see a Takeda ultimate come through to stagger lock one player in position and allow the transition of Dragon's Rush to seamlessly melt through their health bar in seconds.
Look, Takeda ult into Dragon's Roar is just absolutely disgusting, and I love it. We love to see it. You take any advantage you can get here in the Pro League, and if you've got a set of purple nunchucks with Dragon's Roar, you're already looking to just decimate somebody's health bar. As we get to take into another Realm of Yang here, it looks like it's going to be EWG taking the Realm of Yang fight for a second time. The question is are they going to be contested? It looks like GD was thinking about it here, but AOW coming in to start to pressure them off of the Realm of Yang here. And this is very unfortunate for GD, as Ventus waiting in the wings nearby. They need to find a reset before they continue to get pressured on. But AOW actually backs away from this fight and is going to give GD the time that they need to find this. JL, in the meanwhile, going to secure themselves a Morris Blessing and pick up that Draco Storm. And EWG will walk away with the Realm of Yang for free here, which means they're going to pick up that Mystic Might and some other goodies that they might desperately need here. And I do believe that's a legendary set of nunchucks and a legendary pole sword onto EWG. Both of these boxes being very, very kind to the members of EWG. Crucially, this time, EWG not getting challenged. And this is something we've seen a lot more of during the trios here recently. Many of these teams opting to avoid that second Realm of Yang fight. And it's because multiple reasons, but a big one being is there's not very many resurrection charms left anymore. We've seen through this NBPL spring split season, teams get so good at utilizing those resurrection resources that by the time we now get to these second Realm of Yang fights, there's no more resurrection charms available in shops, which means the only place you're going to find them crucially are on those Morris Blessings that there are so few of because Realm of Yang exists now. So teams very scared to take these second Realm of Yang fights because you don't have the option to pick up that Vermilion Bird's Might, that complete safety net. And if you lose a member to Yang depletion, there's no way to get them back. You can't even resurrect the body. They are simply dead and gone. And if there's no resurrection charms left available in shop, that is it. You are playing the rest of the game down a member. And typically, if you lose that second Realm of Yang fight and you come out with Yang depletion, very rarely are you going to find a team to take a fight against that you're able to kill all 3 of them without losing at least one member of your team. So many of these teams opting to just not take those second Realm of Yangs because the risk versus reward is way too high now, Moxie.
Yeah, not just that, but it's also map geography as well. Like, when the first Gate of Yangs come through, the map, there's a lot more space. And the chances of you running into another team that's contesting that Gate of Yang entrance is a lot lower. And we've seen teams, unfortunately, lose teammates even before the Gate of Yang starts. They're isolated away. They might not let one member go through a gate, and it suddenly becomes a 2 versus 3 on the other side. And then you, unfortunately, just can't win because you get stagger locks immediately. And for GD, the fact for them was that they got pressured when they tried to go for that Gate of Yang entrance, and Donkling actually had to burn that Takeda ultimate early on. And the second that you burn one of your ultimates before a Gate of Yang fight starts, especially the Takeda, whose job it is to keep those players locked down in those stagger frames, you just can't enter the Gate of Yang for fear that you're running into another composition that will have all of their ultimates, will be able to stagger lock you, and you don't have that Takeda ultimate to pop as an emergency if you start to feel yourself going onto that back foot. And as a result, like you said, teams just do not want to take that risk. And instead, what we see are teams just not slowing down as such, but being a little bit more methodical in checking the spaces to see whether or not there are players hiding in places like invisibility bushes, up these trees, and really just posturing, playing for the high ground, playing for those positions so that they don't get stuck, they don't get cornered by these monk compositions running things like the cannon where they're going to connect onto multiple people and build the rage as quickly as possible, keeping your ultimate online for as much as possible, but also just not wanting to put themselves into a position where they're the vulnerable target, because this is prime third partying time. And we have seen teams improve, not just in the heroes that they're playing, but at the ability to be able to sniff out a team that is vulnerable and is low and is looking for a space to be able to find that reset, that moment to be able to pop those Vitalias or the shields, and just get absolutely hounded down out of that location.
Yeah, I mean, this is typical, right? This is what Jake likes to call the Buccaneer phase. We're going to see many of these players opting to burn resources. And I think this is something we don't talk about enough in our given NBPL. The huge difference here between regular ranked and NBPL is that we are playing in Immortal War, which means there are already less loot piles on the map. There is lower tier loot available on the map. Realistically, the only way to get purple weapons is by gambling on the box. To get gold weapons is to win those Realm of Yangs, or to wait till very late game and secure yourself a zone 4 or later Moore's Blessing that comes through. And then on top of that, because there's less loot piles, there are less pots, crucially, to go around. By the time you get to a final circle like this as well, in Immortal War, these final circles typically always go to an area that's already been picked through, right? It's not like in regular casual or ranked where you can actually get a final circle that goes someplace where there wasn't a spawn available. It's almost always going to be in a place where teams could spawn, meaning that by the time you get here, there's no resources left for these teams. So during this sort of Buccaneer phase, you're going to see a lot of these teams taking range shots at each other, and there's twofold reasons for that. One, you're crucially gaining rage that you need if your team for some reason doesn't have all of your ultimates available to you. And two, you are burning resources off of your opponents, which might not seem like that big of a deal, but in Immortal War, because there's such a lack of resources, you actually will end up having these teams end up in positions where players just don't have pots to spend on things. They don't have things available. We're going to see no ult zone being popped here, though, as we see a fight start to break out. JL trying to crucially pressure in here, get their hands onto this Moore's Blessing. We see the Temi ult come through, and they're able to get that off before the no ult zone comes down and blocks it from happening. JL able to get their hands onto this box. EWG does a ton of damage. That Hepta still putting in massive work for Zhao here, and now JL needs to get away. They were able to secure the box, but the question is the risk going to be worth it? We're going to see some armor swap coming through here. Zeeping going to take that purple armor and start to heal it back up there, looking to use abilities instead of resource. And this is exactly what I was just talking about, Moxie. These teams need to be careful about how they burn resources. It's much easier for a Zeeping to throw a bubble down and heal a shield for a teammate than burn those resources that they crucially might need later.
Oh, JL as well, just find themselves an absolute stunner of a box. Legendary armor, yes, but legendary longsword is what I'm concerned about, because we've talked about weapon identity multiple weeks now, and Takeda and longsword really do go hand in hand with follow-up damage from just being able to capitalize on the stagger locks of the Takeda ultimate slashes. As now we're going to see OUG trying to push GD off of this high ground and control these rooftops to make themselves a little bit harder to hit for some of these other teams around. Have to be careful though, as if that health goes a little bit too long, especially if we see both Wooch and Wind Walls being invested, teams are going to see, okay, those resources are going to be gone. We can potentially pressure in onto you. Crucially, they're holding on to the Viper ultimate. That is really the get out of jail free card. Like, the Witch and TP is brilliant, but the second that you burn it out, especially early on in the engagements, if you get bait into throwing it too soon, they're just going to hunt you down and track you. The Viper ultimate is what a lot of these teams are very much concerned about, because if that stun connects, not only do you have to worry about the team that threw the stun out, you also have to worry about all of these other plays around, just going for those cannons and connecting them onto your prone body. Is TE still to find a single kill played themselves a little bit further out of the positions, didn't go for those Morris blessings, were more than content to let everyone inside the zone scrap it out over that box so that they would burn those resources that you talked about, and now they can potentially start to make a move and punish. But KLA are the ones who were able to find a kill, locking Ventus's Sanzi down, and now trying to move on to these other members. KLA going to be there, just holding themselves steady as Ventus's WX98 on the Kurumi has the tether attached to the Ken, will be able to resurrect Sanzi, but they're not running the Wuchen TP, so they might just have left Sanzi in a really awkward position if they get found out. And there it is, the bow shots come through, burst arrow connecting from TE side, not enough to actually take him down, but more than enough to announce TE's presence and force Ventus's Sanzi into backing further away as the wind walls come through from TE side, trying to cover themselves both from the fight going on Ventus's side, but also keep that right flank covered so that GD don't try and move in and push onto this Yodo.
Ooh, oh my goodness. JLA's Fang here actually going to find a massive pick on EWG's 2-tick with the cannon coming through it. EWG in danger here as the remaining members of JL continue to pressure the fight here. We're going to see that Takeda ult come through, and we're going to see Zhao Liu actually picked up by AOW Shu Tong from behind the tree. JL's AS puts in the work, but it's Shu Tong able to come through, make it happen here. And now it looks like a JL looking to back off. They're able to get some scraps. Like you were talking about, though, unfortunately, all of the members of XCG actually get picked out here early, and the EWG here holding on to that single member left remaining. Crucially, though, it is a Z-Ping. If anybody's going to survive to end circle, it will be Z-Ping. But I want to talk about TE, because this is exactly what we talked about before even coming into this game, right? TE is a very momentum based play style. They either do well or don't, that feast or famine that we talk about all the time, and TE off the rip immediately getting eliminated by JJH has really slowed down their game plan here. And if they can make it to the very, very end here, they do have potential to pop off. You have VVV playing Viper, one of the best Vipers in the entire league. You do have that Yodohime, and if you can get into that final circle where there's multiple teams left alive and start knocking people around with Yodo, sometimes just being able to get the last hit off onto them while you knock them to the zone is more than enough to pick up eliminations. So TE, not out of it yet, but they have had a game that they typically do not have because of JJH popping off in the beginning. We're going to see now J-Team's Eagle, AOW, Zhang Wukong, and Ventus' TJ all looking for grabs here. KLZ YKC also on the other side of the map, able to find one out onto OUG's SS. We immediately see after SS gets slammed into the ground there, instead of allowing KLA to potentially get the re-grab, they're just going to immediately burn that Wuchen ultimate and say, look, we're just going to burn the resource. We're going to keep our entire team alive here. We've got a couple eliminations under our belt. We want to make them count for as much as possible. GG in trouble. Alex M just being completely blitzed into the zone. We see that stone form pop so many times as those dual blades here for TE put in work, and VVV finally able to find that first elimination here for Team TE. And this is exactly what TE is hoping for after starting off so poorly, is to slowly start to find stragglers, find eliminations, and keep themselves not the main target here. They need to make it to Zone 7 if they have any hopes of coming out on top of this game here. 101 TN here for J-Team, trying to cover for the members of J-Team, using this UA shot to just start blitzing through some of these health bars. Needs to avoid this Viper stun here. Looks like they're going to be able to find it. Eagle will get stunned out here, but crucially ZK and 101 TN are not, so they're going to be able to protect his feet, and because ZK is still there, the healing can come through. TE's Leo going to find a shot on Ventus. JJH going to find another player as well, and J-Team also going to find another member of Team Ventus. Ventus down to a single member left remaining alive here, and ZK, who went so low, already having J-Team completely popped back up to full health here, as we see a massive Takeda coming through from JL, gonna shove most of the members of J-Team into the zone, but nobody really there to capitalize on it. TE, this is exactly what they're hoping for. Zone 6 almost fully collapsed onto Zone 7. They're waiting for that moment to pop off. J-Team finding themselves in trouble as JL and OUG all pressure onto J-Team. They're going to lose 101 TN here to VV, from TE. TE starting to find that momentum that they're looking for. This is what they wanted, the Zone 7 pop-off. They were able to keep the eyeballs off of them here. They played extremely passively, just waiting for that opportunity to get that Yoda ult in. They picked up a couple of eliminations. Now, they just need to keep TXJ alive long enough for them to find that ult one more time once the zone collapses to pop off. J-Team's Eagle with a double slam, not able to find an elimination, does find one after a reslam though, but TE coming in and cleaning up the original double slam from the members of J-Team, starting to find their feet. They go to 11 eliminations, 12 eliminations. This is exactly what TE wanted to do. They wanted to find themselves into the zone completely uncontested, and now they're just going to be able to use this Viper and Yodohime ultimate to clean up elimination after elimination. They're continuing to just create pressure here. There's only a couple of solo players left, and TE looks to take it all. K, though, going to find an elimination on to Leo. TE, though, still has their Viper ultimate. They're looking for those stuns. The Matari ult actually going to cancel it out. GD looking to turn this fight completely on its head. K coming in, finds one, they find two, and GD comes out in the first place finish.
I don't think it's enough to take MVP there, and I don't think it's enough. TE coming in with those kills. They're surely going to walk away with MVP, and honestly, like you said, they played it perfectly. They played without any attention falling onto them. But every single time we cut towards J-Team were making so much space for themselves in that final zone, and TE capitalized fully. There are a couple of things that really go TE's way. One of which is J-Team actually lands a grab onto GG's LXM. Eagle in monk form is able to grab him out once, goes for a slam, is able to find the reverb grab a second time, and even when we cut POV away, we do see off in the distance a Temi ultimate being dropped to try and save him and cover that Temi's disengagement. Since he was grabbed, he doesn't go down, but he's still so deep entrenched in enemy territory that they have to throw the Temi ultimate in to try and keep himself up. And the second that teams in the area understand that the Temi ultimate has been removed, they immediately just swarm onto the members of GG, who, remember, heading into Zone 7, were our kill leaders, were the team that TE really had to contest with. And then, when it's J-Team's 101 TN coming in on that Yui and creating so much space and trying to find the kills onto GD's Dongqing, he does like 95% of the health bar, but the kill is actually sniped out by TE, who again break up that momentum, any sort of movement, any sort of control that a team looks to establish when that zone starts to collapse. TE makes it their mission to derail entirely and then come in with something like the Viper ultimate from VVV to make sure that the second that they've been able to snipe out that kill, they've put themselves in that aggressive position, they've drawn that attention to themselves, but immediately all of these other teams in the area are deterred from being able to collapse and push TE back because they don't want to find themselves being stunned out by VVV, who pulled so many Viper ultimates in the final zone that TE continuously just get to play off of the Viper stun setup and then having the Yoda to come through and deal the chunk damage necessary to pick up those kills.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like you said, TE played this 100% perfectly, but a lot of things go extremely right for them. And you made the perfect call. J-Team creating that space to keep themselves alive just forces these other players into the crosshairs of TE, and TE does what TE does best in this given situation. They stay quiet. They're slowly picking off stragglers one at a time, but it is J-Team that actually really buys TE this victory, because every time they commit one of those ultimates and force teams away from their space, they force these stragglers who have gone low, who have been grabbed by J-Team and are just looking to get away, into the clutches of Team TE, and TE more than happy to eat the secondhand scraps that have fallen off the table of J-Team, because TE was eaten good in this final circle, and this was so crucial for Team TE. Given the Pacific comp that they were playing, they really needed to stay quiet. They had to get into Zone 7, and I love the timing coming out from TE. As soon as Zone 7 is almost fully collapsed on, we pop a Viper ult, we pop the Yoda ult, we pick up a lot of kills, we force ultimates from other team so that it starts to become this sort of fiesta. They're able to back off from this and start looking for more ult charge, and as they find it, they come in when there's basically no zone left, and they stagger them Yoda into Viper ult and pick up a ton of eliminations, 14 kills, a not first place finish though, so they walk away with 23.5 game score. Crucially for Team GD, GD is actually able to come back from this in a 2v3 scenario, clean up all 3 members of Team TE, which gives them 3 more eliminations, bringing them to 8 eliminations in a first place finish, which is a 17.8 game score. This is still a very good game for Team GD. They're very happy about how that final circle turned out for them here. KLA picking up 10 eliminations, goes out a little bit earlier though, so they're gonna walk away with that 14 game score. GG, not very happy about this. They had 9 eliminations under their belt. They really wanted to get one of those bigger multipliers and some more of those ranking points. So an 11.3 is going to act like a consistency game here for GG. And this needed to be a pop-off game for GG, given that they were playing their comfort comp, and this was the comp that they really excel at. It's going to be interesting to see what GG does going forward. EWG, crucially, on the other hand, we actually cut to them in the very beginning, getting completely eliminated by GG. They lose no momentum. They continue to play very well. They go into Realm of Yang. They win their first Realm of Yang. They catch out a couple of stragglers, and they even pressure the second Realm of Yang to take the risk. Nobody can test them, though, so they miss out on the opportunity to pick up some crucial kills going into that late game. So, unfortunately for them, they're not going to find as many eliminations as they were hoping to. Here's that exact fight I was talking about that EWG finally ends up losing, because you're going to see here that the members of GG turn their attention over here on Zhao Liu and pick him up, and finally, without him there to create the space for Yiran does go down, and now GS here with a crucial double grab. This is actually, unfortunately, GS goes down here. They actually pick up quite a few eliminations in that particular moment, and then they get third party by, I do believe, AOW. And then this is such a huge fight for EWG. Realistically, man, that Hepzibah attach, that legendary Soul Jade for the longsword, putting in so much work for Zhao Liu. Now to GD here, man, this is just... oh my god, I love it. The material coming in to cancel out the Viper roll. Then we see the backstabs coming in. And look at the synergy between Kei and Kakaishi here. Every single time we see Kakaishi go in for a backstab, Kei is there to follow it up with that purple pole sword and just does so much damage. Never misses an opportunity to capitalize on the ultimate of their Matari. And that's really something that separates these top tier players from other people, right? Is the comms coming through from these big players, able to go, hey, look, I'm going to land this backstab. I need you to get the follow-up. Because yes, a backstab can let you extend combos, but in trios, there's so much that can go wrong following that backstab that you may get a single hit following it up before the enemy team comes in, is crucially able to defend the rest of the team. But if you have your team on point, your comms are so good that you just know how to work together, you know what's coming, you can find yourself actually clutching out fights like we saw GD just clutch out, and it's strictly due to the strength of the communication coming through from them. But no surprises here that our MVP for TE here is going to be VVV. Again, we can't talk about VVV enough. Clearly, always going to be one of the best Viper players in the league, Moxie.
I mean, you know my feelings on VVV every single time. Well-deserved MVP coming out from him. And oh, look, hey, again, it's Cavalry Bloom. No surprises that we're really seeing that Soul Jade come through and just used to create a lot of zoning potential and try and keep some of these cicadas away. Cannon actually doing the majority of the damage from him, however, 17,400 damage, no surprises. He did have Flames Breath and dropped to Gale Orb, so that is going to be doing a lot of damage, but also very similar to the Monks. You give the Viper the cannon to hit as many people as possible so that VVV can literally just cycle through Viper ultimate after Viper ultimate And I'm concerned for the rest of the teams in the lobby for one significant reason. TE, their mechanics for us has always been absolutely exemplary. Where they have struggled is pulling themselves out of that mental slump when things start to go wrong for them. We saw that they lost their initial first fight and we were like, okay, maybe they're going to be out of this. Maybe they're not going to be able to find that aggressive playstyle because this team is based around aggression. The fact that they're running the F1 on their Yoda rather than the F3, which is all about defensive capability and buying yourself spacing. The F1 is super aggressively used to lock these players down and initiate these engagements, very similar to how we see Temi Wisps being used to initiate fights. TE are based around aggression. If they don't have that confidence to take those fights aggressively, they are not going to come in with kills. But we saw them recognize, okay, we lost this first fight, we are not going to be in a great position. And what did we see? For the first time, it feels like TE pulled away from going after Gate of Yangs. They pulled away from contesting Morris Blessings. They kept their eye on the prize of Final Zone, knowing that even if they come in with 0 kills, which they did, they came into Final Zone with an absolute duck egg of 0 beneath their belt. They can play that composition, they can play that Final Zone, they can capitalize on the resources from the other teams around them, and they can immediately put themselves from 0 to 14 and walk away with a win. And that shows to me, mechanically, they were already there, but now mentally, they're able to keep that morale up and figure out when it is best to play hesitantly and passively so that they can play for a better opportunity. And that immediately elevates this team to the best of the league, in my opinion.
Like, decision making is so crucial, especially in trios. You know, it plays a large factor into solos as well, but in trios, every decision you make is do or die at the end of the day. And again, like you said, they're coming in complete duck egg into the final circle, but like you said, this is a massive adjustment for TE. TE is a very aggressive-based team. We see that through their hero selection. We see that through the abilities that they take as well. We've talked about how there's been a shift in the meta for this particular team comp as well. This used to be a late-game team comp that is now shifted to an early to mid-game team comp that excels very well in that early and mid-game status, not so much in the late game. What we see TE do here is make the decision to go, we are going to play strictly for Final Circle. We are not going to take any fights we don't have to. We're going to save as many resources as we can so we can make the chaos of the Final Circle work for us. And beautifully, you never see them commit a Yodo ultimate unless there is a guarantee that they can't be grabbed out by these monks in the final circle. And they play very, very passively. Many of these other teams, given this situation, would have been looking to pressure onto these other teams an absolute lot. But what you see happen is you just see VVV from TE sit in the back with a cannon and look for opportunities to pick off kills, to snipe kills out from these other teams while never having to commit their ultimate, while never making themselves a massive target. If you pop your Viper ult, you immediately become the entire lobby's target. It's the same thing as popping Monk ult. Same thing with Yodo. You are telegraphing, this is my position, this is where my team is, we no longer have ults, and people are going to capitalize on that. The thing is most teams will end up doing that because they're looking to pick up eliminations. TE has the wherewithal to understand the situation that they're in. They understand that the only situation where they're going to get eliminations is not the build up to the very final circle, but is quite literally in the very final circle. They need to find that moment at the start of Zone 7 where they can start cleaning up eliminations, and that's what they do. They understand how this composition works and understand that it's not a late game comp, it's a final circle comp. And there's a difference. These monk comps coming through excel all the way through final circle from start to finish, right? So the whole late game, monk comp doing very, very well. If you're this other comp, you can't make any noise. TE recognizes that. They know how to pilot this comp. VVV knows when to Viper ult, knows crucially how to keep his team in place. And this is a huge shift for Team TE. If TE keeps playing like this, I don't see how any other team is going to be able to come out on top of them, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the Viper ult, we talked about the Yodo ultimate. one thing that we didn't talk about from TE because they didn't really use it was the Wuchen ultimate. And again, that goes to show just the heads up play coming through from them. Like you said, they play quietly. They don't play themselves into that aggressive position. So they're never forced to use the Wuchen TP to get away, because the Wuchen TP is brilliant as a getaway from the fight that you're currently in. But in the chaos of zones collapsing in and so many teams surrounding you, a lot of the time, the hand that you're dealt from the Wuchen TP actually lands you in hotter water than the fight that you just left. And TE have felt that boiling point before. They have been burnt by that Wuchen TP in final zones and collapsing onto final zones before, and they knew that if they invested that Wuchen TP, they are immediately signaling their position and signaling every single team around them to immediately swarm, because like we've been saying, these teams, they are sharks. They are in the water, they are waiting for that moment of weakness, and it can be something very, very small. It can be a player losing a chunk of their armor and having to scatter away from the rest of their teammates to find a safe space to heal, immediately isolating themselves away, or it can be a big old glaring warning sign in bright neon capital letters underlined and with double exclamation marks of throwing a Wuchen TP in and immediately signaling, hey, we don't have our getaway tool, come get us right now.
Yeah, I mean, Wu Chen's very, very interesting. He's finding himself further and further out of the meta, in my opinion. Unfortunately, we are going to see him, I think, shift back into the meta once we start to move forward with these Akos patches, especially once V3 becomes a thing, because he will crucially be a get out of jail free card for an ultimate that otherwise completely eliminates your ability to get away from a fight. So he right now, that entire comp, right, the Viper, Wuchen, Yodohime has slowly been falling out of favor. Yodohime, of course, being nerfed multiple times. Viper seeing some adjustments, but not really nerfs. And then just the team in general, as Feria came out, actually having less and less safety, especially from these comps that were running Feria and Monk together, because the Monk able to just take the mech and continue to give chase to these teams, continue to put pressure onto them. And it's been very interesting to watch. So Wu Chen finding a new purpose in the meta soon is going to be both interesting and very concerning, because like you said, a lot of times you see these players use that Wu Chen ult and they find themselves jumping out of the frying pan directly into the fire and it getting burned very, very quickly. So it's going to be interesting to see how that develops going forward. But TE, this is one of the things. You have to know how to pilot the particular comp that you're playing, and you have to know the phases in which that comp is going to excel and how to get yourself to those phases so that you can excel. TE clearly has got that down to a science when it comes to this Viper Yodohime comp that we've seen them running all the time. Because again, VVV, the comfort pick is Viper. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, but BVV also crucially knows how to play support from every angle. We see them playing Kurumi when they play Monk comp, and they still excel very well. And it's that game knowledge and decision making that really has separated TE from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, TE, a very, very strong team, and looking to pick themselves up not just another bi-weekly win, but also a second bi-weekly win in a row. They're going to be very happy about how that first game went. Because, I mean, honestly, they would have been on board for a 20 bomb if they hadn't lost that first initial fight. It really does go to show how good this team can be mechanically at being able to figure out when your opponent is weak enough. And honestly, my heart goes out to J-Team, because like we said, TE, they came in, they filled out the T's, they dotted the I's, but a lot of the handwriting was there from J-Team. They were the ones who wrote the full sentences. They were the ones who set TE up to come in for all of those kills. And unfortunately for J-Team, they were the ones painting a target on their back as a result, because like you said, very similar to when you burn that Viper ultimate or that Wu Chen TP very early on. If you use the Monk form and you don't manage to find the kills to immediately net yourself a safe space when the Monk form drops out, you are immediately going to be swarmed by every single team in the area, because especially if they have a Monk of their own, they can immediately go for that Monk form and you can't Monk up to stop and prevent the threat of the double grabs. But heading into this next map, I would expect this is when we're starting to see the Fairies come back in to play, given the fact that we are going to be headed off towards Hollow Off and verticality is now going to come into play.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is typically where we see what we call that Pacific Rim comp, right? With the Monk, Feria, and Temi coming through. As like you said, there's so much verticality available here in Hollow Roth that particular comp just excels very well. You also typically see a lot of these Takeda comps coming through. Ironically, though, we are going to see some of these teams not opting for Feria, but a more traditional Transformer comp. I'm looking at OUG here, and this is very, very interesting. You're going to bring Temi in, but not swap out for the Feria. This is more of a comp that we saw towards the end of Season 2, before this Realm of Yang started to come through, leading into the World Championship, because they were so easily able to secure those Morris Blessings mid-game. But this comp does not do well in Realm of Yang versus typically every other Transformer comp. So OUG making some interesting decisions here. TE also going to be running the Takeda version of the Transformers comp, but without Z-Ping, and more crucially to Mulk. I think these are some final circle decisions. I think OUG and TE are looking very much to play towards final circle. We're going to see JJH actually change off of the Feria into Temi as well and look to make the same decision here. And I think we're going to see these three teams play for final circle and are hoping that the ultimate of Temi going to buy them the safety that they need in final circle to pop off. Because mid-game, realistically, yes, you can go secure those Morris Blessings, but you're not going to find as much coming through those Morris Blessings as you typically do from going into those Realms of Yang, and you're giving those Realms of Yang up, and you're kind of at the mercy of RNG as to what buff you're going to pick up from those mid-game Morris Blessings, Moxie.
I mean, ironically though, by these teams looking for that Temi to provide themselves safety in that final zone, they're also playing into the hands of the other teams running the Temi, because you drop a Temi ultimate over another Temi ultimate and you can just walk right through and pick up those Wisps, and the Wisps are the things that we've really been seeing having a significant impact for the Temi. Yes, you can immediately push forward with that Temi ultimate to claim presence over a Morris Blessing, but the Wisp is the thing that's been determining these kills, and it is a dusk map, so again we are seeing a lot of these teams gravitate towards picking up those Fireflies as quickly as possible, but JL are going to be gravitating towards picking their weapons up off the floor as GS immediately come in with a parry. They did lose their Temi, however they win the fight overall, and JL very quickly off of the bat going to be burnt towards that Soul Altar as GS can literally just try and track where exactly they went down. Heading over to Imperial now, GG have found themselves with a bounty on Free-Frio's head, and this is the worst possible moment for that Monk to be spotted out, because he's still running that great armor, he's still got a very low-tiered weapon, and he also is crucially not going to have the ultimate bolt up in time, even if he does manage to go for the Monk because of how early in the game this is going to be. His loot scaling is going to be absolutely abysmal, and the Monk threat is going to be nowhere near as effective as it is towards final zone. And we can see JDH, they're just keeping Free-Frio isolated. They know even if a Monk form comes through, they're going to be able to survive and sustain all the way through. As Free-Frio already going to be run exceptionally low, is able to turn the spear onto his attackers, but GG's Misgear comes in with a gorgeous Dragon Slayers into Nezas to immediately open out all of that space, and EWG now going to be stuck in the middle of a Temi ultimate, but there is the second Temi ultimate, and both of these Temis now just using those ults to grab and refresh those Wisps to come through, and Free-Frio is left with no choice but to go for the Monk form to make sure he doesn't get stunned out by the Wisp attempt. And as a result, now that the Monk form has been pulled out from GG, EWG disengage, wait for the Monk form to be dropped so they can turn back into the fight.
Yeah, EWG here really not liking the results of this third party that they blew through here, as they actually end up burning most of their ultimates here, Temi for Temi, and they are not able to find anything out of it. GG really showing true form for GG here. They were able to pick up so many parries in that fight with JJH and flip it on its head. And EWG now, even after third partying into that fight, finding themselves down to a single member, and they didn't pick up a single elimination there. GG did not give a single kill to either JJH or EWG. And this is very, very interesting to see coming out from GG, because we keep talking about GG this season and how poor their performance has really been. And it seems like they're making this return to form in the last couple of days. GG really starting to kind of find their comfort zone again and lock back into the team that was one of the most threatening teams during season 1 and season 2 of the NBPL. And we're gonna see TE finding themselves in a similar situation that they did to game 1, as they've lost 2 of their members early already with no kills under their belt here. We're gonna see it's OUG that pressures onto them. TXJ just getting completely juggled back and forth here. Will find his monk form, but OUG more than happy to return the favor and immediately start to put pressure onto Team TE. TXJ, man, taking so many massive hits coming in from this Yuation, just pummeling the damage off of TE. Now back to OUG, who's still on the hunt for the final member of TE, but it looks like they've just been able to break line of sight and get away here. GS also finding themselves in a fight with the remnants of JJH, and this is not good for JJH, because JJH has already been eliminated once, so they are going to lose both of their members, and it's going to be down to just Water. No resurrections available. Water still on white armor as well. JJH looking to find themselves pretty much eliminated early here in game number 2 as well. And JJH was off to a brilliant start at the beginning of game number 1. Of course, this team sort of trying to pioneer this replacing Yodohime with Justina and putting in absolute work with the Justina Viper combo that we saw early. They were the team that eliminated TE off of the bat, but after that they kind of go out with a whimper. They go into their next fight, find themselves third party, and get eliminated. And here we go yet again, JJH in the same situation. In game number 2, they tried to aggressively take a fight early. They get themselves eliminated, and then they get caught out on the respawn as well. Taking a look here, TE down to just 2 members, waiting for the Takeda to find a resurrection somewhere. KLA on the other side of the map, looking to do just a little bit of looting here. No eliminations under KLA's belt yet, and it's kind of been interesting. KLA has been a team that came in during our first bi-weekly and were able to lock down so many eliminations, such a massive game score. They had over 200 points heading into the bi-weekly finals. It was a massive scoreline for them. They were able to pick up the first bi-weekly as well. They've done a great job, and since then KLA has really quieted down. They haven't done too terribly much. They're towards the top of the order this week. The question is will they be able to find that momentum that they want? But JDG looking to come in. They actually find a massive Viper stun onto QGG. QGG going to be saved here as the Wu Chen comes in with the Fs, and YKC gonna buy them so much safety with this ultimate. As he starts to throw in those grabs, we see the members of JDG back off immediately from QGG. They don't opt to try to finish the elimination because they are so scared of that monk ult. We see YKC immediately demonk as well, because he knows as soon as that Wu Chen ult comes out, he's not going to find any more grabs. They're just going to wait out the monk ult. So he wants to crucially start building that rage as soon as humanly possible. So the faster he demonks, the faster he can do that. JDG Xiaohui here trying to come in with the massive Yodohime ultimate, but we see KLA return the favor with the Kurumi ult of their own. And now we're going to see the Bane's Breath coming through. Xiaohui going to get caught out by it. This is so smart by KLA. If there's one way to overthrow a Wu Chen TP ult out back into an aggressive play like this, it's to wait till they commit to coming back in and throwing down a Bane's Breath. And KLA will be able to capitalize onto that Bane's Breath as they pick up all 3 members of YKC here. And this is huge for KLA.
Yeah, the problem for them is that they might just be about to be aggressed upon by AOW, who've seen the Bane's Breath and wanted to head a little bit further up this mountain to see what exactly was going on down here. Pings out in that invisibility bush, might just be found out. Oh no! He gets checked. He's still sitting on the Viper ultimate as immediately Wukong comes in with the Yodo, but they don't actually stagger the Yodo ultimate from the Viper ultimate. They've been able to keep one of the members of KLA separated. However, that surprise element from AOW did mean that CXZ was caught unawares as KLA were just sort of nipping through that bush, probably weren't expecting a player to be in there, and as a result they had to leave one of their teammates behind to make sure that the monk is not the one that gets caught either by the Yodo or the Viper ultimate that comes out afterwards. is heading over to GD. Kakashi in a very rough spot. Grapple locks in position, has to throw out the bell extremely early on. Goes in with the nunchucks to try and finish off the member of OUG, setting up the repeating crossbow to come through, as it is now going to be the king going for the monk. Kakashi monking up alongside him, but he's getting so much more pressure towards his feet. He's just continuously having to run. He's able to scoop up SS, who isn't able to tap dodge the strike. And as a result, the king now just has to keep this monk staggered, so he's not able to find the slam on his teammate. The reinforcements come through from OUG, all three of their teammates still standing. The same not to be said for GD's Kakashi. He will lose off of numbers alone as TE, even though they lost that first initial fight, decide they want to take a fight in a gate of Yang coming through. The mech's immediately going to be out and in position, but it's the monks that you have to watch out for right now. Temi ultimate trying to keep TE safe, but VVV gets grabbed up in GS's and in that Farrier mech, just pumping so much damage onto the members of TE, held prone by this monk composition. GS still taking a lot of damage, but Ann entirely untouched at the moment as the cannon shots come through, staggering Leo down, forcing him behind the pillar. The boosters come out from the Fairy Max to just keep this damage connecting onto TE and not allowing them to be able to reside onto that pillar. But as a result, Ann was a little bit too far away to actually aid his teammates, and TE see an opportunity. They move as a pack, a well-oiled unit, bursting through the individual members before Ann can find any impact.
This is what we talked about with TE earlier, right? It's all down to their communication. This team very, very good about capitalizing on their other teammates, locking somebody down. And that's exactly what they do in this realm of Yang. And we're going to see TE finally come alive in this game, not wanting to make a repeat of game number one where they're going to have to bet everything on the final circle. Because like we said, it really was off the back of J-Team that TE was able to capitalize so much in that final circle. And I don't think that they want to risk another team putting in the work for them going into game number two here. So they're going to head into that first realm of Yang, which typically, again, you have a much bigger safety net coming out of that, even if you go down. Because if a member of your team dies to Yang depletion, there are typically still resurrection charms available to be bought from the shop, meaning that you're able to get your full team back into the game. And if you win, you get that Vermilion Bird's Might, which is so crucial to allowing your team to start to pick up kills in this mid game, especially when you're playing this very interesting variation of the monk comp that TE seems to be running here with Takeda and Temi. Turning your attention now to TE going head-to-head with JL. We're going to see those monks come out. We're going to see the Temi ult come out, and we're going to see the Takeda ult starting to come through from TE here. Leo looking to lock people down. AS just going to get picked up and completely deleted here by the members of TE as they pick up yet another 3 eliminations. But XEG looking to come in, and this could be pretty bad for Team TE here as the third party comes through. TE has committed all of their ultimates. Leo holding on to a little bit of ult charge here, trying to buy some space here desperately for TE. TE actually able to find IHQ between his Takeda ultimate Fs. TXJ about to get hit by the roller, actually bought safety by Jianan. Jianan knocks him down, so he's under the edge of that roller that comes through. So TXJ going to stay alive here, and all of a sudden TE flips this fight on its head. This was a really bad position for Team TE to be in, but the target acquisition by TE so important here. They needed to eliminate that Takeda after that first F came out, before the second F came through. If the Takeda was able to F that team one more time, they would have been forced to take that fight in range of the roller, and they would have taken so much damage from the follow-up with no ultimate to counteract it. TE very easily would have been eliminated. So the call to just completely launch all 3 members on the Takeda, lock him down and eliminate him immediately, so clean coming through from Team TE. What a performance from this team today, Moxie.
I mean, it's not just the call, it's also the weapons that they use, right? When TXJ is in that monk room and they've dropped the Temi ultimate to lock the other monk down, it's VVV with the pole sword, who goes in and takes advantage of the stagger and just the massive chunk damage to be able to finish the monk off. But when they know that they need to be fast and quick and burst that Takeda down before that F can come through, it's the dagger swap that comes out into Assassin's Lunge, and it's absolutely devastating for the Takeda to deal with. And from there, it's just rinse and repeat. The zip is there. The Mortal Defiance buys themselves a little bit of time from the ultimate, but at the end of the day, TE have 3 players, and Zip health can sustain through an awful lot, but under a full focused TE, you're going to be gone within moments, as AOW are going to be looking to send GS packing. They've chased Anne all the way to base of Ballista in the zone, and it's going to be oh so hard for them to be able to escape out of that tower safely. AOW dogpile onto the remaining member of GS, ring the bell to make sure that they're not able to move very quickly onto another player afterwards, and we'll be more than happy to find that kill as, oh, GS's Yahoo Toto. Unfortunately, with the bounty on his head, he had to split from Anne, and as a result, they tried to survive in separate pockets and maybe regroup once the bounty had come through, but all they did was split themselves. AOW pick up one, KLA walk away with another, and all it's done is really brought KLA and AOW closer to terms with potentially going into conflict as the zone stops collapsing through and is going to push these teams just a little bit closer towards each other. GS are going to be absolutely devastated, but unfortunately, it was the right call to make. When you get a bounty on your head and you're already down a teammate, you have to play splitsies, you have to play for survival.
Yeah, I mean, you really do. And it's very unfortunate for the members of GS there, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And speaking of the cookie crumbling, we're going to turn to GG, who has started to find their feet here. 330 up top on the Ballista, looking to catch some teams out here, while the other members of GG try to bait this. 330 actually off of the Ballista now, wanting to back away as the Sandstorm starts to come through. We're going to find themselves the target of Team Ventus here, and Ventus going to back away as 330 goes ahead and pops the Monk transformation, and is in a very interesting situation as they are being targeted from behind by the members of J Team. We're going to see that Sandstorm come through from the Temi, and this is exactly why you run Temi, right? So mid-game you can secure these Morris Blessings, and this is going to be huge as 330 going to be able to pick up some much needed loot here from the team. EWG in the second realm of Yang, and no surprise here, EWG going to find themselves uncontested yet again. And again, this is what we keep talking about. This has been the major shift for these teams, is them not wanting to commit to these second realms of Yang. And I think EWG has made this recognition that these other teams don't want to take Realm of Yang the second time it comes around, so they're more than happy to just go into the Realm of Yang and start taking these free boxes, Moxie.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen some teams have adaptations into figuring that out. We've also seen teams figure out if they're not going to be putting themselves in a position where they are taking those fights or looking for those most blessings, it's best to just hide away and wait for those buffs to run through. Of course, it's a little bit harder to play it by that ear, given the fact that second Realm of Yang is going to be Mystic. Which means even if you try and play quote-unquote safe and out of sight, your location can still potentially be pinged out. So that is why we see teams making that decision. They will go to the very edges of the zone, like we're seeing TE at the moment, just hanging themselves out, making sure that they're not going to be in any way or path for teams with Mystic Might to run into, so that they can keep themselves safe and hold on to those resources, playing very similarly to how we saw them in that first game, the only difference being that they're already sitting on a lot of kills to be able to move forward with in terms of that scoreboard. GG going to not be punished. I was a little bit worried when I saw 3PO go for a very early Monk up, and so they had to invest the Temi ultimate over the top of it when the Morris Blessing spawns through, but they're able to make their way out, and enough time has passed that they should have those ultimates back as, oh, Sanzi! Oh, no! The Yoda ultimate gets cancelled out by the Viper Sun connecting, and it's gonna force Ventus into throwing the Wuchen TP on top of it. As AOW, they know that they can hunt after this team. Sanzi, incredibly low, is going to be trying to chase away from the rest of his teammates in case he's the one that gets caught a little bit behind the pack. As AOW are going to spot the grapples, they're going to know exactly where Ventus are heading, and Ventus have no choice but to keep running. The wind was being dropped behind them, so AOW can't just snipe Santi down. He is an absolute sliver, but he is not getting the time to be able to find any moment of reset until now. He'll be able to make a break for it and use the scenery to hide his location, waiting to see whether or not AOW are going to move past and aggress onto the members of Ventus residing within the center of Temple. As AOW are going to spot OUG, and Ventus might potentially find themselves still split from Sanzi. The good news is the Yodo is not going to be running into another Viper stun. The bad news is if they throw the ultimate into trying to regroup with the rest of their team, they're going to open themselves up to being grabbed by the King, who's moving into a high ground position, looking to see whether or not he can put himself in a place to be able to use that monk form and grab some of these players out around him.
This is really unfortunate for Team Ventus here. We talked about how important communication is for these teams, and what we see here is actually just a massive miscommunication from AOW. Not only from Ventus, not AOW. Not only do they pop their Viper ult second, meaning they know they're not going to get that Viper stun out, seeing the other Viper ult coming through, they don't communicate that their Viper ult is second. So clearly the Yodohime on their team makes the decision, oh, hey, if my Viper's ulting, it has to have been first. We're not stupid enough to pop a Viper ult after the other team has already started channeling theirs. So I'm going to pop my Yodohime ultimate. Then they find themselves stunned out of their Yodohime ultimate, and then they're also forced to burn the Wu Chen ultimate. It puts Ventus in a situation where they've literally burnt all of their ultimates for the price of one ultimate coming through from AOW, and that's the exact situation you don't want to be in, and that's what happens when your communication breaks down. Team Ventus, luckily, does manage to get away there because OUG throws up and it creates enough of a threat in space that Ventus is able to find a reset and not be continued to be hunted down by the members of AOW. So they get to breathe a little bit easier, but that very easily could have cost them their entire game just because of poor communication. And almost as if to call back to a curse here, we turn to AOW catching a member of Team Ventus separated out from the rest of Ventus. WX98 going to be taking a ton of damage here as the parry comes through onto them. They're forced to hot swap into a new weapon. TXJ and the rest of Ventus show up, but the question is do Ventus have those ultimates back yet? Ping Tao hasn't been able to find theirs yet. It looks like Sanzi will have their ultimate because they were canceled out. So Ventus going to be burning the one ultimate that they do have available. J-Team showing up for the third party. Ventus really finding themselves in a tough situation here, needing to hope that the Wu Chen is able to build that ultimate up very quickly to buy them out of this situation. AOW has their Wu Chen ult available though, so as soon as they lose a member, they will be burning that ultimate to get away. GG shows up for the fourth party, and Ventus, oh my goodness, no! The ultimate being canceled out off of Team Ventus. Wu Chen can't get away. They will lose all of their members. TXJ, the last remaining member here, and J-Team more than happy to keep pressuring onto this, but Eagle might need to turn his attention back to the rest of the team because it looks like the rest of J-Team might find themselves being forced to fight out GG, but GG backs off, so J-Team going to continue the hunt here because GG wants to secure this Warrior's Blessing that's going to be so crucial for their team in the late game. Miskia going to be taking that legendary armor on to their mech here. Feria more than happy about that. Oh, they're actually going to swap armor to the Monk. Monk is going to lose a little bit of flamer action here for Miskia so that Miskia can use that flamer when he monks up and lands some of those grabs that we know 330 is going to be able to put his hands on. OUG caught out in the middle. AOW raining shots down on them. TE as well. What a fiesta here at the start of Zone 4. You don't typically see this many teams engaging into fourth, fifth party action this middle of the game. This is something you don't see until the teams are forced together here, but so many teams wanting to commit to fights here, Moxie.
Yeah, everyone saw Ventus and just came for the third party. J-Team show up, AOW show up, OUG show up, GG show up, and they're actually the ones that find the kills, forcing OUG into throwing that Wu Chen TP to make sure that they can get the resurrection onto their down teammate. And GG are more than happy to be able to bag 2 kills and then just sit on that Morris Blessing spawning and drop the Temi ultimate to be able to immediately pick it up, as J-Team are going to reside on that ballista control at the moment. 101 TN with the dual blades is able to find off-screen EWG's Xiao Lui, as no one can really come and push onto J Team at the moment. The Bliss are going to do a lot of work trying to bounce some of these players as that zone starts to push and prod them into the waiting clutches of J Team. JL going to be putting themselves onto this high ground position, as on the low ground, KLA sit themselves in the no ult zone, so that they're not going to be pressured by some of these monk compositions looking to grab them out of position. And even if they don't actually die to the monk, they're still going to be so far out of position away from the rest of their teammates that a lot of the time you're still going to lose the teammate regardless. As like you said, we don't typically tend to see this aggressive playstyle coming through from these teams. Traditionally, this would be what we call the Buccaneer phase, where everyone is sort of just lolling around, waiting to have a safe spot, exchanging a little bit of cannon shots, sure, but definitely not dropping things like Temi ultimates, because you're pushed to the point of having to use them to stop the additional pressure coming through from all of these sides. GD's Kakashi gets caught in the wisp. They're actually going to have to use that Furia mech drop of the pillar to dissuade anyone from trying to push onto Kakashi until that wisp has worn through, and as a result he will survive being caught up by it. But they're still not out of the woods just yet. TE going to be trying to vie for this position. TXJ coming in with the bell to be able to buy himself safe passage into the monk form that he drops into on the rooftop of the tent, and GD are just gonna have to absolutely leg it over the walls. No, they tried to pick the Morris blessing up as TXJ just climbs the fence and immediately clutches one of them out. GT thought that they were safe, that TXJ would be stuck on the scenery, but this is the TE god, the Monk King. He will not be stopped by simple wooden boards, and GD are going to be reduced to absolute chaos within seconds.
Oh my goodness, this is very, very interesting. Like you said, we don't see this level of aggression in the middle game here, and I think some of that exacerbated by that no ult zone being popped, and many of these teams not wanting to find themselves in a situation where they can't fight with their ults when there's so many teams in tight proximity. So it forces all of these teams kind of in this U shape around that no ult zone, and many of them just fighting for any sort of space here. That's why we see that aggression coming through from these teams. GD still trying to secure this Moore's Blessing. Don Quing takes so much damage out into the zone, needs to find a way to get a reset here. Now gets one pot off, but TE wants to capitalize on how low they are, but JL also trying to capitalize onto TE. The Fiesta never stops, Moxie, as TE forced to just keep pressuring over here. VVV gonna use that F ability to go airborne here, but going to continue to be chased by GD. J-Team topside on the Ballista as well, trying to pressure all of these teams, trying to use this Ballista to create space for themselves as a full-blown fight breaks out underneath of them. Zone 5 starting to collapse onto Zone 6 is going to evict J-Team from our Ballista. J-Team now moving away as TE forced to pop the Monk ult, looking to capitalize onto something. Miskia going to pummel TXJ almost entirely out of existence. AOW's Jung Wukong also nearby, going to come through and secure the elimination. Miskia here for GG, still finding value for his team, even though the rest of Team GG is gone. Miskia going to find as many eliminations as they possibly can here, just pressuring with the cannons. We're going to see them demech, and now Miskia needs to find a safe space to start building that rage back up, because they are all alone. But TE's Leo not having any of it as they find them and pressure them in the zone. BVV shoved into the zone as well. TXJ completely eliminated. No way they can be resurrected here, and this is the risk of coming in with a comp like this with no healing for your Monk. TXJ just gets stuck in the zone and will be completely eliminated. VVV and Leo on their own, but 11 eliminations under their belt. They just need to stay alive for as long as possible. Leo caught out in a wisp, but crucially has a little bit of cover by the rocks here, so they're going to be able to survive being locked up in that Temi sand. Leo, VVV just trying to find some ground to call their own, but GD's Kakashi topside gonna monk up here, goes for YKC, but YKC going to avoid it by transforming themselves. GD up top with a huge view over the rest of the map, looking to grab CXZ, doesn't find it though, trying to find EWG's Yiron going to survive being grabbed at here, but will not on to the second grab. They need to pump out damage quick because Kakaishi going to de-ult very soon, and GD will find some value out of Kakaishi's monk transformation here as they pick up EWG's Yiron. Kakaishi going to find some time to try to repair that cannon. K going to take a headshot from J-Team topside, going to take a second headshot, and GD's Kakaishi going to find that transformation here into the Faria mech. KLA's QGG able to pick up a double parry, but does not matter as J-Team ZK follows up with a pole sword before the golden focus comes through. Will clean up the elimination. J-Team in rare form here with 12 eliminations under their belt. Their entire team still alive. 101 TN doing their best to keep the team alive. ZK picks up an elimination onto AS. 101 TN just throwing down as much healing as they possibly can, and that's going to be it for TE as VVV is eliminated by J-Team's Eagle. TE going to be eliminated here from our second game of the day. ZK putting in work with this legendary pole sword, using now this Takeda ultimate to hit stun people into these overhead swings from the legendary pole sword to guarantee them trying to lock on to JDG. We're going to see Donkwing forced into the zone by that pole sword. Eagle looking to clean up that elimination. K now also forced in. JL's Feng going to go down, and that's going to be it for JL as we see ZK getting picked up by YKC. Does not find the slam as the members of J-Team able to stagger YKC just in time. Eagle trying to throw some of those whiffs out, trying to create a little bit of a safety net here for the team. ZK going to take quite a bit of damage, but the Z-Ping ult going to come through and buy some safety for the members of J-Team. ZK looking to collapse down with the pole sword as the D-transformation comes through. Now the Temi ult coming in from Eagle, going to buy J-Team even more safety. Takeda ult going to follow up as well. I do believe I just saw a Merciless Havoc come through as well from J-Team. OUG's SS going to be slammed into the zone. The elimination picked up here by ZK. J-Team can do no wrong as they completely own this final circle. Nobody able to create any sort of safety or distance from the legendary pole sword. ZK clearly going to be the overall MVP here as J-Team comes out on top with a dominating performance.
That's 100% above a 20 bomb. J-Team absolutely dominate that entire last zone. ZK more than happy to be able to drop down once that monk form has dropped away, knowing that he has the zip, that the ultimate from the zip is going to be able to sustain him all the way through, and that just having that pulse on being able to just pressure out those team players around him, like you said, committing into the overhead swings so that he can just connect as many of those swings onto those players as possible, but also send them reeling into taking the zone tick so that a massive chunk of health has already been removed by the pole sword, and then the last little bit that's clinging on is immediately chipped down by the zone. And really, that competition, that one competition that they had to worry about was TE, but TE, unfortunately, the fallacy of this composition that they come out with is two things. One, a significant lack of healer, and we saw it from those monks the second that there wasn't either a Karumi or a Zip to be able to keep those monks topped up. They would just be absolutely evaporated if the fight got too close to them. And two, they tried to use the Temi ultimate to buy the revive back onto their monk player. And the problem is they're in a lobby that is filled with other Temis, and so they can't stick the landing. They can't commit to actually going for the revive, especially given how close the monk was to the final zone. A feat dealt to them by Miskir. Miskir, who, even though he's missing two of his teammates, comes in on the Farrier mech, lands a cannon shot which actually staggers TXJ on the monk into taking zone tick damage, and then immediately Miskir just transitions into the primary from the mech fire, blasting TXJ with so much damage from that Farrier mech, and without that Zip, without that Karumi, he just doesn't have a health bar to be able to sustain through all of the focus fire, and he very quickly goes down. And unfortunately for the remaining members of TE, both Leo and VBV, then just have to play flighty. They don't want to be caught, they don't don't want to be locked down. They have to play towards the outer edges of the zone and they can't look for kills. In the meantime, J-Team have all 3 of their players alive, have a legendary pulse sword to be able to run around with, a Takeda ultimate perfectly set up for them to be able to keep that pressure on those teams around them in case they do try and turn on to ZK. And all the while, the Zip is just waiting on throwing the ultimate out in case the Takeda does get pressured, and he needs that little bit of extra healing to be able to knock those players back and push them even further into yet more crowd control stagger lock.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but this was a declaration. Oh my God, I can't word today. Declaration of war from J-Team on to TE as well. They are not happy about game number 1. The fact that their performance was what bought TE that first place finish. And they come into game number 2 here, get into final zone and go, hey, we're not going to let you just coast through on our performance a second time. We're just going to absolutely dominate this final circle. The first time we see them absolutely start to take control of the circle, they never lose control of the circle, Moxie. Every single team is forced to play at their tempo, and it's not a tempo they want to. Even when YKC comes through and starts to try to grab people up in that monk transformation, it is J-Team who is controlling that zone and keeping players into the grabs of YKC, just evicting them from the safety down below with that legendary pole sword. And then as soon as they see that the monk transformation is about to time out, it is J-Team who goes topside, prepares the charge onto that pole sword over the edge, and immediately knocks YKC into the zone with that legendary pole sword, chunks the HP of that entire team. And not once does J-Team let anybody start to gain any sort of momentum, because they have such good focus on every team in this lobby, and they see the ults come through and J-Team immediately punishes them. And I really have to give it to ZK here, man, just coming through with that pole sword, putting in work and utilizing their ultimate so well. On top of it, being able to connect onto the ultimate and then immediately follow up with the pole sword during that momentary stun to be able to launch players into that zone and pump out as much damage as humanly possible. J-Team, what a performance coming out from these guys as we go to 23 eliminations, and a first place finish is a 41.8 point game. TE gets their 11 eliminations, but J-Team cuts them off at the knees as we get to final zone, and they will be walking out with almost a 30-point difference over Team TE.
I said J-Team dropped a 20 bomb. It was a little bit over 20 bomb. But like you said, J-Team just took control and they didn't let anyone else evict them from that control. Like, you can see that, like you said, they were annoyed at game number 1. They knew that they had done the most of the work. NARAKA, unfortunately, is not very forgiving. You can deal 95%, you can deal 99% of someone's health bar, but if you don't land that final last hit, you don't get the credit. And J-Team went out of their way to make sure that ZK on the pole sword would land 95% of the health bar and then 5% of the health bar very shortly afterwards. Every single time they went for lockdown onto one specific player, they immediately made sure that the kill was followed up and finished off. And then it was a J-Team kill. There was no opportunity for any potential third party to come through. ZK would go in, he would be able to lock those players down, and then Eagle and 101 TN would be playing perimeter and keeping all of the other teams around them in check so no one could be able to hot swap to something like a musket or a bow or a cannon and cheekily steal away what J-Team had worked so hard for.
Oh yeah, I mean, J-Team, again, the target acquisition was so good. You know, we talk about Takeda with a pole sword, right? And to the untrained eye watching this final circle, it might just look like ZK is spamming this pole sword over and over again, right? But he is always looking for opportunities to catch players out. And like you said, he's looking to capitalize when players go low so that it's J-Team picking up the eliminations and not other teams crucially. Not only that, when he's not able to find openings, he uses the ultimate to create those openings. So it's not just charging up the right click and spamming it time and time again. It is a very calculated decision on the part of ZK when he is releasing that charged right click from the pole sword, because the charged right click is extremely parryable, especially in a lobby of trios where there's so many players. All they need to do to stop ZK, if he doesn't time those pole sword hits right, is one good parry from any of these players, all of which are capable of doing it. But ZK has the wherewithal to have the decision making to not release it in any given situation where he's going to find himself parried. And when he does find himself in a situation like that, he uses the ult to create that opening. That's why we're going to see him at 19,000 damage from the pole sword, at 30,000 damage overall, 11 kills and 7 assists, 18 kill participation coming out from ZK here. This was just such a strong, clean game coming out from J Team, and ZK was leading the charge from start to finish.
Yeah, 18 out of 23 kills. ZK had at least some impact on. You really, like you said, can see how much work that pole sword was putting in on that final zone, because it's not just as well the fact that he's looking for those openings, it's his positioning too. He always makes sure when he collapses onto those players that they're at least going to be within that horrible question that you have to ask yourself: do I tap dodge backwards so that I can try and escape the pole sword and go into that zone tick, or do I try and tap dodge forward? And unfortunately, the pole sword doesn't have that immediate answer to parrying it like the greatsword, right? The greatsword, the muscle memory is there for every single player. When they're going to throw out that blue focus, you immediately tap dodge backwards and go in straight for the parry, and you're always going to be able to get that weapon dropped onto the floor. The pole sword doesn't have that opening, so if you try and tap dodge away from the pole sword, you lose the opportunity to be able to parry it, and ZK gets a moment to be able to take you down. If you try and go for the tap dodge backwards, you're going straight into the zone tick as well. So no matter what happens, ZK wins at the end of the day.
Well, speaking of going to the zone tick, we're going to go straight into a short video before we come back and lock in for game number 3.
算是一种激励吧，因为本身常规赛带的积分多，进去肯定就比较轻松一点吧，只能说。再加上上周本身就是积分之一夺冠，其实这不是什么魔咒了，这已经就是一个实力的展示了吧。我觉得其他战队的实力肯定都是很强的，只不过上周我们运气可能稍微比他们好一点吧。那这周的话，肯定也是去认真面对吧，就他们也不容轻视，都是很强的对手吧。我觉得他们能拿到这种成绩，肯定就是很强的，本身就存在着很久的配合，而且他战队打法风格也有自己独特特色嘛，就感觉每个队都是需要去防备一下的吧，因为都很强。
There are smiles across both of our faces, right? Because I feel like we're just getting treated to some really good NARAKA. It feels like a lot of the time we're getting to see really strong teams, but J Team and TE, especially in bi-weekly finals, are just in another league of their own sometimes. And you really do feel that there is a rivalry building between these two teams, both of which want to see themselves on the top, both of which have the mechanical prowess to be able to do so, and both of which have the game sense of being able to understand when the other team is creating an opportunity for them to immediately be able to move in on, because it felt a little bit personal, not gonna lie, them immediately denying TE the opportunity to res their monk to make sure that, no, you stay in your corner, we've got final zone this time.
Yeah, look, it definitely, there was some harsh letters being exchanged between J-Team and TE in this final circle. J-Team was not happy about TE getting to walk away with so many points after the end of game one off the performance of themselves. And they came in and they showed us what J-Team does well. This is what J-Team during the first World Championship was known for, was being able to lock down final circles with that Viper comp that they had created. And here again, we see J-Team running a comp that they pioneered, able to come in and lock down final circles and just keep anybody else from gaining any sort of momentum. And that's really the name of the game when we start talking about final circles, is finding that space to be able to stagger your ultimates and use them to create this space where other teams cannot do the same in return. Taking a look at the overall standings thus far, we're 2 games deep, and EWG slowly climbing the standings here as they move up into 9th position. Unfortunately, JDG still finding themselves at the very bottom, and JJH falling pretty far off the back of 2 fairly bad games for themselves. XCG also falling in the standings all the way down to 7th position. This is a team that typically plays very consistently, and we praised at the beginning of the day, and unfortunately they've not shown us that consistency we were talking about. TE, however, holding on to first place by just a sliver, 1.2 point difference between Team TE and J Team. And now for a chance for you guys to get to win a final circle, we've got a question for you guys. How many kills did J Team get in game 2? Is it A, 20, B, 21, C, 22, or D, 23? Go ahead and lock your answers in chat. Is it A, B, C, or D? And make sure you're watching your whispers here on Twitch, because if you get this correctly and you are chosen, you're going to find yourselves with some goodies in your inbox, and you don't want to miss out on that, right, Moxie?
Yeah, and J-Team are definitely not missing out in terms of the leaderboard, because remember, at the start of the day, they were coming in, I believe it was 4th. They were coming in off, they had 107.7 points in the regular week, and TE were sitting in 1st place because they've been able to accrue 198.2. So the fact that J-Team, with that absolute stunner of a game 2 where they picked up redacted amount of kills, I'm not giving you the answer that easily, guys, you are gonna have to look for those cosmetics, did allow J-Team to immediately leapfrog their way into a 2nd place position, and that is going to be concerning for TE, because like we said, there is a rivalry building between these 2 teams, and we're about halfway through the day. If one of these teams has an inconsistent map and the other one is able to not have a pop-off game but still deal a decent amount of points on the board, that position of 1st and 2nd can very easily flip.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. And here's the thing, is J-Team in this particular game, we talk about how many points that they were able to climb with this game. This was a 40-point game for these guys. They realistically put more points on the board in this game than TE put together in both of their first and second game here. And the only reason that J Team isn't in first place is coming into the day, they were 4th place. So they didn't have enough placement points carrying over from the regular bi-weekly for them to buy first position. TE is now sitting in a very interesting situation where J Team absolutely gunning for them, and they have no room for error whatsoever, Moxie.
It's going to be really interesting as well to see what hero picks we're potentially going to get. J-Team finding a lot of value with that composition that they've pioneered, that they've really been playing to the absolute fullest to be able to control those final zones. It is pretty reliant, though, on having not just all 3 of your players survive, but also on the weapons that you come in with, so no surprises that it's actually going to be J-Team deviating away from that composition and instead retreating back to a very traditional monk compositions that are going to be on the Kurumi as a support, so they're going to be able to save the zips to be able to keep that Takeda composition a little bit later on in the day and still be able to challenge and have an impact on the Gate of Yang fights. As we've talked about extensively, both you and I, and also the results that we see, tend to see the Kurumi composition favored for those fight wins over something like the Yui and the Temi.
Oh yeah, I mean, this particular comp, this traditional Transformer comp, actually fell out of favor for a long while, but the Gate of Yang really bringing it back because of how hard it is to beat the survivability of that Kurumi circle in a vacuum, right? This comp fell out of favor because it just wasn't able to secure those Morse blessings in mid game. Towards late game, it was, you know, hard for the comp to really dominate versus something like with the Temi ult. But now that they have these sort of realms of Yang, it's so hard for any other comp just to beat it out, like you said. And because of that, it guarantees the comp the loot that it needs. Transformer comp is very reliant on 2 things. It's very reliant on the team being able to support the monk, and it's very reliant on the Transformers having the gear that they need so that when they do use those ultimates, both the Yueshun ult and the monk ult, that they're able to get the mileage out of those ultimates that they want. The more, you know, the higher tier their weapon is, the more damage that they do, and the higher tier that their armor is, the more HP and more survivability that they have. So that's why you typically see any of these teams that are running Transformer comps that make it to late game and have blue armor, they do little to nothing because they don't have the gear to back it up. J-Team already off to a tear here as they catch out members of KLA, and YKC just literally having deja vu flashbacks here as he was the player who tried to take control of the final circle from J-Team in last game and found himself dying to ZK's pole sword. And once again, YKC going to go down to the members of J-Team. AOW here engaging with the members of GD. Wukong going to use that bell to buy him a little bit of space, but TE coming in for the third party is going to lose Wukong in a very, very terrible situation. But now it looks like it's TE versus AOW's Wukong in a 1v1. TXJ here with the blue armor, though, going to have quite the advantage, but Wukong going to be able to monk up. The question is can Wukong find the grabs here in a single fight? This is where Monk falls apart. This is why you don't see monks in solos. He does find a grab. TXJ actually overcommits, but GD waiting in the wings is going to be bad for both of these players. Wukong going to de-monk. TXJ wants to just pressure the elimination, pick up the kill if they can, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to. So TXJ and Wukong both going to go down to the members of GD here, and neither of them going to get any sort of mileage out of that fight. Huge for Team GD here, as they're going to be able to clean up all of the loot from both of those teams and find themselves in a much better situation than they were just a few moments ago, Moxie.
Time is a circle. Unfortunately for TE, we have cycled back around. They're running the exact same composition that they were in game number 1, and they find themselves falling to the exact same fate, going down very early on, and now they're going to have to play that hesitant passive game for the final zone collapses. It is going to be GD having to contest OUG's Yodo ultimate. GD will be able to survive the full duration of it. However, they've actually been able to isolate out a member. SS does not go down before the Wuchen TP is able to get themselves safely out. But GD know that the Wuchen TP has been invested, so too has the Yodo ultimate. thought about potentially chasing after, but decide to give up the chase and instead look for loot so they can try and scale their build towards going for those Gate of Yang fights. As we head over to have a look at Ventus over towards Shipwreck, who have decided to commit a Bane's Breath to try and keep the players of JD stuffed up in these chokeholds so that they can collapse onto them. They will be able to take out JDG's LSR off of the back of being able to use that Bane's Breath to funnel the movement of the player that they were currently hunting, but they're going to have to be pretty careful as XCG and JDH's other members are very, very close behind as well. The Bane's Breath not really giving these monks presence to be able to push towards Ventus, but Ventus also not in a brilliant position to look for third-party snipes as XCG's Zhao Nan goes down to JJH's Water Godly out of the monk form, now going to be a little bit more vulnerable, trying to push towards the Kurumi ultimate, isn't able to make himself into the safety of it as Ventus now come in for the third party. This is the proactivity we wanted to see from this team, the communication as well, really on point for these players, using that Cicada ultimate to catch onto the fleeing God Lee, keeping him stagger locked up so the dual blades can finally mince down that hellfire and guarantee that kill before God Lee can potentially get away. And all the while Ventus commit only that Cicada ultimate. They hold on to the monk, they hold on to the Temi ultimate, and as a result, if a third party comes through from some other teams that are around them and want to push towards Shipwreck for some of that loot, Ventus at least have the means of defending themselves for a little bit longer. As J-Team ZK is going to be running around towards Sunwings, split away from the rest of his team at the moment on that Kurumi, a little bit in danger if they do get pressed upon, as EWG might potentially try to hunt his position down. They're more than happy at the moment, though, to just go through these buildings, try and pick themselves up some gear. They are running that monk, so they do want to find either some purples or, if they're lucky, one of those purple armors. Is, oh, there it is. There's going to be a purple weapon immediately going to be funneled over towards that monk player so that when the Gate of Yang does go down, he can use it to scale his ultimate into dealing so much damage when the grab comes through. As these teams, we talked about like the fact that your composition is really good for taking fights in Gate of Yang. Something else that we have to acknowledge for the Kurumi, really good at griefing players' entrances into the Gate of Yang. A lot of the times we've seen the Kurumi umbrellas just come through trying to predict where the Gate of Yang entrance is going to be, so you can use that knockback to push these players away. As JL decided they're going to commit into this fight, Viper ultimate had come through. KLA CXE immediately obliterated off of the back of that stun connection as JL holding on to this Yoda ultimate, determining that they can just deal enough damage necessary so early on that the armor isn't up to scratch to be able to keep KLA safe when the Viper Sun connects. They don't need to throw the Yoda ultimate in, hold on to the resources, just allow the purple spear to be able to do the damage necessary. So if a third party comes through, or better yet, if you want to take a fight in Gate of Yang, you're going to have an ultimate to be able to hold on to.
Yeah, unfortunately there for KLA, you know, this is a team that's we haven't talked a lot about today, but they're currently in second place overall, right? They've been playing consistently enough to put points on the board, and they need to have a sort of big game to skyrocket themselves towards the top. But they're not going to find that here in this game, as they've already found themselves eliminated. Ventus in a very scary situation here. TXJ extremely low. They're trying to cover for themselves here with the use of this Bane's Breath, and this Bane's Breath actually being very kind to them with how many of these Bane's shots are actually stacking on top of each other, and all of them stacking onto TJ, buying him so much protection when he was so low here. Realistically, the RNG actually saving the members of Team Ventus from sheer defeat here, but we are going to see now that it's about to turn into a 1v2 situation as GS is able to pick up two of the members of Team Ventus, but don't want to pressure too heavily into this Bane's Breath to go after Sanzi. So Sanzi just trying to use that Bane's Breath to buy himself some time, and he's able to pick up UA with just the musket shots. Sanzi turns this into a 1v1 all of a sudden and forced to try to get away here. Oh my goodness, the musket shots coming in from Sanzi, absolutely insane here. Ventus not wanting to have a repeat of what happened in the last two games of them, really just pressuring here. Will Sanzi be able to come out on top in this 1v2 situation? He's trying to make it happen. He can't quite find it, but it's going to be okay as they buy enough time to keep GS from being able to just resurrect there. They're going to be forced to use their regular resurrections, and Ventus has theirs as well. My goodness, Ventus finding so much to capitalize on there. Sanzi really putting in the work for his team. TXJ going to come in with the ultimate here, but immediately going to be TP'd out as VVV goes extremely low, and TE finding themselves in a situation where they have no ultimates. And this is a very similar situation that Ventus found themselves in last game, and they need to find a place to go look from some of that rage before they get collapsed on and find themselves getting picked out.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like you said, TXJ was mid-Yodo ultimate for a while as VVV went extremely low, and they did have to use that Wuchen TP, and Wuchen TP, unfortunately, does cancel the Yodo ultimate out early, and TXJ does also have a bounty on his head. The good news for this team is that Gate of Yang fights are spawning, so teams may throw their attention to taking control of these as opposed to trying to hunt TE down and punish a lack of ultimates available for the team. Teams like EWG and JJH are going to be looking to control those Gate of Yang fights, as immediately it is going to be Monk for Monk, Godly and Yiran both going for the ultimate transformation. JJH, remember, not running a second transformer, so they could potentially get double grab, and Godly has already found one, is looking for that second at the moment, is being pushed towards this Temi ultimate so that he isn't able to find those grabs at the moment as the stagger connects from the other Monk. Yiran doing a very good job of keeping Godly in check, and now he's found a grab onto Godly out of that Monk form, but Yiran falls extremely low, will be able to survive dropping out of the ultimate, and now comes in with the spear, locking these players down. Unfortunately goes straight into the Takeda and does get slammed around the Takeda's shoulders. Doesn't lose the weapon, however, as the Takeda had both slots filled up entirely, and JJH unfortunately are sure to lose this Gate of Yang fight off of a really unlucky Monk transformation. They were looking to secure those grabs. They're not able to do it. EWG will be able to come out on top, one with the longer Monk ultimate, and two with that really, really crucial Temi ultimate to make sure that they had a little bit more space to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, EWG, it all comes down to target acquisition. They use the Temi ult to keep the Monk just being forced to reposition realistically if he wants to get any sort of grabs. And unfortunately, he is able to find one on the EWG, but his team not able to get to him because of the Temi ultimate, and the other two members of EWG just biting at his ankles like little chihuahuas the entire time till his HP pool completely depleted. He actually almost dies in Monk transformation, is able to demonk at the literal last second. If I had to guess, he had 1, maybe 2 HP when he demonked. The armor buys him a little bit of protection, but that protection does not last very long as he gets grabbed up, immediately slammed onto, and then we see that fight just completely turn on its head, and EWG more than happy to come out on top. JJH's Godly here with that Yang depletion actually gets caught in the wisp, gets grabbed out of the transformation. This is something we don't see very often. Godly gonna go looking for the transformation, but gets re-grabbed. Oh my goodness, the double grab coming through. The silence happening a little too late. AOW is going to end the members of JJH, who go down to a single member. Chuli needs to get away, but GD coming in for the third party here because they are also desperate to pick up those soul blooms because they have the Yang depletion as well. They're not going to let anybody get away. Ping Tao just getting blitzed through by the members of Team GD. GD more than happy to continue to buy themselves more safety here. They need one more soul bloom here, and it looks like it's going to come from AOW Shu Tong as Dong Quang removes the Yang depletion, and GD will find themselves ahead. 4 more eliminations and getting rid of that Yang depletion, meaning they're going to take it all the way to the late game, Moxie.
Oh my god, I think we both need a second to recover from that Monk grab into canceling ultimate. Like, I think it's happened once before in Nbpl trios.
It's okay, so it happened
rad.
It happened twice during season 1 all the way through Worlds last year, and at the very beginning of the season, I can't remember which player it was, but somebody landed 3 grabs to cancel Monk transformation in the same fight. So it was absolutely crazy, but we haven't seen it since then. So to see it coming out even one more time is still quite the rarity, as we see EWG here just blitzing through the members of Team JL, and JL actually going to be forced to waste all of their ultimates here, as the Viper ult was running and the Wu Chen ult needed to go ahead and get the team out if they wanted to get these resurrections. They're looking to go for this no ult zone though, which is very, very smart, because EWG has the ult advantage, but that advantage evaporates away very quickly when we see the no ult zone popped here, and EWG knows that. They're more than happy to just take the eliminations that they did get and back away and not even risk pressuring into that no ult zone, Moxie.
Yeah, it's the smart decision too. Like, they had the million bird smite, but like emphasis on had. By the time that they pushed back into that fight, it would have been gone. As we can have a look at a replay of XCG going toe-to-toe with GD. Jiaonan healed up in that Karumi ultimate, but it's NiHQ that you have to worry about. The Yui comes through to cover his monk, dropping out from the ultimate form, and the Spirit connection just locking these players in position so that XCG can keep them isolated away and stop the bunch up from GD of being able to turn the numbers on the teammates of XCG's NiHQ when he's in that Yui form. Then going for the hot swap onto the cannon as well to be able to secure the pick is exactly the reason why we're seeing XCG currently running around looking for a soul altar. They'd lost a fight in the actual map. However, winning that Gate of Yang fight had secured themselves a million bird smite, so they'll be able to pick themselves right back up and put themselves straight back into the action. GG, talking about action, have been lacking it for the majority of this map so far, which is very uncharacteristic for this team. They are very much drawn to these engagements, whether or not they want to try and take that 3 versus 3 brawl. More often than not, however, we do see them scavenging around to try and find that sort of hit and run playstyle that's been adopted by themselves. J-Team early on last year as well were very much known for just trying to scout around the map, pick apart some of those stragglers. It works brilliantly when it works, but it also does mean that a lot of your time you're moving around, so you can't really commit to looting and going for those fights or looking for control of those Morse Blessings. GG now have spotted XCG. The Karumi Brawler comes through very early on from XCG, just stopping GG from being able to pressure onto that Gate of Yang entrance. If they tried to go near the Gate of Yang fight, then that Karumi Umbrella would have been activated. The knockback from GG could potentially have prevented one of the 3 players from being able to move forward into the Gate of Yang fight, and it's a risk that they don't want to take.
What is this fight going on north side of the map here? All these teams trying to contest this Morris Blessing. J-Team, EWG, TE, so many teams just collapsing onto this same position. And it looks like nobody willing to commit to try to take the box just yet. AOW may be coming in looking to drop a Temi ult here, as we do see the Temi coming forward. He's going to start taking the box. Doesn't want to commit the ult just yet. And I understand why. There's so many Temis nearby. It's going to be very hard for you to just commit the ult and hold on to it. Unfortunately, Ping Tao going to find himself actually caught out because of over-committing just a little bit here. TE coming in, going to use the Wu Chen Fs here and the F3 after they realize that the fight breaking out on the other side, it's going to actually buy them into this box. They're able to get their hands on Draco Storm and a purple set of armor for themselves. This is the first set of purple for Team TE here, so finding themselves in a better situation. And now they want to pressure onto AOW. They do have the buff advantage here. AOW also been forced to pop an ultimate as well, while TE still has 2 of theirs, is going to be able to find quite a bit to capitalize on here in this fight. Shu Tong going to take a huge chunk of damage from this purple pole sword coming through, thanks to that Draco Storm landing a hit and stunning him out in position. TE's TXJ just trying to keep the pressure up onto the Feria in mech. Not quite able to find what they were looking for, though. Going to be forced to pop the Yodel ultimate here to try to stun out the members of AOW, and rather than risk it all, smartly, they are going to go ahead and pop that Wu Chen ult to escape here, especially because J-Team showing up for the third party. It leaves AOW in a situation where they can't chase onto the members of Team TE, and J-Team looking to capitalize and find some sort of bloodshed here, because they do not have the gear that they need to go into late game and dominate it like they did in the last game, because they are playing that Transformer comp that is so heavily reliant on gear, and J-Team all rocking blue armor.
Oh, but AOW juked them. TE might run across AOW when they're coming outside of that zone, as TE are keeping a trail onto J-Team. They know that J-Team were potentially coming in for the third party. They're hoping that they're going to either lead them into a confrontation or they're going to lead them straight back to AOW, knowing that the Monk Bomb has already been burnt out. But TE going to be a little bit more cautious in taking the fight outright, given the fact that they'd burned both the Witch and TP to make sure that their Yodo ultimate wasn't punished. TXJ getting that first initial slash, the gold focus going to be exhausted. It means that you are prone to being grabbed out by monks around you, which is why they throw in the tower, they throw in the Witch and TP. Just back gracefully out of the fight before, like you said, they can get punished for sticking around a little bit too long, as it is going to be GD giving up control of Ballista and immediately punished as XCG decide to occupy that open space and will be able to connect one singular shot onto the receding backs, claiming control of this area, opening themselves up to not just be a target, but control a lot of the spacing around them. You can see XCG just sort of wanting to try and figure out whether or not JJH are alone. They've seen Shu and Liu, but he's really the only target from JJH they've currently engaged upon. And with Mystic Might, they are going to know that this is an isolated member of the team, which means easy pickings for free players to try and take on 3 versus 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chuli here, there's not really any place you can go. You're gonna burn the ultimate, gonna burn the bubble, but unfortunately that bubble very, very quickly popped here on the end of these dual blades and this greatsword. JJH will find themselves heading back to the lobby here for game number 3, and it's got to be a disappointment. JJH coming in this week had a very good week. Their very first game of the week, they played a new comp. Not only did that new comp get them the victory for the game, but a hero that we haven't seen even in the trios meta in a long time walking away with the MVP. JJH having a very good day overall that day, and since then just been struggling to really find their footing during the rest of this week. And this is the 3rd game that JJH does not even make it to final circle here today in the bi-weekly final. This has got to be getting to these guys, because this is a team that definitely can perform. I think a lot of people, myself included, have talked about how we've been keeping our eyes on JJH, even their solo player coming in and doing very, very well for the team. So it's kind of disappointing to see them sputter out here in the bi-weekly final. But sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and JJH, unfortunately, does not like what they got from the bakery, Moxie.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a sour recipe for them to swallow. But this is a more traditional sort of lull that we tend to see, as it is going to be GG going toe-to-toe with TE just vying for control of the space. Potentially, we could see a third party come through from XCG. One of the players is rocking Scattershot, and that is going to be something that you are very much concerned about, as fully stacked Soul Jade bow is just absolutely terrifying for these players to run into. Although, so too is Musket with Armor Piercer, and that is, I don't know what I'd rather go up against, like fully stacked Soul Jade bow or fully stacked Soul Jade Musket. Both of them are absolutely devastating, and I think NiHQ might actually be rocking that Scattershot that we talked about, as it is just going to be them trying to control these tunnels, playing towards the edge of that zone. Once again, no one really wanting to put themselves in that central position, because central position, you open yourselves up because you take so much space and you're out in the open. Not only do you have to worry about the team to your left and your right, but also the team in front of you, the team behind you. Like, it makes sense that these teams don't really want to go for the central position. It makes sense that J-Team want to be putting themselves towards the outer edges of this zone, even more so because they're gonna get a Morris Blessing for free. Oh.
You know,
Not
I
like
think
this.
I think Moxie might be a little biased towards the bow there, simply because they've seen me with fully stacked Jades too many times with bows.
My tradition of finding you Soul Jades of like Burst Arrow and Fire Arrow and Scattershot, every single time you have a bow, it's like, here you go, Rune, have another Soul Jade, and another, and another, and another. I feel like I get bow Soul Jades more than longsword Soul Jades, and that's saying something.
Both Soul Jades are phenomenal, but no, I think currently there is a meta developing around the musket, and it's a weapon that wasn't favored for a very long time in either trios or solos. but these players adjusting to be able to use that slow shot in combination with the armor pierce on the musket has allowed many of these teams to pick up kills that otherwise would have gone to the wayside. So I think the musket really coming into favor in the meta in general, and it might be a little bit more scary than the bow soul jades. Unfortunately, OUG's SS falling victim to the Wisp. Man, you hate to see it. Thankfully, the Wu Chen on their team with the ultimate available will buy SS the escape velocity that they were looking for there. They do still get picked out by that. And man, it's such a tragic thing to see happen, right? Because you can blue focus through the Temi Wisp, right? It's just when you do get caught out by it, these players waste no time whatsoever. And it looked like 2 repeating crossbows and a bow coming through onto SS the second they were caught out. And the teleport from the Wu Chen just couldn't come out quick enough to keep them alive. So they were forced to just teleport the Karen out and get the resurrection. But man, do I love seeing that happen, because it's just like open season when you see somebody get caught out by that Wisp.
It's still open season because OUG and just like that panic to get that Wu Chen TP as quickly as possible before the rest of them get focused down, teleported backwards. So now they're in the worst possible position where they are pushing into an engagement already happening in front of them. They can't go further backwards because then they're walking into that zone tick. They don't have the Wu Chen TP either. So if these other teams around them recognize that this is the team that are coming out from that horrible position, this is a team that is vulnerable and don't have a pride position for the high ground, they could potentially just get chunked down in the search for finding a safe haven. But TE are actually the ones who make a little bit more noise than we typically tend to see them when they're running this composition. And as a result, there is direct conflict now coming through for GS, who decide to immediately try and push forward to cater ultimate from them, pushing TE further back, and EWG drawn out by the attention. Now look for that potential third party. OUG are able to actually pick up a kill onto Leo with the pole sword. Somehow they were able to find themselves in position to immediately be able to pressure onto TE, understanding that they're coming out of that horrible position. The best defense that they have to be able to turn that attention away from them is to turn it on to another team. And TE already being born upon by GS were the obvious candidate of choice, and it works out for OUG. OUG are able to reposition. They don't have to worry about building back up to that Wu Chen TP. They'll have it in the next fight when they get pressured. And TE, unfortunately, now have to find a way of getting their member back alive, healthy, and well.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate for Team TE, because the Wu Chen actually just completely timed out. Because the body sitting in the zone makes that tick go faster. So TE kind of loses their crucial reposition part of this composition, and that Wu Chen is what buys you survivability into the final circle, like they were able to get themselves in game 1. So now they're going to find themselves struggling to capitalize on too much, or to even make it to the very final circle here. As we are in zone 5 collapsing onto zone 6, it's going to get very interesting very quickly, as we see them just sitting topside trying to capitalize with some cannon shots. Alex M in the mech here, going airborne, looking to pressure onto the members of JL, going to knock a couple of them into the zone here, going to do it again onto another member of JL. JL's AS going to be picked up by OW Shu Tong. Alex M continuing the pressure here with the mech, gonna pop out of that mech into a white armor swap, which is very unfortunate, but Alex M finding themselves in a situation they do not want to be without armor whatsoever, so they're going to be forced to take what they can get their hands onto. OUG's SS just butchering people in the box there with that pole sword. The Wu Chen ult coming out to buy them some safety, but they do lose a member of their team. J-Team's Eagle here able to pick up multiple eliminations, and J-Team starting to find their footing here in the final circle, and this is exactly what J-Team wanted to do with this more traditional monk comp, was start to find a value out of it as the teams were pressured closer and closer together. XCG pressuring onto JDG's LSR and will pick up the elimination, and that's going to be it for the members of JDG. TE down to just VVV now, and we've seen time and time again how hard it is to capitalize on those Viper ultimates when you have just yourself to try to lock people down and then follow up with TE effectively cut short in this lobby as XCG and JL continue to fight for their lives here. JL's AS using that massive ultimate from Yodo Hime to just start shoving people towards the zone, but EWG's Fang able to find a grab onto a member of JL, looks for the double grab, doesn't find it, will take the slam though as Fang eats a poison splash on top of everything. Yiran, the last remaining member here for EWG. J-Team's Eagle also monked up on the other side of the map looking for grabs, forces GS's Liu Ye into the zone just by the threat of the grabs alone. We're going to see Eagle coming in looking to loot this body here, able to get some goodies off of it, as well as a Soul Bloom to keep himself tipped up and topped up as well. Now ZK just looking to play support here for the team as much as possible, trying to keep everybody completely topped up. Eagle not bothering to try to stop and heal the armor here, as he just wants to keep that pressure going on to the rest of these teams. XCG with 12 eliminations of the belt. TE's VVV going to be picked up by XCG, going to 13 eliminations here. It's GD with only a single member, but 12 kills left. If their Takeda can hold on, they can find themselves easily taking second place here in this lobby. J-Team just trying to find that momentum that they were able to find in the final zone of the last game here, waiting for those ultimates to come back up. You see ZK continuing to take cannon shots, trying to build some ultimate charge for themselves and trying to keep Eagle alive as well. J-Team picks up a 5th elimination though onto Ping Tao, and that will slide them into first place over the members of Team TE. J-Team has finally been able to play catch up here in our 3rd game of the day. Eagle going to see their grabs being blocked out by those Wu Chen wind walls, will find one grab, not able to find the second one, going to be forced to de-monk here. So much damage comes in from that Yodo ultimate. He wasn't able to find the grab onto the Yodo, but thankfully the ultimate coming through from ZK going to buy J-Team enough space to start healing up. They actually have just a little bit of cover with that fence there where they can safely try to take some of those pots up, and we're going to see both Eagle and ZK get that gold armor starting to be restored here. J-Team may not walk away the MVPs here, but they are looking to be the last team left remaining alive until Eagle gets picked up by Xiaonan. Xiaonan looking for the opportunity for that second grab, doesn't find it. Eagle going to continue to hold on here. NiHQ, Xiaonan looking to lock things up for XCG as they go to 15 eliminations, 17 eliminations off the back of that double grab here. Will pick up J-Team ZK. ZK needs to stay alive here if J-Team wants to stay in it. They need those heals coming in from the Karumi. The tether coming out from ZK, trying to get Eagle back into the game. That's all ZK's doing. They're forced to break the tether though. GG's Miskia going to go down to J-Team's 101 TN. Unfortunately, we will see ZK go down as well, and that's going to be it for J-Team as XCG just continues to lock this lobby up. XCG does have a transformation left under their belt, but it's not going to be enough. We do see it come through. XCG comes out on top here. A massive game for the members of XCG with a first place finish.
I feel like we're just seeing Pulsar become the weapon of meta. When that final zone is collapsing, because yes, they have a monk, yes, they have control of the space because they have one of the last monks, and all of the Yodos and Vipers have already been ejected from the lobby. But it is just your Yui running around, not even in ultimate form, with the Pulsar, with the right click charged up, just daring anyone to try to come forward and pressure him down and force that parry out, because again, you're baiting that position, you're baiting them into that frontline fight to brawl 1 versus 1, when also suddenly it's going to become a 1 versus 2 when you're going to find yourself getting grabbed out by XCG's monk, who is just standing steady. They saw what J-Team were able to do in the last match and they decided to innovate on it. Why have just a Takeda running around with a pole sword when you can have the best of both worlds? Have a Yui with a pole sword doing what ZK was doing in the last match, but have your monk still ulted up to make sure that no one can really pressure back onto you and try and punish just baiting that parry.
Yeah, and here's the big thing with the pole sword as well, is typically in the early to mid game, it's such a risky weapon in terms of ending up being parried. But in these final zones, there's just so much chaos going on. Even these top players are going to miss those opportunities to find the parries. And because you can position yourself by moving while you charge up that right click on the pole sword, you're actually able to patiently wait for that perfect opportunity to let the pole sword rip with the minimum amount of risk of being parried from these other players. You're looking for players who are either locking somebody else down in a combo or are locked down themselves to capitalize on letting that pole sword rip. But it's only because of how much chaos that breaks out in these final circles that that's possible for these players. Ooh, excuse me. And you will typically see these players running other weapons in the early to mid game. So it's an adjustment that's being made mindfully by these players to go, hey, I'm going to pick up this pole sword and back pocket it so that when we get to final circle, I can start to let this rip, get that maximum damage, but most importantly, get that range that it's able to create. Because when you can connect onto players, especially at the edge of circle, you can send them absolutely flying into circle. And every extra tick that they take from that zone damage is an extra chance for you to pick up an elimination, because those final zones really do deal so much damage. And the heal cut that is instantly there from that final zone, that last zone 7, is so drastic that even somebody like a Zping is not able to heal through it with their ultimate. So being able to launch people as far into the zone as humanly possible makes it such a great tool for these teams in those final zone moments.
Yeah, it also ignores shielding. So you can be sitting on legendary shielding, but if you're able to just push and ragdoll some of those players out into that zone tick, they are going to be going down. XTG are going to be going up in terms of their standings, however, picking up 21 kills and a 38-point game score. They are going to be very happy with that one. J-Team, likewise, probably going to be pretty happy with themselves. They're okay with taking an 11.5. TE, on the other hand, not going to be too happy by that one, Rune. 5.3 coming out from this team, and I believe that actually might have been enough the J team to be able to situate themselves up in that first spot finish. As a TE, unfortunately, it looked like it was going to go the way that we saw that initial first game. They lose a fight very early on. They decide, okay, well, we're just going to play patient. We're going to play for that final zone collapse. This is a composition that can punish all of those players being pushed together. We can use the Viper ultimate. We can use the Yoda ultimate as follow-up. And then things start to fall apart for this team, specifically when they lose Leo on that Wu Chan, because not only do you lose that TP to be able to relocate yourself, you also lose the ability to block those ranged projectiles, and it actually had a significant impact on how TE position themselves towards that 6th zone. We were seeing VVV just sat up in the tree, and TXJ was in that little small hut, separated away from his Viper, so if one got pressured, the other at least had a better position to try and peel for them. And that is perfect until OUG just decides to come in with an absolute gargantuan Viper stun that connects onto everyone who was looking to use that little hut as natural cover, and TXJ gets absolutely blended into smithereens.
Yeah, it's very, very unfortunate. Again, we've talked about this before with this particular comp, right? You need that Wu Chan if you're looking to pop off in the very final circle of the Viper comp, because again, the pacing of this comp has shifted. It's an early to mid game comp now. It used to be a late game pub stomping comp, right? That's where it excelled. But because of the shift in the meta, so too has its position shifted to an early to mid game comp. The only time it truly excels in late game are the very final moments of late game. When that zone 7 starts to collapse, you're able to capitalize on both the Viper stun follow up into the Yodohime ultimate, but importantly, the Wu Chen serves the purpose of buying your team protection into those final moments. When that team sees its Wu Chen stripped away, it's the exact same as seeing a traditional Transformers comp see its Kurumi stripped away from them, and all of a sudden it starts to crumble. The cracks in the house show, and the big bad wolf will show up to blow it down. And that's exactly what we see happening to Team TE in the very ending there. It's very unfortunate, but that's what happened. And this is why we talk about how important target acquisition is. If you're able to see a team like that, you know that Wu Chen is that team's safety. You want to target the Wu Chen out, because even if the stragglers get away and survive, they have lost what will buy them into those bigger moments. And we have to take a moment here to give it all to NIHQ from XCG for their 8th MVP of the Spring Split season. 29,000 damage, 11 kills, and 7 assists. Really coming in and putting in work here. And by the way, did you notice the overcomer, Moxie?
I did. I immediately noticed that the overcomer was there. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see it come through. I mean, like you said, we talked about it, like being able to just keep that right click on charge for so long allows you a lot more control in terms of that tempo with pacing. The overcomer, while it's nice and flashy, and if it does manage to scoop one player into just the stagger lockdown, a lot of the time it is guaranteed death. Unfortunately, it's also a lot easier to A, avoid, and B, punish the follow-up or even the startup frame where you can just come along and parry it very, very easily. Plus, they are playing on the patch where they haven't quite tweaked the control, so it's still a little bit lopsided to be able to control that horse. No surprises. Stallions want to run wild and free. They do not want to be contained by players sitting on their backs without spurs or a saddle or even stirrups to be able to keep themselves on the horse's back. But it still does more than enough to be able to keep those players around in check, because once again, it is going to be 18 indented kills coming through from a Yui with a pole sword, and I would be really interested to see how much of that 11k is actually done in the final closing zones as opposed to throughout the entirety of the match, because like you said, it feels like pole sword is becoming a very niche pick, similar to when solos, when we see things like a Taka save either a spear or a staff to be able to take advantage of when they're in the ultimate form, and they can look for those stagger lockdowns. You will only see it come out when they're in the ult form. It feels like pole sword is becoming that for trios.
Absolutely. But we've got an interview for you guys, so we're going to throw things over to Jaeger before we come back in and lock in for our last 3 games of the evening. Jaeger, take it away.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 101TN and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 昊天，也是老朋友了，再次跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 GT111昊天。
欢迎浩天来到赛后采访。So I have a question. That's how's your feeling? Like you lived the Nbpl for a really long time and then you back to here again. And how's your feeling? And how you like cooperate with your teammate? 那我先特别想问一下，在昊天其实转了那么大一圈，又回到了 Nbpl， 回到了 J Team 之后，目前和队友磨合下来，感觉怎么样了？
觉得还蛮不错的，进步速度也是跟我想象的要好一点。希望之后再进步快一点，我们的团队作战能力也能再变得更强一点。
好的。So in my opinion, I think we are very okay now because we like improve ourselves like for 3 double weeks, and I think we can like improve faster, and I really want us to be stronger in the future. Okay, I think it's time for us to move on to next part, answer for treasure. 好的，接下来就到了我们一个问答送福利的环节。那我先给大家讲一下游戏规则，一会儿我们就要来看一下这道题目是什么，好吗 ？OK， 好 ，So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we'll take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see. Today's question is, which team is leading the scoreboard now? 那今天这道题目啊，昊天应该非常熟悉了。今天场上到目前为止，哪个队伍现在是领跑的积分榜呢 ？So before we find out the correct answer, I would like to ask 昊天 a question. So how are you feeling for today's game? 那我特别就是在我们公布正确答案，因为已经讲到了今天的比赛，所以我要先问一下你，今天前3把打下来。对目前场上的所有的队伍啊，你自己怎么一个评价？或者今天的这个比赛感觉打下来如
何？我觉得今天周决比以往周决可能要更激烈一点吧。根据我个人来讲，今天压力还是蛮大的。但是也打得比较兴奋，比较喜欢这种感觉，我觉得很爽。
Okay, to be honest, I think today, because it's the bi-weekly final of the Trios game, it's really difficult, I think, than the before. Yeah, and I think it's really difficult today, and we need to work hard to get our ambition. Okay, so I think our player is prepared and let's start counting. 那我觉得昊天应该已经准备好给大家送出福利了吧？好的，那我们就准备倒计时。
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那么正确答案到底是哪一个？就让昊天来揭晓一下。
正确答案是 C G Team。
没错 ，the correct answer is C J Team. Okay, because we are the bi-weekly final today and we still have the 3 other games. I would like to know for the Team J team, so what's your ambition today? 那因为我们还有3场比赛嘛，而且今天也是一个周决的现场，所以特别想问一下昊天 ，J team 今天准备拿下一个怎么样的目标呢？
我都希望我们队伍今天可以，怎么说，状态越来越好，争取拿下周冠。当然也可以在过程中发现更多的不足去改正。
好的 So to be honest, I think because today is the bi-weekly final and I really want us to be stable, have a very good status in the bi-weekly final. And the most important thing is not the ambition for today because we are going to have the final. So I would like to have to find out the more error and questions in the match and then just correct them. 好的，谢谢昊天。我感觉，这真的是有一段时间没见，感觉真的变化不少。也希望接下来能看到你们一个好的状态和发挥。好的 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Game 2 as well. Timo with a nice Houdini there. The break Jin's ankles there. The clink comes in off of both of these players. Gonna release this LMB charge. Goes for the jump R&B, but it was not a lot of damage. And he's gonna get... The Nbpl comes into play for Panda Man. AOW's right now on the hunt. He needs to get this elimination. He needs to get this quick as possible. Make sure he does not get stolen by anybody around him. AOW's might now trying to create some space, trying to find his opening for himself. He's gonna finish it, or he's gonna open it with a nice pairing, with a nice double pairing.
Gonna be able to get some damage on him as well. Tries to close in the gap here, and he ends up getting a beautiful hit though with the Takeda. And even with that though, still going to be able to work towards this as well. And even with this, gets the shutdown here. KLA's Fang is able to get the finish and gets the elimination. T225. As he goes right through the windows, trying to see if he can find anything more, ends up getting hit and juggled with that spear, ends up getting caught inside of the bell. And obviously the Reza able to do so much damage on the WBG Spider.
Doing what you said, Dabby, just waiting. He picked for the elimination here to Swear with a nice crouch parry there. He had the sap there too as well for the dual blades. Swear gonna try to spin back that kick. He does manage to connect. He throw down the B3 beacon into the R&B. Tries to go for the follow-up, did not connect. Now the mech comes up here for Swear Gun was just trying to back up for the time being.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we take a look here, 3 games deep of our 6 games of our trios bi-weekly finals this week. Some positions shifting around. EWG continuing to climb ever so slowly out of the bottom 7 positions here as they move up into 10th place. AOW unfortunately falling in the leader standings as well. JJH continuing to maintain that same position. And again, man, this is one of those stories that's really sad because JJH is a team that I know a lot of people were talking about coming into this bi-weekly, how well they've been performing, and they're just not able to find it here. J team at the very tippity top as they do move past TE into that first place position by over 5 points, and XCG crucially climbing all the way up from 7th position off the back of this game into 3rd position. This was a team that at the start of the day, we talked about having high expectations for because they are a very consistent based team, and we expected them to come in today and look to pop off on top of that consistency. After our first 2 games, unfortunately, they hadn't found that level of consistency that we're so used to seeing coming out from XCG. But here in this game, they pop off with almost a 40-point game. Oh my God. I almost said 4-point game, but 40-point game for XCG, climb themselves up into the top 3 positions. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from XCG, was to come in today with a more feast or famine mindset. They want to have those big pop-off games because it is the bi-weekly final. This is typically what we see a couple of teams starting to adjust to, is what I call the XCG playstyle, where they are more than happy to not go out all week as long as they qualify for the bi-weekly final off the back of just playing consistently. That way, when they get here, they can look to go absolutely insane to try to snatch away that bi-weekly final from some of these other top teams. And that's clearly what they are trying to do after we finally see them pop off into this final circle here in our game number 3. But things are going to get interesting because we are now going to go into game number 4, and this is a crucial crossroads for many of these teams, because when we talk about carrying momentum, it's hard to carry momentum from game 1 into game 2 because of the change up in map. It completely changes your strategy and the way you have to approach the game. Coming into this, we're going from Morsile to Morsile, and that means you get to carry that momentum. But we are going to throw over to a short video before we see if these teams are capable of doing just that.
我感觉我们变化最大就是敢操作了嘛，敢操作了，之前是不敢操作，然后再加上也就进化了，就学习了其他人的一些优点，再加上我们自己也敢操作，就拼操作嘛，打得过的话，那就自然而然分很高，所以把之前的怂给去掉了，之前就怂刻在骨子里了。我对 TE 的看法就是，这是一支细节拉得很满的队伍，就细节基本上都拉满了，剩下的其实就看他们自己会不会失误了。如果他们失误少，就只能说是给他打败了，不然的话限制不了他拿分，就还是得向他学习吧。基本上因为他细节确实拉的是应该是最满的。
Oh, I love it when we're talking about a specific team and we've wrote it with VT, and it's literally the team that we were just talking about, XCG, elaborating on the change up in their playstyle, saying that they're having a lot more aggressive playstyles today, that they really are looking back on how they played previously, and they're a little bit ashamed of it. I don't think they have to go as far as being ashamed of it. I just, like you, prefer that we're seeing them take a more proactive angle and chasing these really big pop-off games, because, like we said, they've consistently been decent, and because of that, they've been able to land themselves in top 5 a whole lot of time. But we haven't really got to see them walk away with an MVP win, or even just a win overall in the bi-weekly finals, because other teams around them had those big pop-off moments where they were able to coast in other games off of the score that they posted. J-Team, however, and TE aren't in that same spot that they normally find themselves in. Yes, J-Team had an amazing pop-off game, but all it's done is allow themselves something like an 8-point lead over TE, and TE are, I believe, 3 points ahead of XCG at the moment, so it still is very much all to play for. If XCG are able to put another pop-off game like we just saw from them on the board, they can immediately change up the scoreline yet again, and we can see both J-Team and TE ousted from that top spot with XCG moving in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, crucial thing to remember too as well, though, XCG actually started the day in a higher position than J-Team did. J-Team was down in 4th place. XCG came in today in 2nd place, while TE was in 1st place, meaning TE had the most points carried over from the regular bi-weekly, and that one game from J-Team actually doubling the points that TE made in game 1 and game 2. Very, very crucial, because TE, yes, they had a pop-off game for game 1, but it was half as many points that J-Team got in their game number 2, which has made it so that J-Team was able to climb that gap, and why they are now in 1st place. It doesn't matter how many semi pop-off games that we see coming out of the members of Team TE. If when J-Team has their big games, they double that amount of points coming through, because when you only have 6 games to play for the bi-weekly final, it makes it very, very difficult for these teams to come back from something like that. As we get ready to lock in for game number 4, I'm expecting to see more of the same here. I'm probably going to call it. We're going to see some more of these Takeda Monk comps coming out here on this particular map. Even though it is dawn and there's less fireflies available, it realistically just changes your spawn location as a team. And sure enough, we're going to see a lot of these teams coming through onto those Takeda Monk picks here, just because of how well it serves them on Morris Isle. We've seen that meta develop, right? Where if you're going to run Takeda Monk, you're going to be running it on Morris Isle. If you're going to run Faria Monk for the most part, you're going to be running it on Tahalorath because of that verticality. Only one team denying my hypothesis there being XCG, who's looking to run Faria Monk on to this map here for Morris Isle. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for the members of XCG here, and if they can carry the momentum from last game into this game. J-Team, no surprises here. They're going to be running that traditional Transformer comp that typically serves them so well on Morris Isle, and the members of TE also now going to be transitioning into that more traditional Transformer comp. And if I had to guess why, it's because they've not been able to find a mid game for themselves at all during all 3 of these games here. They know if they bring this particular comp in, no matter how far they realistically find themselves behind when those gates of Yang come forward, if they can get into the gate of Yang, they have such a high win percentage on this particular comp inside the realm of Yang that they're going to be able to find some sort of mid game for themselves here finally in game number 4, Moxie.
I mean, taking that even one step further, it could potentially be that they understand J-Team when they run this composition like to posture for those Gate of Yang fights, and TE wants to knock their competition out of the lobby early, because like you said, J-Team have had that pop-off game and they more than doubled the points where TE were able to find themselves an MVP win. If they can take J-Team out of the lobby off of just beating them in Gate of Yang fight and forcing them in that really awkward position where you have Yang depletion and you have to take a fight as quickly as possible, throwing in all of your ultimates as quickly as possible, so that, yeah, you might cure the Yang depletion, but you don't have anything to stave off a third party when it comes through 5 seconds afterwards. It's going to be a win condition for TE and could potentially be what changes the scoreline at the end of the day and sees them either in 1st or 2nd position. But JDG immediately going to be seeing themselves going into a fight against JJH. Water with the nunchucks trying to land onto Xiao Hui, baits in with the parry and actually finds the connection. Xiao Hui plays into it, throws out the blue, and Water comes in with the parry, knocking the nunchucks onto the ground and being able to claim that kill for JJH. This is going to be a really good start for this team. JJH, like you said, are a team that we've been keeping an eye on moving forward. They're not fielding the Justina this time around, but they're still going to find a lot more success. Ventus, on the other hand, not finding as much success. They've had a little bit of a poor performance. Today we've seen some cracks in terms of coordination. We've seen as well that the Wuchen TP unfortunately can cancel out both the Yodo and the Viper stun, and it has unfortunately left them in a very poor situation more than once. As XCG Jiaonan in a little bit of a tough spot themselves, has to go into that mech to keep themselves safe a little bit longer. AOW going to use that bell to keep themselves safe for the cannons to come through, and then goes for the monk form. Jiaonan with the boosters will be able to save themselves onto the high ground away from the monk to try and chip away at the members of AOW that Xiao Wukong was trying to use that monk comp to be able to cover forward. But TE comes in with the third party, and surprise, surprise, the third party comes in the form of a pole sword. Bane's Breath going to be dropped to deny an exit and disengage from the teams around them as TXJ trying to find some of these opening picks. VVV will be able to find XCG Xiaonan. And this should be TE coming in with a nice clean kill for their side. They can still try and find some of these stragglers, but it's definitely not going to be easy. Shadow Jade Mind's renowned for being able to lose line of sight for some of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. JL here finding themselves in a bit of a bad situation as EWG pressures into this third party and looks to clean up all three members of JL, and it's exactly what's going to happen here as GG and JL both find themselves blitzed down here. GG looking to go ahead and start resurrecting here. JL going to be sent back to the Soul Altars. EWG doing kind of what EWG does best with these early game cleanups in fights. J-Team in a very bad position here as they have lost one fight already this game. Only their Kurumi with Resurrection left available to themselves, and we see them being chased out after resurrecting by the members of KLA. That said, we do see the Monk transformation coming through, and KLA's YKC going to be split off from the rest of the team. Unfortunately, we see Eagle pressured to the wrong side of this, so his hand's going to lose about half their effectiveness because of the way the bridge there blocking. We also see a massive Bane's Breath coming in from the side of KLA, and KLA is going to back out, and this is fairly important for J-Team as KLA was the one creating pressure onto them. They want to continue that pressure while that Bane's Breath is up. But since they had to back off to reset, it's going to buy J-Team some time to escape. And look at this, Eagle making the sacrifice play as he's the only one that KLA has visual on, so he knows what he needs to do here. ZK still has a resurrection, and if Eagle goes down, it's going to be very easy for the rest of his team to be able to buy him back, given the amount of Dark-Tide coins that they have. And he's not really losing anything, right? He's on white armor, white weapon here, so for them to buy him back, he's going to find himself in the exact same situation he was. Realistically, they're just giving KLA a single elimination and buying the rest of J-Team time to buy Eagle back here. Smart plays coming in from J-Team. We've actually seen a couple teams suffer because of this. ZK is way on the other side of the map. And it's because
they split. They got a bounty. So not only did they have to sacrifice Eagle, they had to send ZK away too. I mean, at least he has the resurrection still available. Like, I was a little bit concerned too when we cut to 101 and he's like almost in shipwreck, and then we cut towards ZK and he's in Solacha. I was like, hold on a minute.
Yeah, very interesting.
Half the map away from each other.
Very unfortunately, though, the bulk of their Dark-Tide coins is actually onto ZK, and ZK has the bounty onto their head, which means that resurrecting the Tian Hai for their team, getting Eagle back into the game is going to be risky business unless they communicate well and send Yueshan off to a Soul Altar on the other side of the map and just have ZK buy the resurrection ticket. It means they can't come together to share Dark-Tide coins either, so that's why we see ZK so quickly burning through Celestra, opening troves left and right, not even bothering to loot them besides just grabbing the Dark-Tide coins as they pass, because they need to be able to buy that resurrection ticket and get Eagle back into the game to make some things happen. We are Zone 1 collapsing onto Zone 2, which means very soon we are going to see those first sets of Realm of Yang come forward, and we're going to likely see teams like Team TE and J-Team, if they can buy back their teammate in time, looking to pressure those as soon as possible, because they are running that more traditional Kurumi comp that has that high percentage win rate, and that teams like XCG are going to want to avoid them at all costs because they already know that there are some traditional Transformer comps in here, and it does not serve them well to go in there and lose to the more traditional version of this comp.
Yeah, I can see J-Team, like, especially like now we saw the Rebirth Charm come through. The problem for them, there is benefits to going into the Gate of Yang, right? If you do go to a different gate to the rest of your teammates, you will still be spawned into the same portal, so you will be able to regroup, but when you will leave the Gate of Yang fight, you're still going to be separated into those entrances that you took all the way away from each other. And because they were so busy playing this wild goose chase, they haven't had the time to be able to loot and scale. So at the moment, the best that they're rocking in terms of loot tier is blue, and everyone else around them is going to be running the purples. Worse, ZK is still going to have a bounty on their head, so I think if you're J-Team, you don't take that chance. You don't go into a Gate of Yang fight because you know you're just not going to be equipped to be able to deal with it, especially because Eagle still hasn't been able to be brought back by this team at the moment. ZK not wanting to run straight for Assault Altar is really not wanting to risk being pushed upon because he still has the bounty, giving away his location, pinging out to whoever did put the bounty on this team's head where he is going to be. 101 TN will be able to start making his way towards that Soul Altar. He can get Eagle back. His position is not going to be known, as they have been able to somewhat regroup with each other, but being so far out of the zone, playing this safely to make sure the Eagle comes back online essentially throws them out of the race for the Gate of Yang fight. They are going to be too far away from the action. They don't have the weapons and the armor to be able to scale into a fight going on. And teams like JJH and GS, they do, which is why they're pushing each other to the absolute brink, forcing ultimates from the other side. Because if you throw an ultimate into this next fight, you're not going to have it for when you try and push into a Gate of Yang afterwards. Water, without that Yodo ultimate, is going to try to look for the punish. The Wuchen TP comes through. JJH's God Lee on that monk form is still, however, able to find one of the members from GS and holds them in position. Health bar goes extraordinarily low. The repeating crossbow coming through in answer to the monk, but GS will be able to make sure that they come out on top. Unfortunately for JJH, because they'd used that Yodo ultimate very early on and not find the kill, not find the immediate win condition that they were looking for, and then they throw the monk form in without a way of sustaining that monk through the repeating crossbow continuous tick, they're not able to find any way of securing victory in that fight. As TE and GD now go toe-to-toe. TXJ, another monk who's going to have to contest with repeating crossbow shots coming through. GD's Kakaishi going to be able to try and find one grab. TE's TXJ is going to be able to find one of their own. No, Leo is in the Yui ultimate. He is denying that chance for a double grab to come through from TE, but TXJ is just not getting an opportunity to use these grabs. He's being hounded. Kakaishi is pushing and slamming him, so he's continuously staggered, and K, when he is stagger locked, is going in for the feet. TXJ, as a result, doesn't find the slams, doesn't find the grabs, and GD, with K now going for the Yui ultimate, is going to hold on to his far longer than TE's Leo is going to have his out for two. And GD now can try and punish these players of TE, looking to use that Karumi ultimate as a sanctuary to be able to heal up from all of the damage done. K, still in the Yui ultimate, has the Karumi tether to keep himself topped up and continues to hound onto these members of TE. This is the longest we've actually seen a fight go on for these compositions without a single player going down. The ultimates are gone from both sides, from all of these players, and now it's just going to come down to Micro! VVV comes in with a katana lockdown, but doesn't manage to find the follow-up. What they are able to do is isolate the members of GD away, and the peel now has to come through, opening TE up for trying to find the kills, but VVV is on the opposing end. GD forced into that stone form. K just clanging against that pole sword, as TE have done enough to build TXJ back into an ultimate, and K does not have the Yui ultimate. He is not going to be able to prevent the double grab from coming through, so GD just get aggressive. They hound down TXJ's health bar. They've already dealt with the Karumi. They know the tether and the ultimate have already been removed, and GD, it took them a while, but finally they're able to fight through a marathon of a Gate of Yang fight and come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Coming out here from Team GD, and this is very interesting. It's very hard to come out on top of that fight when you're at a gear disadvantage and it's the same comp into the same comp. So GD, clearly with the gear advantage, is able to come out on top, but immediately come out to find themselves face to face with the members of JDG, and JDG wishing that they hadn't taken this fight, as they are starting to be pressured very quickly onto by the members of Team GD. JDG with the Vermilion Bird's might, just like GD is, but they've already lost one of their members. They're looking to lose another one very shortly here as Kopi goes extremely low. K will go down though. JDG loses the second, and then it's now a 2v1, but TE and KLA coming in for the third and fourth party respectively. TE needing to get their hands here on to these soul blooms, and have already found one for TXJ. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute fiesta breaking out here between all of these teams. KLA also able to clean up a member of Team GD, and it's the two teams, ironically enough, that have Yang depletion show up to the fight that's breaking out between the two teams that won Realm of Yang, and they're gonna clean up and start picking up these eliminations for themselves. TE more than happy with their lot in life as they come out on top and start to pressure onto the members of KLA. KLA's QGG trying to use that Takeda ult to make something happen and realize he's not going to be able to find it, so they're going to pop the no ult zone. And now the sixth party getting ready to come in from GS. This fight does not stop. TE forced to burn the ultimate as they're able to get away from the no ult zone. KLA going to keep themselves in there because they do not want to be pressured onto, and GS thinks they have a better opportunity with their ultimates as they start to pressure onto the members of Team TE. TE going to be forced around into the no ult zone as well as forced into the zone. They're going to lose Leo off of the rip here, and TXJ and VVV now looking to be picked up by the members of KLA. This could be it for TE. What an unfortunate turn of events. KLA plays the no ult zone, uses it to their favor as they get ready to turn onto these struggling members of Team TE. TE will go down to a single member running through the lovely zone right now. TE will find themselves struggling yet again in game number 4, Moxie.
Oh, that's really unfortunate for TE. You could tell like they wanted those soul blooms earlier in patches. Like if you would go after those teams that won the Gate of Yang fights, you'd be like, why? The Million Birds Might doesn't drop soul bloom, but now it does, so you can absolutely understand why. They know that there's a fight going on. It's likely that they tracked when they were in the Soul Altar form that there was a fight going down. They knew they were coming for the third party, so ultimates would be out of the way. And when you lose the Gate of Yang fight, yep, they pull it off. It's GG! It's GG all over again! TE are able to pull off the revive somehow, some way, and all 3 of their players will still be standing and start to figure out where exactly they want to go, as EWG are probably going to be wanting to go anywhere that isn't here. We unfortunately being hounded down at the moment by J Team's 101 Tian moving in on that Yui, just pushing these members of EWG away. TE's VVV is gonna go down on the bottom right corner of the screen, but don't look away, folks. He's gonna get rezzed up by his 2 teammates. We are still in early zones. The zone tick damage is gonna be a little bit soft, but definitely nowhere near burning through the health in time to be able to take all of the players of TE down. They are just going to rest chain as the VVV got picked up and goes down. Once again, we're talking about going down. What goes down is also probably going to go up as Eagle finds the grab onto the Yodo, cutting EWG's Yodo ultimate a little bit early. And it is now going to be the Wuchen panic TP to immediately abandon ship as EWG are not able to chunk Eagle down, and as a result have to fly the white flag, surrender the fight, as J Team now can look to try and track where they went down. All the while, TE are just continuing to spring back up, reviving each other in a absolute stellar command. The one thing I will say, however, is that by taking this long to do this shenanigans, they are eating into the time set up to try and find kills, and that is going to be concerning.
Yeah, as they finally they actually find their way back into the zone, unlike the members of GG the last time we saw this chain happen. And ironically enough, it is the members of Team GG that are waiting for them at the edge of the zone, giving TE a little taste of their medicine from last season. As when they were Fun plus Phoenix, they typically would do this, stay at the edge of the zone and kind of look for these straggler teams. And it's one of the unfortunate measures of being that team that chains those resurrections from inside the zone and trying to get back into the zone is everybody sees you dying to the zone on repeat, popping in the kill feed. They know that somebody is coming in from outside of that zone, and they're going to be able to find those stragglers in a bad situation. And Team TE completely separated as JL shows up for the third party here. TXJ forced yet again into the zone, and TE just not having a good day here today as they continue to get pressured by these other teams. TXJ really trying to lock something down here, for the members of Team TE. We are going to see JL follow up though, and it just is going to get worse and worse. TXJ going to pop the Monk ult here, but realistically, JL has so much verticality here, they can just continue to pressure onto TXJ from above, and like they are here, and that's going to be it for TXJ as Team TE goes down. And now, the question is do we see the repeat coming out from the members of Team TE? Because VVV waiting in the wings nearby, and JL is going to be forced off of this body and back into the zone. The problem here is that Feng has chosen to just take their repair and chill here as the members of JL slowly come in past VVV. VVV's been found, and there's no chance for VV to make something happen here as they are immediately parried into a Dragon's Rush follow-up from the longsword as well. Oh my God. Turn the camera away. What are we watching here? This can't be legal.
Well, we're going to be watching a potential third party come through as GG. See 17JL. No, that 17JL have been able to find that conquest. TE have been unfortunately knocked out of the lobby early yet again. And GG, now with that easy kill removed, are not going to be sticking around too long when they don't know whether or not other teams had been baited out by that res chain going down on the right side of screen. And it's better to play for that prior positioning, especially given that we're going to see some more blessings start to come through. And these teams are going to be forward thinking. They're going to be thinking about positions. They're going to be thinking about where they want to be standing so that they can punish all of the teams around them while keeping as little attention focused onto their side as possible, especially when you're not running the Temi. It really does come down to making sure that you play that Monk's position perfectly so that when you go for the Monk up, you don't have to spend 50% of your ultimate repositioning as JDG have the Monk form, but immediately he's going to go so low. Somehow LSR is able to stay standing. It does come in the form of additional pressure onto EWG inside that Karumi ultimate as they bait the Monk form, they bait the Karumi ultimate and immediately throw in the Wuchen TP to reposition as JDG do not want to stay in that space. They know that they've burned two of their most important ultimates. They will at least still have Xiao Hui's Yui transformation to try and cover and buy themselves a little bit more time for LSR to be able to cycle back into that Monk form. But right now, they are going to be easy pickings for teams that are able to alt cycle and track where they're going to be running off to. So it really does just become just reposition. Don't push back onto that team that used the Wuchen TP. Bundle up your resources. Make sure that your musket shot is going to be repaired so you can try and snipe those kills as quickly as possible and play for the long con.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, some of these teams not going to be able to play any sort of long con, as we saw happen to TE earlier. VVV just completely caught out in that push by the members of JL. Now XCG and J Team, the two teams at the top of the order, still alive here heading in to zone number 4. Unfortunately for XCG, kind of behind in terms of loot, and this is exactly where you don't want to be when you're on these Monk comps. This is what we talk about all the time, is if you're not able to secure anything in the mid game, it becomes a struggle. And you have to question, you know, if you're running this Feria comp that has Temi, why this team didn't reposition and start looking for some of those Morris blessings when you have the ability to secure them pocketed in your Temi ult. It's one ultimate and you can find yourself finding the gear you need to get into late game. Unfortunately for XCG, they haven't been able to do that. Turning to J Team in a similar situation where they're fairly behind on loot, but they have at least been able to find one set of purple armor for Eagle, which is going to buy them quite a bit more safety, especially because they do have a healer. XCG kind of going to be reeling from that decision making twice because they also don't have a healer to keep their Monk topped up. So the Monk are going to have even less health and no way to get those heals off for their teams. We take a look in the very middle of the map. We do see XCG finally trying to pressure onto a Morris Blessing. The problem being is it is into the late game now, meaning this is going to be one of the most heavily contested Morris Blessings because of that gold armor coming through here. Luckily, they are on it first, immediately going to pop the ultimate here. No need to worry about wasting it. Spend the ult, get yourself the box. They do get the box, but we see a Temi stand coming in from up above, but I don't think they have to worry about their ultimate being canceled out by another Temi ult, as they were already able to open the box, and you would not want to commit your ultimate just to come in for that third-party potential there. We are going to see the Dragon's Roar coming through. Xiaonan here trying to pressure onto GG now, as they've been able to find some of that armor. We're going to see the Monk transformation coming in just to counteract those first slashes from GG's Miskia. Miskia able to find NiHQ, but gets grabbed out by Xiaonan and immediately going to take a lot of damage, and GG going to be forced to use that Wu channel to back out. Xiaonan trying to come in and cover for the resurrection of NiHQ, but they have no tether. That means XCG are going to be forced to back out of this, as we see both a Bane's Breath behind them and those repeating crossbows coming in from the front. Xiaonan now going to be the one caught out. They drop the perfect Temi ult to try to just keep Xiaonan locked down here, but it's not going to be enough, as Xiaonan is able to get the parry, but does fall victim to the 3v1. And XCG, who tried to find the gear that they needed to get into late game, they simply waited too long. They made themselves too much of a target, find themselves being sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, Ventus coming in with a really clean lockdown of the Temi ultimate to be able to secure that kill and then be on their merry way. There's GG looking like they're going to be in control of this zone. They've still got 3 of their players all alive. They still crucially have the Viper and the Wu Chen to be able to buy themselves safe passage into that 7th zone, collapsing forward. J-Team just rifling through the store at the moment, rolling for the soldier. It's going to be outside of the zone, so no one is going to be able to come through and pick up all of the scraps that they leave behind, just making sure everyone is going to be stacked out in terms of weapon loadout, because yeah, they're not really going to be stacked out in terms of anything else. Like you said, Eagle is the only one on this team running that purple armor. They also don't have purple weapons. If they had a purple weapon, it would be on Eagle as well. So they are most likely going to struggle when it comes to kill confirmations. Off of the 100% to 0, most likely J-Team are going to be looking to snipe away some kills. The problem is that by going for that Riptide so far away from where the zone actually is, in hopes of no one picking up the soldiers that they roll through, they've left themselves vulnerable to actually finding a position. Right now already you can just see, as we cut to J-Team's perspective, absolute barrage of range utility just pushing against this team, not allowing them any downtime. They are so lucky that they don't go into a Temi Wisp, because if they did, it would be curtains for one of these players. As another Morris Blessing spawns through, GG have done what they've needed to. They've been able to pressure J-Team to keep them moving, to stop them from being able to pick up that box, because ideally that was what the box that J-Team needed to secure was. That immediately would make up for them only having 1 purple armor to split between all 3 of them, but it's GG who walk away with it, and that is a terrifying prospect indeed. Interestingly, it's going to be Miskia who has that legendary armor first, going in forward for the box opening with the F3, so that the Yodo is the one to have a little bit of self-sustainability in case you do get pressured when the wind pulls from the Wuchen falls through. 2-1 Yui is going to be able to find with a repeating crossbow. OUG things in you, but it's JJH who might potentially be the ones in trouble at the moment. Godly in the Monk is forced to drop it early, as OUG's the King finds the grab onto, oh no, it's J-Team's Eagle. He's not going to be able to try and keep himself alive as the Karumi tether comes through, but the reverb grab is there. The King slams Eagle down onto the ground, sending him onto the low ground, but also into taking so much zone tick damage. Eagle is able to grapple his way through, but he has been spotted by OUG. The good news is OUG don't have the members alive to be able to pressure Eagle back, and he's been able to make it to his Karumi side. So even if they have to invest something like the Karumi ultimate, they're not going to sniff, they're not going to second guess. They are more than happy to keep Eagle still standing if that's what it takes, as all of these teams now want to take control of this ground inside the house. GG's LXM coming in with a Viper stun to try and push all of the players that were looking to secure that space away from these Monk compositions. It lands onto EWG's Giran, who gets staggered out, and it's absolute ham inside this building. KLA's YKC now decides to be the bad tenant and comes through on the Monk form, looking to find these grabs onto the players of GG. Miskia is absolutely fearless in the face of the Monk and commits the full Yoda ultimate into chunking him down before he can be grabbed out, but Eagle is the one that you have to be watching. Double grab comes through from him, forcing a Wuchen TP, a relocation, before he can find those kills, as he drops out of monk form and now looks to try and find some of those fresh resources from the bodies outside of zone. Orion will be able to pick himself up the Soulblin to heal back the damage that he'd taken when the ult bomb had dropped through, and as a result, J Team still sitting on 2 kills but waiting for that moment to dictate the tempo of this lobby once more.
Yeah, absolutely. J-Team looking to find that opening. They were able to get that double grab and pick up an elimination, but they are behind in eliminations, and the lobby is very quickly dwindling. So they're going to be looking to find a position where they can just post up and start building that rage on to their monk player Eagle so that they can find a decent positioning, after which to start taking control of the lobby here. They need to zone off and find a high position that's going to allow them to get as many grabs as possible, because they are playing that monk comp. We're going to see 101 TN with that musket coming through and picking up a kill. This is exactly what I was talking about before, with the musket starting to come into favor in our pro league as many players start to favor the combination of slow shot and armor pierce. We're going to see JJH, Lee very, very low on the backside, and Eagle wanting to pressure towards that as there's so many players there. If Eagle is able to ult up on the backside of the map here, he might find himself being able to find the picks that he's looking for, and sure enough, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's able to find JJH's God Lee, and OUG's SS with the double grab immediately picks up an elimination into the re-grab, just throws SS, decides I'm going to go ahead and take the second elimination here, and J-Team starts to find that momentum we were talking about, that shift into being able to get these grabs. Unfortunately, oh my god, he's able to get that double grab off at the very last possible moment. J-Team's Eagle continues to show us why he's one of the best monk players in the league. Unfortunately, they're not able to capitalize on those kills, but 101 TN coming in hot here with the Yueshon ultimate, starting to pressure onto these teams, will start to find the eliminations that J-Team is looking for as they pick up JL's one bank. GG's Miskia just trying to do what GG does best, and they will be able to find an elimination off the back of that Yodohime ultimate. The F3 coming down airborne to protect the members of GG, but 101 TN having none of it, or sorry, GD's K on the Yueshon coming in and pummeling and just capitalizing on GG being so low, but it's 101 TN with the musket who's able to snipe out the elimination onto GG's Miskia, the biggest threat to J-Team, eliminated from the lobby. We see 330 go away as well. Look at this, 101 TN yet again coming in with the Overcomer and the Pole Sword. Like we've talked about, this new meta being developed on the backside of these teams here in the NBPL. We're going to see J-Team's Eagle pick up another elimination. They go to 9. EWG's 2-Tick coming in with the Yodohime ultimate, trying to lock down some of these members. 101 TN going to take some of these slashes and get shoved around. J-Team's Eagle, though, going to find the Monk transformation as he gets silenced out by the Viper. EWG showing us why the Viper comp here so strong into the transformation comp, but the Kurumi ultimate keeping J-Team's Eagle healed up. GG's LXM coming in, looking to lock down the lobby yet again, but Eagle more than happy to stay standing in the middle. 101 TN on his head, completely safe as he comes in and starts to buy some space for the members of J-Team. EWG gonna pick up LXM. J-Team just looking to lock down this last member of EWG, and that's gonna be it as EWG's Zhao Liu goes down to the zone. J-Team comes out on top for the second time today.
Oh, again, you can see just the win condition and how much easier this Kurumi composition allows that monk to breathe. Right, if J-Team hadn't run that Kurumi and they'd opted to run something like Itemi instead, when Eagle gets grabbed out, he doesn't stay up. He doesn't stay up, and J-Team don't get really to take him back either. But Kurumi Teva is more than enough to be able to keep Eagle topped up. He's able to dip his way into the zone. He's able to lose any tail that comes through from any player that wants to try and hunt after him. He regroups with his team, and from there, Eagle gets to do what Eagle does best. We talk about some of these monk players, how players like 330, it felt like we were a little bit ahead of the curve last year, which is why GG, whenever they ran that monk composition, just looked so good with it. I think Eagle may well just be the best monk when it comes to finding double grabs in 6th and 7th zone. Like, he just does it so effortlessly even if he gets stunned out by Vipers, he just has that innate trust in his team as well to hold on to that monk form. A lot of monks that we know would try and drop the monk form because they want to iframe the Viper stun connection as they pull out of the ultimate. But Eagle is like, well, if I get stunned out, I get stunned out, but I trust ZK to have my back. I trust 101TN to have my back. I'm gonna hold myself in this monk form, and we see it time and time again. When Eagle goes so low, he literally holds on to that monk as long as he possibly can, so he can find those double grabs, and he gets so much value out of every single ultimate because of it.
Yeah, and you gotta love it. Again, J-Team's Eagle, easily one of the best monks in the league. We literally were having this discussion over in Twitch chat just earlier, and Eagle is always gonna be at the top of my very, very short list when it comes to monk players, not only because of his ability to find those double grabs, but because of his trust in his team. That is something as a monk player that is absolutely crucial, knowing that your team is going to be there to follow up and continuing to go, okay, I'm gonna do what monk needs to do regardless of the situation I find myself in. It is my team's job to have my back, so I'm going to let my team do their job instead of trying to do their job and my job. And it's really what separates these top tier monk players from other players who play monk in the league. Yes, there are some other players who play monk in the league who are very good, who can land some impressive double grabs. We saw, again, earlier this season, we saw the triple grab into cancel coming out from another monk player as well. That was very, very impressive. But it really does come down to the faith in my teammates to do their job so I can focus on mine. And it's J-Team who comes out with a first place finish and 10 eliminations that are going to buy them a 21 game score. And this is crucial for J-Team because Team TE was already 5 points behind J-Team. J-Team now climbing an additional 15 points ahead the members of Team TE in that first place position still, buys themselves almost a full game difference between TE and themselves, and there's only 2 games left remaining today, Moxie.
Yeah, XCG not having a brilliant performance, but GG coming in on that second position and picking themselves up 19 points may have done enough to eclipse TE as well and see themselves into second position and potentially becoming the team that J-Team have to worry about the most. GG have always been just very silently climbing in terms of those kills. Like, they understood TE's conundrum because GG had been in the exact position. They knew, like, okay, there's a res chain going off. As long as we're able to just push towards the outer edges of the zone, TE's gonna have to walk into us eventually. And it worked out for that favor. Not only were they able to keep TE just constantly on the hook, they were also able to stop TE from being able to recover. Even though the third party comes through and GG aren't the ones to pick up the kill, it still boots TE out of the lobby early and allows GG the control in those final zones to be able to just come in with those musket shots. So many times it looked like another play would come through with a kill, only for the credit to go for Miskia.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to take a look here at some of the replays from this game. JJH, they really are sticking to their guns. I've got to give them money for this. Every single game we see JJH hot drop and immediately take a fight. And sometimes it pays out dividends in their favor, and sometimes it backfires ever so beautifully for us and our viewers at home. As we see here, this is where BBB just gets completely caught out by the members of JL. And then again, GG's Miskia here really putting in work. You know, we talk about the top monk players in the league all the time, but I want to take a second to give some praise to GG's Miskia, because when I think of Yodo Hime, there's only a single player in the entire league I think of, and it's always GG's Miskia.
Yeah, I mean, there's a specific moment I remember from Miskia as well. It was way back in last year, where he comes in with a double parry to literally clutch a fight 1 versus 3. And walks away with the win. And it is when he is on the Yodo. He is just a clutch god when it comes to playing with the Yoda, when it comes to being able to throw the ultimate out perfectly timed to his ability as well to be able to use the F3 to buy himself that zoning capability and force players into having their back against that Yoda blade so that they get stagger locked in position, and he can then immediately capitalize on the space that he's created himself to be able to lock a player down eternally in that 1v1 in the close quarters combat. Miskia is just, there's really no one who can challenge him in that aspect on the Yoda.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're taking a look here. It's going to be J-Team's Eagle with his second MVP of the season here with 22,000 damage coming through, 6 kills and 3 assists. And look at this. This is something we talk about all the time. One of the most underrated Soul Jades in the entire league is that repair roll. He's got the Rupture Gale, he's got the cannon, but look at this, 10,000 damage coming out from the cannon, almost half of his damage entirely. And this is why repair roll is so good. Not only does it buy you those iframes on repair, the uptime that comes from having repair roll available to you, the time it takes to repair a weapon is cut down to a third of the time when you use repair roll, which means you can most crucially continue to keep that pressure, that focus fire onto other teams. What you'll typically see during those sort of Buccaneer phases that we like to call them heading into late game is that when a team stops to take repairs, that other teams are able to create the space to be able to pressure onto those teams. But if you have repair roll, it's so crucial in keeping that uptime, that uptick where you're pressuring teams at range, and you have that threat of, if you pressure onto our team, it's going to be through damage. You are going to come at us at a disadvantage. We're not going to give you those moments of advantage that you're hoping to find. And we see that every single time we see a repair roll come through, it is onto a team member who has massive amounts of range damage coming through, and you know their teammates are dropping repair kits for them during these fights, letting them keep that uptime rolling so that they can hold on to strong positionals. And that's something J-Team does very well, is not only finding themselves into a strong position, but holding that strong position throughout the late to final circles of the game.
Yeah, it's not just holding themselves in that position, either, setting themselves up for it. Remember, we criticized J-Team when they were like, okay, well, we're going to go to a shop and we're going to roll Soul Jades instead of trying to put ourselves in the position to contest the Morris Blessing. And we saw what happened to teams that put themselves in the forward position to contest the Morris Blessing. They opened it. Great. You look nice and shiny with legendary armor when you die 5 seconds later because you've painted a target on your back. But like you said, J-Team just going to those doors and rolling through the Soul Jades. I'm pretty sure the Soul Jade that they wanted, that they kept just rolling through until they got, was repair roll for the exact reasons that you've pointed out, because every single time we've seen J-Team come from an MVP, 4 out of 5 times when it has been Eagle and they've been rocking that cannon, repair roll is in his inventory. They fully understand how critical that Soul Jade can be, turning what should be a very long moment of weakness into a moment where, like you said, you're able to continue to exert that control on other teams around you in the area. And J-Team have a very good lock, a very good understanding of how other teams around them play, and when it's best to pull your punches and when it's best to openly try and smack other teams in the face.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we have to talk about XCG again, because here's the thing, is we talk about how important decision-making is as a team here in the Pro League. One of the things we've seen is that the teams that are really starting to pull ahead and show a level of consistency and strength are teams that understand how to pilot the comps that they are playing. It feels like these lower end teams are playing the comps that everybody else is playing, but they lack this core fundamental understanding of how that comp is meant to be played, and that causes them to constantly be in these sort of bad situations. There's no reason that XCG, who has a Temi on their team, doesn't secure a Morse Blessing until Zone 4 when they are most vulnerable to do it. The whole reason that Temmie was added to these sort of Transformer comps was to be able to buy yourself free Morse Blessings in the mid game to get that armor and weapons that you crucially need on your Transformers comp. So it's a thing where XCG kind of bites themselves in the foot. This is something they should know. They're one of those teams at the top that typically knows how to pilot these sort of team comps, and unfortunately they just don't do it right in this particular game. As we're taking a look here, J-Team has bought themselves a massive lead over the members of Team TE, a 21-point lead. Sorry, no, a 22-point lead over the members of Team TE as J-Team solidifies a first place position for themselves. TE is going to need to find themselves a pop-off game here in game number 5 if they have any hope of overcoming the members of J-Team. The problem for Team TE is it seems like the deeper we go into the day, Moxie, the more that they find themselves struggling.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, like we said. They were able to get over that sort of kill of mentality in that first game where they thought, okay, well, we've lost the fight, we're just going to play passively until we are able to come into our win condition, our timing of that final zone. The problem for TE is that they kept getting just slowly eroded down every single time we see into them. Like, again, they lose a very early initial first fight and we think, okay, they're going to go into that state that we saw in game number 1 because they were able to run away with it. And they don't really. Like, they try and play a little bit further towards the outer edges of the zone, but at the same time, they're also just dealt the most unluckiest hand of going up against teams who are famed for scouting around the edges of the zone to try and find those teams who are in the awkward position that TE has found themselves in. So ironically enough, by TE trying to keep themselves as safe as possible, they feed themselves into danger firsthand and they do go down. Worse for them as well is by trying to go for that chain res command, they survive a little bit longer, but they literally just send off a signal flare of their location, of the kind of stunt that they are pulling for every single team in the surrounding area to try and come sniffing out. At first it's GG, that initial point of contact, but very shortly afterwards it's followed up by JL, who just keep this team constantly on the ropes and not allow themselves to come out on top. Because if you remember, when they actually contested against GG in the first place after coming out of zone, they forced GG into throwing the Wuchen TP out. TE looked like they were going to make a recovery, but by throwing out the fact that they were going for the stun of just chain reses, they baited into position another team to come looking for a fight, and as a result, what should have been an opening where they were able to try and turn on to GG very quickly became a shut door in their face.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Team TE, right? Today, this is what TE does, right? They do very, very well during the bi-weekly, and then they typically get into the bi-weekly final and they crumble. And they were finally able to last week overcome that curse. It was their 6th time last week going into a bi-weekly final in a first place position with the most inherited points from the season. And finally, after 5 times of getting into the bi-weekly and just completely sputtering out from that first place position, they were able to lock it in and take a commanding lead to the point where in game 6, there was no question that they were going to be able to take the bi-weekly final, which is something we almost never see in NARAKA BLADEPOINT. But it seems like they haven't learned anything from that performance, Moxie, as they're coming back and making the exact same mistake they've made every single bi-weekly final.
Yeah, I think for J-Team as well, like J-Team were in a little bit of the same rough spot. And it actually kind of worked out for J-Team, right? They don't have a brilliant start to that match. They lose a lot of players very early on. They don't have the means of being able to go and contest the Realm of Yang fights because of it, but they understand that they're in a position to not contest the Realm of Yang fights. And I think TE were expecting J-Team to be in the Realm of Yang fights, and that forward thinking of trying to cut out the threat before it could fully blossom into being a full-blooded threat played against TE. They tried to play hyper-aggressive, thinking that they would run into a hyper-aggressive J-Team, and that didn't work out for them because it wasn't J-Team that they ran into, it was hyper-aggressive other teams in the area. And by trying to bait J-Team's position out of the team and deal with them early, TE only sent themselves spiraling out early themselves. It sort of felt like they were thinking a little bit too, not out of the box, but a little bit like too overthinking a scenario when we've seen them have the same strategy, suffer the same problem, but work around it to come to such a good solution in the first game of today. But instead of that, they were just so focused on the fact that J-Team were posing, the fact that this is a team that had literally moved from being 4th at the start of the day into 1st, where we are currently. It got in their heads a little bit too much, and they wanted to put J-Team down as quickly as possible.
So here's the thing with TE, and this is an observation I've made over the last couple of weeks. TE is a team that knows how to pilot comps. They know what comps they want to play coming into the day, and they know how to make the most of those comps, generally speaking. TE, however, lacks a crucial component, I think, for some of the top teams in the league, and that is they do not know how to play from behind. When they find themselves in a setback, they continue to pilot these comps and teams as if they're running from an optimal position. We see Team TE take that Realm of Yang, that second Realm of Yang in this game, and it's clearly because they're like, oh, hey, we're playing the optimal Realm of Yang comp. We should be in Realm of Yang. We haven't been in a Realm of Yang yet. Let's go take a Realm of Yang. And the thought process is there, but the understanding of, hey, we only have blue armor. If we run into the the same version of our comp here into a team that has better gear, we're just playing from behind. So they don't understand that mentality of how to play from behind. And it's where TE really typically struggles, is once they find themselves behind, it's less of a mental game for Team TE, I think, and more of a lack of understanding of how to adjust to having to play from behind and continue to play in the way that they think these comps should be played optimally, if that makes sense, Moxie.
No, I think you absolutely hit the nail on the head, because like you said, they did take that fight in the Gate of Yang, and they did lose it, which unfortunately put themselves into a very awkward position where they had to try and find the third party on the teams that had just beaten them in the Gate of Yang, and it works out for a couple of moments, but then the fourth party and the fifth party comes through, and suddenly they are on the run constantly, as we can have a look at what compositions are going to be running around Holleroff. Cloudy, still no Starry Night coming through for this map, as I'm sure you're disappointed, Rune, so am I. However, Cloudy is still going to be one of the fun sort of environments that a lot of these teams are going to have to be worried about, given the fact that it does sort of dissuade a lot of good sightlines to come through, so it can be a little bit harder for ranged weapons to find as much sway as we see previously, and we have seen, like you said, musket meta develop. Cannon meta very much goes hand in hand with monk meta. But speaking about things that go hand in hand, it's going to be two teams going hand in hand, hot dropping onto Salvation Podium, and ooh boy, is that a spicy take, because I don't know about you, but I favor the team that decides to loot Plumed and then drop down to Salvation Podium, kicking off the team sitting a little bit too long around that puzzle trying to figure out the glyphs from below, who already have to send one of their teammates down to try and figure out which way the point should be facing, and opening themselves up for the ballista on either side of the podium to become a real thorn in their side to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think you're right, though. The team that starts up in Plumed Castle and pressures into that typically does very, very well. This team, they're just going to take this time to fight. The King already onto one of the ballistas here, trying to catch these members out from Team TE. And if I'm Team TE, I don't agree with this hop drop. The thing that they've struggled with every single one of these games is their early game performance. I think it's time to make an adjustment if you're Team TE and go, hey, our early game seems to be where we're weak right now. We're in the bi-weekly final. We don't have time to train to overcome our early game weakness. So let's mitigate the risk of our early game weakness by not hot dropping, going somewhere where there are less teams going so that we can loot up into the mid game and start to look to pop off there. And almost as if it's like I live in these teams' minds, Moxie, yeah. To prove my point, TE immediately finds themselves eliminated in the early game here to OUG. And now the question is, can OUG solve the podium before, I do believe, JDG comes down from Plumed Castle? Taking a look now to AOW going head-to-head with the members of Team GG. GG, though, with the Bane's Breath, actually buying them such a great amount of protection here, as the Bane's Breath actually just going to completely block Wukong off from being able to pressure onto LXM here. LXM trying to come in using the Bane's Breath to cover so that they can resurrect 330 back into it. Ping Tao trying to come in, but comes in a little too late here, going to lock them down into the Bane's Breath, but Ping Tao able to find a tap dodge backwards, but it doesn't matter as the Bane comes in their favor again. And man, this is one of those things. These teams at this level are so used to fighting in Banes, they always seem to get cocky and want to what we call Bane surfing, where you're literally just trying to fight teams while they have a Bane Breath advantage going, oh, I can just reposition and get away from the Bane Breath strikes coming in. And it doesn't always work that way, especially when these teams are looking to lock you down in position to make sure that you're eating the Bane's Breath. Kakaishi here actually taking a ton of damage there. Luckily, GD's K able to come in and cover with the Golden Focus from their Yueshun to stop that Nunchuck meter dump from coming through the rest of the way. And Kakaishi will live to see another day as GD clean up two of the members from J Team, and all three of them end up getting sent back to the Soul Altar early this game. And that's unfortunate because J Team is playing a comp that is more favored in the early to mid game in the current state of the meta. XCG over here in Matab doing a little bit of looting all by their lonesomes.
Yeah, J-Team also playing a composition that isn't really favored for Gate of Yang fights. So having to play off of a Soul Altar and pick up all of that loot again is really going to have a heavy effect in how this team is going to play until we see those final zones start to collapse, because you can't just hop into a Gate of Yang and immediately pick yourself up and upgrade, especially because it's going to be first Gate of Yang. And those are the ones that are going to be contested, as JDG are going to be contesting this position around Frozen Lake from GS. LSR is able to find a grapple lockdown onto Xiao Toto. Bell comes through as he can try and come through with those nunchucks. Temi Whisper's thrown out, doesn't manage to connect, and JDG will be able to isolate one member of GS as AOW's Ping Tao now coming in for that potential third party. Viper Stun looking to connect onto these players. They've been able to force JDG from outside of that tree, and as a result, AOW's Ping Tao will be able to come through with the kill. LSI had hopped into the mech to avoid the Viper Stun and tries now to cover for his teammates. Kofi is going to be burning down pretty quickly and decides to just give it up entirely and run to that Soul Altar, as LSR is left with absolutely no other option but to try and stall for time so his teammates can maybe run back and cover him. Drops out of the mech, uses the bell to buy himself a little bit longer of this life, but it is going to be all for not until now. Parry does come through, but unfortunately there's just no follow-up damages. AOW lose one weapon, but they have two other teammates to be able to back themselves up, and it is unfortunately going to be a full team elimination. Everyone sent back to the Soul Altar to try and regroup as KLA comes in with a third party of their own now, trying to pressure onto those members of AOW. They saw the Viper Stun has already been invested, and now it's going to be pulled right back up again as AOW come in with a Viper lockdown, baiting that Wuchen TP, and they've immediately spotted out where KLA ran to because it wasn't far enough, but AOW can't really pressure this team. The Viper ultimate is going to be that to try and lock them down. Doesn't connect. The Wuchen Wind Walls will be able to stop KLA from connecting it, and as a result, AOW just instantly turned back onto the members of KLA. They've still got a Wuchen TP to buy themselves safe passage out of this third party. KLA, on the other hand, not so fortunate. They just have to eat the third party as JL come through for the cleanup.
Oh my goodness, JL with the third-party tactics, and this is where JL's been succeeding a lot today. JL very far down on the leaderboard, but it's off the back of these strong third parties as they've been able to climb into the top 7. And this is something crucial to keep in mind. Even if you're towards the bottom of the leaderboard here, the top 10 teams today walk away with those crucial placement points that will buy you a ticket to competing in the World Championship. So every position that a lower end team is able to climb into this leaderboard means more of those precious placement points that these teams are all just desperately vying for here. So if JL adopts this sort of third-party strategy and goes, look, as long as we consistently put points on the board, we will climb positions, it ends up being a very smart play for this team, right? They don't have to win this bi-weekly final. Yes, it would be nice, but if you're in a position where you can just slowly build up the number of points you get for Worlds so that you have the maximum amount of time to practice, you can find yourself not only going to Worlds, but competing at a much higher level into Worlds than you have been during the NBPL, because you've taken the time to build up those skills that are necessary for the World Championship, and JL has been doing a very good job of that today.
KLA unfortunately going to be reduced to just one member at the moment, as OUG are going to be knocking GD's K out and towards that Soul Altar. This is a team that are going to be very happy with the fact that they were able to deal with that particular threat, as Monk compositions against Monk compositions, that's the thing that you're worried about in terms of going into those Gate of Yang fights. By eliminating GD and forcing them towards the Soul Altar, you eliminate that possibility, especially with it being so late into zone claps. They're not going to be able to scale towards that next Gate of Yang fight when it spawns through. J team going to be able to get their hands onto a stash, and they're going to be very happy about that one, because it means free Soul Jade stack, in fact, for one specific weapon. And this does mean that they can potentially look to grief the openings of the Soul Altar, these Gate of Yang fights. I don't expect we're going to see the full commitment come through for them. In the Gate of Yang fights, I think teams have learned very quickly that Wuchen is not necessarily suited for the Gate of Yang. If you use the ultimate, it is very much just to give yourself a little bit of a longer iframe to escape from something like a Monk grab to teleport to the other side of that Gate of Yang. But either way, it's still something that a lot of these teams just don't really get to use to its full potential, the likes of which we see on the wider map itself when the Wuchen TP is infested, and you have a lot more room to be able to run away from. And so we can have a look at which teams are going to be trying to push towards those Gate of Yangs. Very surprising, actually, that one is going to be entirely uncontested, and the other is going to be massively scrapped over. TE are able to find their way into one for free, but they're not going to be able to walk away with it for free. XCG immediately step up to the plate to challenge. This is going to be very interesting, because this is going to be Monk versus Monk, and TE immediately opting to send TXJ into that Monk form. Xiaonan monking up alongside Tamirit. Karumi Tabit very early coming out from XCG. As TE do not have double transformers, they are not going to be able to stop the double grab from coming through. Repeating crossbow mincing through TXJ's health. Grab comes out onto Xiaonan, will be able to find a slam, finds a reverb as well. Li Zhenghen are going to be nabbed into the waiting hands of the Monk, and he finds two. TXJ is yet to be able to pick up a singular player from XCG's side, and he is not going to be able to find one as the Monk ultimate now drops out. And this is a very, very low Leo who isn't able to make it behind the pillar of safety. It's going to be the Yui ultimate that immediately forces him down, and now it's just TXJ with the nunchucks into the Merciless Havoc. He goes. The follow-up damage comes through from Nai HQ, and TE are going to lose another Gate of Yang fight. For a team that is so known for being able to win so many Gate of Yang fights, they have been struggling today in these isolated 3v3s.
What is TE doing? They had no business taking this gate, Realm of Yang. They're running Temi. They know that if they run into this traditional Transformer comp, that they just lose. Statistically speaking, they had a 30, actually they have less than a 30% chance of coming out on top of that. They have a 1 in 4 chance of coming out on top of that Realm of Yang, and they found themselves behind in gear like they did last game as well. And I don't understand it. Why do you commit to the Realm of Yang at this point? Yes, you need to have
it's the second, right? Because you're thinking, well, maybe we can get one for free and automatically, like, our gear is going to be upgraded. But it's the first. That's the one that's always scrapped over. You're never getting that for free.
Yeah, you're never going to get the first one for free. And not only that, you're running the Temi version of this comp. Go secure Moore's Blessings. That's guaranteed loot for you. TE is continuing to make these mistakes as a team that they just simply know better than. XCG on the outside here with that Merciless Havoc putting in work inside this no old zone as Xiao Toto goes extremely low. GS going to lose Xiao Toto as well. They're trying to get outside of the no old zone so they can commit some of these ultimates. Unfortunately, Takeda going to be forced to go back inside the no old zone to continue the chase here, which means he's going to lose that ultimate immediately as XCG just start cleaning up these members from Team GS very, very quickly. Turning our attention now to Team GG and Team JJH. JJH coming in. JJH a little less aggressive this game, as they didn't take that early fight we've seen them take every single game thus far, trying to make some alterations to their strategy. We're going to see if it pays off for them. Likely not, as it is the members of Team GG who are pressuring extremely heavy onto the members of JJH. But I like this play from JJH where they come through and they drop that Temi ultimate and then pop the no ult zone, because the Temi ult doesn't disperse within the no ult zone because it's not him continuing to channel the ultimate. Once the ultimate's down, it is just down. So it forces GG to completely back away from this fight and buys JJH all the safety they could ask for in terms of taking a reset. The problem now is that they have to force their way back through GG as the zone starts to play against their favor and forces them further and further out of this no ult zone. JJH opting to stay in the zone. They want GG to come take this fight inside of the no ult zone, even at the risk of them taking the huge hit to their healing here inside of our edge of the zone. JJH is godly trying to pressure on forward, but GG just having none of it whatsoever, though they might be bought out here with some safety as EWG looks to come in for the third party, and they have their eyes set on the members of GG. GG may have overstayed their welcome here, and this is why this was a good idea coming in from JJH. We talk about this all the time. If you're not able to isolate a fight and take it immediately, you can't overcommit here in the Pro League, because the longer you stay and wait to find an opening into that fight again, the risk of third party goes up every single second that passes, and that's exactly what we see happen to the members of Team GG.
Especially because they're in the no ult zone. It's very clear there's a fight going down. Someone popped that for a reason, but TE have a reason to be concerned right now. They have 30 seconds to find a Yang depletion knocked off their health bars, otherwise they are going to be out of this lobby for good. TXJ, unfortunately, in the monk form, isn't going to be able to pick up the soul bloom, even if he's able to find a kill onto these players, and Wukong doing a very good job of just dancing around the monk's feet, not getting grabbed out. TXJ will be able to find one slam, but he doesn't manage to actually find the ground connection before the monk form is dropped. Pingtao with the dagger finishes him off, and OTE. Things go from bad to worse after losing an inopportunely taken Gate of Yang fight. They are not able to find themselves soul blooms to knock off the Yang depletion, and they unfortunately have to take a fight against a composition which is literally composed to counter everything that they try and use as a win condition for, and they are going to be out of this lobby. Ventus now going to be a little bit on the back foot as GG come through, trying to find a connection with the Viper ultimate from LXM. Doesn't manage to find a connection this time around as Ventus now decide to answer with one of their own, and LXM isn't able to break line of sight in time. Ventus now focusing the Viper down, who was left vulnerable. Even though Ventus threw that Viper ultimate out second, LXM's did not lock down the plays that he was looking for. He did not get the opening that he needed to be able to set himself up to hold that forward and aggressive a position, and immediately Ventus come together to punish.
Now we're going to turn ourselves to the Realm of Yang. We're finally going to see a Stage 2 Realm of Yang fight here, and it's going to be XCG versus the members of Team JL, and it's this more traditional Transformers comp coming through, so JL needs to be very careful. If they're able to find a double grab here, XCG basically instantaneously wins this fight inside the Realm of Yang, and you see JL pressuring very, very hard to not allow that exact thing to happen. AS here just holding with the pole sword on the backside of these pillars, trying to make something happen. He's going to come in and catch Ling 10 with a huge hit here. Now looking to pressure onto Xiaonan that the ultimate is gone. And this particular comp, this Takeda Z-Ping comp, can actually win the fight into this more traditional Transformer comp, but it is based entirely on how you stagger your ultimates, and it looks like JL is doing an extremely great job of doing exactly that. Now that NiHQ comes out of the UA shuttle, a massive parry will turn this around in the favor of JL, and JL quickly is able to find the victory here against all odds. And again, that fight is winnable for that particular comp, but it comes down to how you stagger your ults and how you pace out the ultimates of the Transformer comp, and we see JL's AS doing a great job of baiting out all of those monk grabs while continuing to have the safety of those pillars available to themselves. Great job coming out from AS and the members of JL. J Team here are going to find their second elimination of the game on a straggler, and J Team playing this exactly the way they should. They're waiting currently to get into the final zones of those game, and they're probably going to play very passively to the last moment, like we saw the members of TE do in game 1, Moxie.
Now, XCG now have to find those soul blooms. We talked about why we don't typically tend to see those Gate of Yanks being scrapped over when they're in their second iteration. The lack of players in the area, as well as the map significantly shrinking, means that the third-party chances increase, and the potential of being able to walk away with one of those soul blooms safely becomes ever lower, as well as the shrinking pool of rebirth charms. And now it is going to be teams just going to the ground. GD did not opt to take any fights in the Gate of Yang, did not opt to try and control Morris Blessings. They are just going to keep themselves on these rafters, making sure that they are not going to be an easy target for some of those players who are running around with those buffs. J Team going to be patrolling to see whether or not they can find anyone out of position. They don't have buffs, but they do have confidence. And I mean, when you look at the Soul Jade setup, once again, you really do see, like, J-Team, there's sort of been a shift away from their playstyle. Like, when we first saw them early on dealing with Gate of Yang fights, they would always try and take them. They would always try and go for both the first and the second. But now it feels like they've sort of shifted away from taking those Gate of Yang fights because they want to save their coins to just roll Soul Jades, as opposed to going into a Gate of Yang, potentially needing to buy a Rebirth Charm, and that impacting the amount of money that they have to be able to buy the Soul Jades. They've sort of realized as long as they turn the other cheek when we're in the Gate of Yang downtime phase, they can use these Soul Jades that they buy now to be able to control those final zones with what the Soul Jade allows them alone. Because remember, they're going to be rolling for legendary Soul Jades, and like you said, we're playing Immortal Wars, so it's even harder for you to be able to find those Soul Jades when they're that rare out in the open and in some of these troves. Rolling for Soul Jades or going through a stash, which G-Team has already been able to access, is pretty much the best way and path that you have of being able to equip these weapons to be able to have an extra edge over all these other teams.
Yeah, GD here finding themselves on the outskirts, going head-to-head with J-Team, actually. And again, we're going to see how confident J-Team is. This is a fight that if J-Team wants to take, as long as there's no threat of a third party, which there is one looming that they don't know about, you can aggressively take this fight on to GD. But XCG sees GD, and for XCG, this is life or death. Do we actually see GD go through the portal? Are they going to go all the way back to Asian Ruins? This could be death for both of these teams. Asian Ruins so far away from the edge of the zone right now, and XCG is more than willing to come pressure into this fight simply because of the fact that they don't have the time to do anything else. They didn't see J-Team and realize that they had another target to go onto, and they only have 50 seconds remaining on this Yang depletion. If they're going to buy themselves back into the game, it needs to be now, and it needs to be Team JD. GD, Kakaishi going to get grabbed out here, looking for the regrab. Jianan trying to make something happen desperately. K will go down, and we're going to see them pick up one of those eliminations. The thing is, J-Team knows that they went through this portal. This portal is their way back, and we see them actually wait for Kakaishi, who comes through the portal and picks it up. J-Team just needs to wait for these stragglers to come back through the portal, and that's going to be all she wrote. It looks like XCG, though, NiHQ actually going to go down to the zone tick. Livingston, the last remaining member here, is going to be forced through the portal. And sure enough, J-Team's going to be waiting in the wings. Is Xiaonan coming through with that Merciless Havoc, trying to log it down, but Livingston immediately goes down. My God, J-Team could write a textbook about this stuff. The ability for them to not only get out of sight from XCG so that XCG feels forced to chase onto GD, who feels so pressured from the potential third party from both sides that they go through this portal. J-Team just waiting, knowing that these stragglers are going to be coming through, buys them 3 additional kills going into late game. And not only is TE been eliminated early from this lobby, but XCG, the only other potential threat to J-Team's bi-weekly championship, just gets eliminated at the hands of J-Team as well. If J-Team goes to late game here and picks up just a couple of points more than they have now, realistically, they have already locked themselves in as the bi-weekly champion. XCG would probably need about a 40-point game to overcome the lead that J-Team's going to have at the end of this game. And man, J-Team is in rare form today, and it's showing us why they are the back-to-back world champions.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, whenever we talk about J-Team, we talk about the strategies that they have, we talk about the compositions that they pioneer, and the strategies, the shifts that they have just coming through, having that game sense understanding of when to go for the Gate of Yang fights, when it's better to play off of the teams that lost the Gate of Yang fights, seeing the opportunity, like you said, identifying potential for a third party, distancing themselves so that opportunity isn't on the table. Having the feeling that it's probably going to be one of those teams who did lose one of those gate fights that is going to be looking to take a fight as quickly as possible, and then just playing around those exits so that even though XCG, who were able to walk away with 1 kill, 1 soul bloom picked up for them so they can try and keep one of their teammates alive, unfortunately just walk straight in to the frying pan that is a set up J-Team waiting to collapse onto anyone who walks out of that rift portal. And like you said, J-Team just need a couple more kills and they've essentially clinched their position as being #1 seed in this bi-weeklies for the finals. And it's going to be absolutely insane because, again, we're going to talk about the fact that TE were in the driving seat. They look to be one of the favorites, but J-Team just getting those aggressive plays, getting to have these really pop-off moments, forced them to be a little bit too full forward, a little bit too aggressive, and chase after some of those kills a little bit too relentlessly. A couple of maybe blinders going on to the members of TE, thinking that, well, we need kills, we need to challenge J-Team's score. Maybe we're not going to think about what loot we have as long as we can take a fight. We think we're going to be able to win it, and that forward thinking unfortunately sent them backwards in the scoreline instead.
Yeah, I mean, TE, it's just, again, the thing that they really lack is the mentality on how to play from behind. They are basing all of their decision making, it seems, on everything going right, even when those things aren't going right as a team. Because all things equal, if you're TE in game number 4, you take Realm of Yang because you are the dominant Realm of Yang comp. You know, you're playing that traditional Transformer comp. The problem being is all things are not equal. They are playing from behind, not equal or ahead. So it ends up being a mistake to choose that decision that typically would be a good decision given their team comp. It's where TE really seems to struggle. J-Team is a team that kind of knows how to play from every position of the game, and we see that especially during the World Championship this last year, right? J-Team came in a massive underdog. Nobody expected anything out of them given their performance throughout the entirety of Season 1 and Season 2. At the start of Season 1, J-Team had the highest scoring game in the NBPL, and then sputtered out. They did absolutely nothing the rest of the 2 seasons, except barely scrape together enough points to qualify for the World Championship. And then in the World Championship, playing from behind is where J-Team consistently found themselves capitalizing. But we've seen today, J-Team is 9 times out of 10 ahead going into these final circles and know how to dominate those final circles and play from ahead as well. So this is a team that doesn't just excel in one phase of the game or in one positioning in the game. This is a team that knows how to do it all, and it's why J-Team will always be a part of that conversation about who is the best team in the league.
Yeah, J-Team as well, like, they don't even need to come in just leading in terms of kills when we're starting to see these zones collapsing. As long as they're coming in with something like 5 kills, they have more than enough game sense and sense of positioning too, of where they want to be playing from to be able to dictate the tempo of these final zones, as we can have a look at where some of these teams are going to be playing from. It is currently in the middle of Ghostly Mist, as you can see those purple hands punching out from the ground. If they do connect, you will get silenced. So some of these teams are going to be a little bit more cautious, I think, about taking those fights on the low ground. In fact, everyone is very much playing like we're in the middle of a Sunwings rest zone. No one wanting to be on the low ground. No one wants to be caught out of position and silence, because that is when you open yourselves up to being that key target. As J Team have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 legendary Soul Jades between the 3 of them. That is absolutely ridiculous coming through from this team, and you better believe one of them's going to be repair roll. It is going to be J Team trying to just push this pressure onto all of these other players around them, holding on to things like that Wuchen Wind Walls. JL deciding to go for some of these positions around the low ground. They do have the Overcomer, so that is most likely going to be influencing that position for AS. He wants to be sticking on the low ground as much as possible so that he can trot out the Overcomer in case they get pressured, very similar to how we see teams use things like Cavalry Bloom from Dual Blades to just threaten other teams into missing out on open engagements on the low ground and buying yourself a little bit of a safe haven of space, as OUG's The King is looking to turn Haven into hell. If some of these players gets caught by the monk grabs, they are going to be in hot water indeed. But he doesn't manage to find anything other than potentially pushing AOW out of position. JJH hugging the outer edges of that zone, just coming through with so much repeating crossbow damage before swapping over to that cannon to blitz the members of AOW, and they will be able to find a kill secured onto the team. AOW's Ping Tao now coming in with the nuke drop. Ultimate from the Viper comes down from the treetops, connects onto the members, doesn't manage to find any follow-up damage, however, as it was just the sole Viper. This time around, J Team are the one that throw in a Viper ultimate, and they have 2 full teammates to back themselves up. But here comes the Overcomer, and there goes ZK, and it has to be a Wuchen TP to make sure that ZK survives that engagement with the Equestrian.
Very, very interesting here in this final zone. You know, for half a second when we cut to this final zone here, Moxie, I really thought we were in Sunwings Rest. You very rarely see this particular zone in Hollow see any sort of play whatsoever, because there's nothing out here, right? There's not good loot, there's not good cover. There's like, unless you're just forced here, you don't typically come here. So now we are seeing that exact situation as the final circle breaking through. And look at this. This is exactly what we talked about. J Team waking up now here in the very final moments of this circle as Zone 6 collapses onto Zone 7. They just need to sit topside here, get those ultimates back, and they're going to be able to pressure all of these teams with a massive Viper stun into Yodohime ultimate. EWG Zhao Liu looking to do that exact same thing as they stun out most of the lobby, and it's the players down below who are going to be caught out. The J Team ZK looking to follow up and do the exact same here as they come in. Unfortunately, EWG Zhao Liu actually able to find the space to avoid that stun and will pressure on to J Team ZK and pick up that elimination with the Dragon's Roar. J Team ZK completely unsuspecting of the pain waiting in the wings from EWG Zhao Liu with that Dragon's Roar, putting in so much work for the members of EWG. 101 TN, the last remaining member here for J Team. J Team, though, still, again, sitting extremely comfortable, and we're going to see that 101 TN's just up here sniping players out, trying to find any sort of rage that they can, going to get stunned here, but with a favorable fall, actually end up in a very decent position for themselves. They need to get down. They need to get some rage under their belt so that they can pop this ultimate as soon as humanly possible. The other Yodo coming through. 101 TN needs to survive to find it. There it is, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get it off as EWG's 2-tick comes in clutch with a huge Yodohime ultimate, and this game goes to EWG.
EWG are able to take the MVP, but J Team are the one who are more than happy to take the points and continue to widen that distance between themselves. TE and XCG, even though they don't walk away MVP, they are still the second last team standing. And Rune, yeah, it wasn't the pop-off game that we saw from them coming out of match number 2, but it's still a lot more kills than both TE and XCG were able to find, and it's going to put serious pressure now on the two teams that consistently XCG has been the one that are able to put mediocre amounts of points on the board, and TE have always been very coin flippy in nature. it really is going to put a lot more pressure on these teams to play aggressive from the get-go, and I think that's going to benefit XCG, but that's going to be a humongous negative on the scoreboard for TE, because like you said, when we've seen them go for the hot drops and immediately look for those engagements, that's where things have started to go wrong for this team.
Again, TE, they just don't know how to play from behind, and like you said, they are pressured into having a massive pop-off game. I'm going to tell you right now, we're coming into game number 6 very soon. When we come to game number 6, there's a few things to expect coming out from Team TE. I expect them to either run a Takeda comp that they can play very aggressively, or coming back onto that comfort pick, that Viper comp, so that they can hot drop, regardless of which of those two team comps that they take, hot drop onto Fireflies and immediately look to take fights. This is the mentality that TE has going into this last game. Not that they have too much choice because of the way J-Team has played today. The problem for Team TE, if that initial fight does not go their way, they simply lack the understanding of how to play from behind. Everything rides on that first fight going well, and then not only that, them not being third-partied after coming out on top of that first fight. They need everything to go right in game 6 if they want to take their second bi-weekly here. They need J-Team to mess up and go out early. They need that hot drop to be successful for themselves so that they can play from ahead like they want to play. And on top of that, they also need to be able to find all of the kills that they need to have that impressively huge pop-off game. And it's going to be a struggle for them because, as we've seen, the comps that do well in terms of having massive pop-off games are not these hyper-aggressive early to mid-game comps, but they are late game comps. Even if you end up picking up that Viper comp that does have that big moment of the final circle where you can pick up of eliminations, it's the difference between a 20-point game on an aggressive team like that versus a 40-point game like we saw J-Team pick up earlier on the Transformer comp that excels into the late game. So they are really going to need to play aggressive from start to finish, and they need to find a J-Team eliminated early. XCG, on the other hand, at this point, we've talked about XCG's consistently and how they consistency, and that's what they do, is they play for consistency. I think XCG's playing for second place at this point. They just want to put up a consistent number of points and get those 9 versus 8 placement points to take them to the World Championship at this point. We do see EWG coming out on top here with a first place finish and at 15 eliminations, a 29 game score for them, but J-Team walking away with a 15.8 over TE's 1.1. That's an additional 15.8 point lead for the members of J-Team, who already had a 20-point lead over the members of Team TE. J-Team needs to have a 0-point game, and TE needs to have over 40 points in this game to have any chance of taking back that first place position. And if I'm not mistaken, XCG, even though not a great performance for them because of that consistency we talk about, has walked themselves into second place over Team TE. So TE, even higher mountain for them to climb coming into game number 6.
Yeah, TE, I think, have to worry about GG as well, given that GG had a really good couple of games earlier on in the day and haven't really slouched either, so they're slowly but steadily climbing the leaderboards. That does not take away from the team that were able to come out on top of this match. However, EWG walk away with a win underneath their belt, running, no surprises, that Yodo combination, where they are able to, once again, like we've seen Yodo compositions in the past, take full advantage of a final zone entirely collapsing through and forcing everybody into all of the damage from the Yodo. But like we said, we do have to talk about it. TE going for the hot drop onto Salvation Podium. The second I saw that was where they decided to hot drop, I stood like a little bit further down in my seat. And then I just wanted to immediately leave the room when I saw that OUG, the team that were contesting that space, had found ballistic control first of all, and TE got stuck on the low ground trying to find the loot, things like the grapples, to be able to contest that ballista and force OUG off of it. But by then it's a little bit too late. They've already lost a lot of players. They've already lost a lot of health to the ballista shots coming through. And like we said, the team that typically drops immediately onto Salvation Podium tends to suffer. Even before we saw JJH, who I believe were the team that dropped into Plume, before they were able to loot up and push down into Salvation Podium, TE were just ejected on the spot.
Well, not only that, so TE makes two giant mistakes this game. One, they don't make the adjustment away from the hot drop like we talked about and look to play a more late game for themselves. But they also take a Realm of Yang that they have absolutely no business taking. As we take a look here, we'll go back to TE. I don't want to take away from 2tik's third MVP of the Spring Split season here, as they take away 28,000 damage, 10 eliminations, and 3 assists here. A massive kill participation, 13 of their 15 kills. Earthshaker, Overcomer, Razor Swift, Overlord, Rupture Gale Orb, and Juggernaut. A massive set of Soul Jades here for the Yodohime player 2tik, coming in for the side of EWG. Congratulations to 2tik on their third MVP of the season. But back to Team TE. Again, you're playing a Temi version of this comp. You have no business going into Realm of Yang. You're able to secure mid-game Morris Blessings for free. We do not see teams contest Morris Blessings past the Temi ult anymore. It's not the wild, wild west from, you know, season 1 where we had no Realm of Yang, where these teams were consistently just duking it out 8 teams deep over a Morris Blessing. Does not happen anymore. The first team to touch the box and drop a Temi ult takes that box away, unless you're in the very, very late game and there's multiple teams pressured to be together anyway. TE, no business going into the Realm of Yang, ends up cutting themselves off at the knees. But we've got a short video for you guys. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to come back and lock in for our 6th and final game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we take a look, we are 5 games into today's bi-weekly trio finals. And Moxie, what an interesting day it's been. You know, I gotta say, earlier this week, our solo games extremely blessed, some of the craziest games that we've seen. And I don't want to say that this is just more of the same in terms of trios, But what we are seeing is less impressive plays coming out from players like we have in solos this week, and more mistakes being made by teams and other teams capitalizing on those mistakes. And here we go. Yeah, look at this. No surprises. We see XCG even climb up over TE, EWG off the back of a very good game, climbing into second place. EWG, though, still 30 points behind J-Team. Like, realistically, like they haven't seen a 30-point game today, right? Like, realistically, it's going to be hard for any of these teams to catch J-Team. And J-Team just needs to come in and play consistent. That's the thing, is they have a 30-point lead. If J-Team just doesn't get eliminated early and puts any amount of points on the board, realistically, there's no way any team comes in and catches them. And I'm looking at Team TE. TE threw today away. They had this bi-weekly final. They literally had it. They had it in their hand. They were holding it. And they come in and they make these piss poor decisions that just to be able to walk in as their coach for 5 minutes right now, as somebody who's coached a competitive team for NARAKA before, I would be reeling on these guys. These are decisions that a team like Team TE has no business making at all whatsoever. This is a well-established team. They haven't changed players recently. We'll go back to that thought because chat needs to know which hero is the MVP of game number 5. Is it A, Viper? Is it B, Tianhai? C, Yuashan? D, Yodohime? If you don't get this one, chat, we talked about this so much at the end of this game. I apologize. Just make sure you check your Twitch inbox after you drop your answer into chat, because you're going to want to see if you get your hands on to that lovely, lovely treasure. Man, that was a quick one. Back to my point about Team TE, though. They have no business making these mistakes, Moxie. Like, it's one thing when we've seen teams shift new members into their lineup, because there's growing pains that happen, right? There's miscommunications, etc. We shouldn't see that coming out from Team TE. TE is the same Fun Plus Phoenix we saw last season that was almost able to take the world championship. So how are they making these almost amateur decisions, right? Again, you should know how to pilot your comp. I almost understand what happens in game 4, right? Because piloting your comp from an optimal situation, you take Realm of Yang fights because you're the version of Transformers that wins Realm of Yang fights. They just, you're not accounting for playing from behind. Okay, I almost understand that, right? You spend so much time practicing a comp at what's optimal that you kind of get used to just running through the motions of doing the quote-unquote optimal thing, right? Always assuming that you're ahead or equal with everybody else. I don't know what happened in game 5. Complete amateur decision to hot drop onto that map, and then hot drop in the worst possible location, and then to follow it up, you're running the Transformer comp that doesn't want to take Realm of Yang. You want to go take Morris Blessing because you're running the Tumult. You're running the buy myself a Morris Blessing for free button. And then instead of going for Morris Blessing when you're already behind again because of the decision you made at the start of the game, you go and take a Realm of Yang where you don't want to be. And that's not even optimal for that comp when that comp is ahead.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand what TE's doing.
It sort of feels like we're back at the beginning of Worlds last December, where we were seeing teams just like try and brute force the Temi composition into the Gate of Gang fights because they would rather be able to pick up those buffs and shoot what they get, as opposed to being dealt a random card 1 of 3 in the Morris Blessings. So I feel like they prioritize it because of that reason, but like you said, running that Temmys over the Karumi, you're pretty much just shooting yourself in the foot if you run up against that composition because of just how difference how lopsided the win rate between those two compositions when they do go head-to-head in the Gate of Yang fights are. However, we said that game number 6 had to be an absolute stunner. GA team, no surprises, are going to be going to that Yodo composition. ZK on the Viper, Eagle on the Wu Chen, 101 TN on the Yodo. And this is the problem that a lot of these teams are going to face, right? It is the last game of the day. There's a lot of pressure for you to put points up on the board. But because it's the last game and we have the 15 hero point rule, a lot of the time you're running a composition where you're just jigsaw piecing in 2 different heroes around a main anchor part of the composition. And that can really mean that some of these plays, especially in terms of coordination, become a little bit wonky.
So here's the other thing too with J-Team's decision here. They know how desperate XCG and TE are. They're expecting a lot of monk comps in this lobby. So they have held on to the points to be able to come into this final lobby and play the counter monk comp. And it's such a smart decision. And also no surprises to see TE going back onto their comfort comp. And I'm willing to bet we're going to see them looking to hot drop here, looking to take a fight. To take a look as the spawns come through. I want to make sure, where's Team TE? No, TE completely spawning the other side of the map. What? I want TE to learn from their mistakes. And it feels like they're trying to adapt now, but they're in a situation where they can't afford to adapt if they want to walk away the champion. The problem is now they're so far away from these fights that this early to mid-game comp wants to be taking fights, and they've dropped the furthest away from every possible fight on the map. Take it away, Moxie.
J-Team is going to be landing into Sunwings, and they are going to be isolated in a bubble right now too, so they get the opportunity to loot through all of this for absolute free as we head over towards Shadow Jade Mountains, where it's going to be XCG just looting as quickly as possible because they don't have the luxury of time. AOW have already met them. Some of those players gone through the crevice in the wall so that they can go and find the loot tiers there, and immediately now pushing back onto the members of XCG. The linebacker charge comes out from 9HQ, connecting onto AOW, but they just don't have the loot to be able to chunk through AOW's health bars. AOW getting just a little bit of extra time to be able to loot through some of those higher tier troves, are able to set themselves a pedestal higher in terms of loot scaling in that fight. And as a result, even though things like the linebacker charge from the UE actually connected onto AOW, it just doesn't do enough. It doesn't stagger them long enough for the kill to be determined. And as a result, they're going to be sent packing to the Soul Altar as GS have already lost their Viper. They're still trying to run this Justina. It's not JJH who's pioneered this. It is going to be GS now trying to take advantage of a composition that JJH has put onto the table, but it does feel like that just trying to conform to an image that they've seen rather than knowing how to play, given the fact that they didn't go for those early Fireflies, and as a result they don't have both the Viper ultimate and the Justina ultimate to work in tandem to lock those players down and instantly find the kills. And as a result, the fight's gone on a little bit too long, and here comes the third party, OUG, now moving forward to punish onto Ventus, who overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, OUG here getting absolutely just so many eliminations here as they come in on the third party and able to clean up multiple things. GS Jiao Toto trying to come back in. This is aggressive for Team GS as they were able to get out of this fight, but they're also rocking white armor, and most of them haven't been able to fully heal here. And instead of backing away and looking for some better loot, they have tried to pressure in onto this. Finally, some action coming in for Team TE, coming in with the Viper stun here, and off the back of this impressive third party, they might be able to start finding some of the kills that they are desperately going to need if they want to walk away in first place here. They do aggressively throw a Bane's Breath down into the middle of this fight, but KLA shows up for a third party of their own and is actually going to keep TE from being able to over position and pressure onto this fight. TE, yes, does have the Bane's Breath they can fall back onto, but it looks like all they're going to get out of this are the stragglers, and KLA coming in again, a Viper stun, getting ready to lock down these members of Team TE, and this is exactly where TE doesn't want to be. The target select onto the Wu Chen is exactly where it needs to be. They have lost their safety net that KLA into the 3v2. A little bit of a miscommunication coming through from 17 though, because CXZ had just secured that potential kill and it would have still been a 2v1. KLA gonna come back in for that third party though. The Bane's Breath for TE though gonna buy them just an ounce of safety, but only for 2 more seconds as we see the Viper stun getting ready to come back in from Team TE. They are able to capitalize on it, but OUG coming back in with a huge Viper nuke, looking to lock down the members of both sides of these teams. They turn their attention on to KLA, and it might buy TE just a smidge of safety if it weren't for the fact that KLA was already able to capitalize on the kills. I misspoke. TE does go out early. They are going to be forced back to the Soul Altar, and that means they are likely going to miss the opportunity to pick up even more eliminations in the mid game. And OUG more than happy to capitalize onto all of these kills. QGG here using that Yodohime ultimate, trying to keep things alive here. And JL shows up for, what are we on, 5th party, 6th party, 7th party at this point, Moxie?
I think we've run out of invitations for this party, right? That's where we're on at the moment. And yeah, it's tragic for TE. Unfortunately, yes, the Yoda, the Witch NTP rather from KLA is a little bit mistimed. It should have bought TE the time to be able to go for that resurrection onto Leo. But unfortunately, KLA immediately turns back onto TE, and OUG coming in with that initial third party very quickly just overwhelmed TE, and they can't get the resurrection onto Leo. They can't get that Witch M back into the mix. They can't TP out when it becomes a little bit too hot onto the collar to be able to stay in that fight a little bit longer. And like you said, this is devastating for this team to deal with, because J Team have already found 2 kills, potentially even another one, as 101 Tian is trying to keep themselves alive, going toe-to-toe with EWG. Ventus now coming in for the third party has isolated the Yodo away from his team, as a Viper Stun is attempted to come through. 101 Tien was playing further afield, baiting players into trying to aggress onto that Yoda, pushing them into a position where J-Team ZK could come in and connect that Viper Stun onto Ventus, anyone who took the bait. But it is going to be that Witch and TP now from J-Team. They weren't able to find those lockdowns onto Ventus, and EWG's Yiran sees where the Witch and TP them too, comes in with a bow shot directly onto ZK, and now they're gonna follow it up. The pressure continues. Tudek throwing in that Yoda ultimate to catch onto the members of J-Team's Eagle, not allowing them to reposition and look for the target focus to isolate and lock down these members of EWG, as another team now shows up. This time it's Ventus, who were chasing J-Team down, having just seen the Witch and TP invested, and all they've done is feed themselves into EWG. Sanzi isolated away, can't move away from Yiran. Otherwise he walks straight into that Nezza's Might lockdown, and EWG have very quickly turned the tables onto Ventus. They're going to have the Witch and TP as well in a matter of moments, so they can hold themselves aggressively in this fight if they even need to use it. As, oh my goodness, the stagger lock from the nunchucks paves the way for Zhao Lui's spear to mince through Ventus, and it's going to be a very successful third party coming out from the team.
Yeah, J-Team here really in a good situation because they knew Ventus was going to be coming in. They can just leave Eagle to go ahead and get eliminated, because Eagle does have, I do believe, a resurrection available to them, if I'm not mistaken. So he's going to be able to use that ghost form, find himself back into the match fairly quickly, and the rest of J-Team just gets to keep their loot and keep things going here. And this is exactly where J-Team realistically wants to be, is they don't have to put a ton of eliminations on the board this game. They just have to stay alive. EWG, who's in 2nd place, has already strung together 6 eliminations, and J-Team still has a 27-point lead over the members of EWG. They just need to keep themselves going here. TE's TXJ over here, and the remaining players of TE just trying to not get themselves caught out. They don't have that safety net under their belt whatsoever anymore, and they have 4 eliminations. They're going to want to make the most out of those 4 kills as humanly possible. TXJ wanting to pressure in and look to pick up some more kills, because this is what they need to do. TE hasn't realistically left themselves any other option than to aggressively pressure onto teams, but they might find themselves making a mistake here, as Zhao Hui with this UA shuttle just butchering through the members of Team TE. All of their armor realistically gone. Leo, the only one with any sort of survivability left for the team. TXJ gonna go ahead and throw this Yodohime ultimate out here, and it's not going to buy them too terribly much, as they have not been able to connect onto a single strike for the team here. JDG looking to turn back in and clean up the members of TE. TXJ is going to go down. We will see the Wuchen ult come out by TE to safety, and GS looking to follow up onto the members of JDG. JDG's LSR going to use that monk to buy the team some much needed time here, as they are able to get a double grab and pick up the elimination onto GS's hand, and GS will now be forced to use their own Wuchen ult to retreat from this fight, Moxie.
Yeah, you could say GS coming through that with that Justina trying to take advantage of the Viper Stun. It did connect onto the members. Unfortunately, you don't have enough damage to be able to chunk through that Monk's health bar, as the Justina freeze does not cancel the Monk ultimate, and as a result, when the freeze and stun wears out and is grabbed up and they have to use the Wuchen TP, J-Team not looking to slow down anytime soon. We said that they could play maybe a little bit more passively, a little bit more defensively to play just for survivability points given the lead that they have in the leaderboard. But no, they're just continuing to apply pressure towards these more sought after spaces on the map. They see a Morris Blessing, they don't make a move to claim it. Instead, they're just trying to pick apart any team that steps a little bit too far forward to do just that. And as a result, when that aggression turns against them, they have a safe disengagement. They're going to be able to have it out without finding pressure if they try and turn onto another team. And they've been able to burn out a couple of resources from GG's side and just keep going, heading on their way. They know that a lot of these teams are going to be running that Yodo composition. Not a lot of these teams are going to be vying for control of the gates as a result, in case you run into a Monk composition who, isolated in a fight, can just wait for the Yodo ultimate to throw that first slash out, give up the gold, and immediately be grabbable. And TE are actually the ones who are having to play very, very slow, very safe, very conservative for this team yet again. We're going to see them hug towards the outer edges of this zone and wait to see if any team has to use a soul altar and res near them. They've purposefully picked one of the soul altars that's the furthest away from the zone, so that if teams lose a Gate of Yang fight, that's most likely the space that they're going to try to relocate to, so that they don't get third-party camps in the more central parts of this map. Is KLA now going to be going toe-to-toe with AOW. They've got a little bit of Draco Storm buff going down, so they'll have additional AoE damage coming through from Lightning Strike connections, but KLA going to be opening things up with the Yodo ultimate. AOW now going to have to try and break line of sight so the Viper Stun doesn't connect. Pingtao doesn't actually hit himself behind the tree, but he's further away from the fight and does not get turned onto as a result. They are able to pull off the Monk transformation too. Sun Wukong taking so much sustainability and just absorbing all of the threat shots coming through from ranged players, as they just absolutely swarm en masse towards that anti-ult zone to make sure that they can play off of those Monk transformations. Kills come down. Immediately some teams decide to disengage. They don't want to get caught in the fray and put themselves a little bit too far forward to maybe come in with one kill and instead find themselves going down entirely, as KLA are still ruling the roost at the moment. CXC sitting themselves in the middle of that no ult zone, bait Kakashi into throwing the Monk bomb a little bit too early. He doesn't want to go into the no ult zone. Instead, he's gonna have to just be happy trying to push onto JJH's God Lee, who even with that Karumi Tava is opening himself up to a lot of damage, both from the Flamer from KLA's side, sat behind that no ult zone, and also all of the repeating crossbows and counter monks sitting right in front of him. He's found a play. He doesn't find the space to be able to land the slam, and he is going to fall extremely low, so low that he goes down entirely, as it's Kakashi now outside of that ult who is going to be vulnerable. And KLA decide that this is a moment that they can punish. They come out of the no ult zone with the Yodo ultimate. Have to be careful. Doesn't manage to tap dodge out of the Viper Stun, but again, you've removed yourself from the fight. You were not the target of focus. Your Yodo is going to survive even though the stun hits.
Yeah, we're going to turn now to TE, who's also finding themselves coming in. And look at this. I hate to see this from Team TE. You can just see it in the way that they're positioning themselves. They're playing scared. They're afraid to pressure in and try to start popping off and forcing some of these fights. And typically any other time, this would be kind of smart, except for the fact that, once again, TE they're not even playing from behind in terms of gear in this game or whatever. They're playing from behind in terms of points. They need to find a target to pressure on, and we're going to see VVV has picked out the members of GD, and GD made themselves the target here. If they go down to TE, this is realistically 100% onto GD, because GD turned tail and backed away from the groups of teams, and it's much easier to pick off a single team than it is to deal with groups of teams. And sure enough, TE will find themselves capitalizing onto that as they lock down Dongqing and keep him from being able to get away. And the rest of GD wants nothing to do with that fight and are willing to sacrifice Dongqing so that they have a chance to stay in this game. TE finds themselves their 8th elimination of the game, but the aggression cannot stop. TE needs a 20-point game, or actually at this point over a 20-point game and a first place finish if they want to take that first place position back from J-Team. And the longer the game goes on with J-Team still remaining alive, the more points that Team TE needs. So they cannot realistically rest for even a single second. They need to pressure every fight that they are able to find.
And that's going to put so much pressure on the decision of, do they take a Gate of Yang fight, even though they're not in a composition that's necessarily geared towards winning it? Because if they don't take a Gate of Yang fight, they're going to have to go into that downtime lull and wait for these players who have the buffs to have dictation of just being able to set the tempo, set the pace, come in with some of those kills. Because like you said, TE, every single second that J-Team survive widens that distance between these two teams further and further and further. And TE have not seen J-Team go out. They are fully aware of the situation. They are fully aware of not being able to slow down as J-Team try and find their way into this Morris Blessing. T's setting themselves up onto it. The Wuchen Windwall comes through to try and claim one angle. They will be able to open the box, but both of them get caught in the Temi-Wisp, and now they have to turn on the members of GG who look to use the Temi-Wisp as a way of entering into that fight. ZK with the Viper ultimate trying to push now onto the members of GG who've already burned the Temi ultimate, and it's going to be J-Team with the focus fire coming through onto GG. Gorgeous lockdown of the cavalry blades to come through from ZK to set 101 TN, to use the stagger that GG were locked into to be able to hit the slam dunk of the Yoda ultimate through the team, and TE's task just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah, TE, man, every single time J-Team pops up in the kill feed, they have got to be reeling from the realization of how wide that gap truly is. XCG here, we're going to catch out the stragglers from Team GG, and unfortunately, you know, GG, I've got to take a moment just to give GG a pat on the back, because today has been a much, much better day for GG. It's been a much, much better bi-weekly from GG than we've seen in a long time. They don't come out quite as dominant as they would like, but every single time I see this team starting to do better, I take a little bit of that that copium. I want GG to make a full return to form. So I'm going to give him a pat on the back. GG, you did a great job today. J-Team looking to pressure pretty aggressively into a fight here. They do have that Draco Storm, and they've been able to find a pretty good entry into this fight onto XCG. ZK going to go a little bit low, so they're going to use a relatively close-spaced Wu channel, and I really like this adaptation from Eagle. Eagle realizes that it's only ZK who's low, and that J-Team wants to maintain that pressure onto the members of XCG. So he does a short burst ult just to get ZK the time to reset while he's able to continue the pressure. Xiaonan here with a huge grab onto ZK, though, canceling out the Viper ult. Could spell trouble for the members of J-Team. J-Team going to use that first slash to avoid the grab coming through from the other members of these teams. 101 TN, though, going to be stunned out by Zhao Liu and locked down by all three members of EWG. And unfortunately, that's going to be it for J-Team. And right now, if you are XCG or you are TE, you are breathing a sigh of relief. The hope is there, but TE needs to have a 25+ kill game and first place. So they are not out of the woods yet, Moxie.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard as well because TE aren't in this fight at the moment, or rather there they are, hello, as if summoned TE are going to show up immediately. They know that they have to get aggressive, and this might be the most important fight that they take right now. TE have been able to find out XCG. They don't know that it's XCG, remember, so they're not going to actively pursue them as ruggedly as they would if they knew the team that they were potentially running into. As it's going to be EWG and JDG going toe-to-toe first. EWG being able to open up with a kill from the pulsar onto LSR, and it's going to make it infinitely harder now for JDG to be able to turn this fight around. Yui transformation comes on through, trying to lock Xiaolui down before the Viper can build up towards that ultimate to stun lock everyone in position, but the Wuchen TP is there and they will be able to reposition for the ultimate to be built up. Good thing too, because TE now comes in with the third party. They're going to see a Yui ultimate. They're going to see a Yui away from the rest of his team. They're going to know that the ultimate's already been popped, and they are going to hunt down where he runs off to. VVV claiming control of the rooftop so that Xiaohui is not able to escape, and VVV comes in with the cutoff of the disengagement onto the Yuashan, and TE come in with another kill, taking that total up to 10. We already know that they are absolutely devastating on this composition when that final zone collapses. They just have to survive and keep applying that pressure. But now we're about to hit that lull where teams go to the ground, where they try and hide themselves. If they're low on numbers, they look for that sort of reposition, the reset moment where they can try and find those rebirth charms. And that is going to significantly limit TE, because if they play as the only aggressive team at this moment, they're giving themselves away. They're inviting that third and fourth party to come through. But if they play too passively and too many kills go to other teams, they're also playing themselves out of potentially taking away a win.
Things are getting very, very interesting right now as well, because as aggressively as TE has started to turn things up in this lobby, there are 3 or 4 teams who have 10 eliminations each under their belt. And the problem for Team TE is the more eliminations that continue to be picked up by these other teams, the slimmer their chances of actually taking first place becomes. They need to start looking to eliminate some of these high elimination teams if they have any hope of making it happen. There are a total of 15 available players left to kill in the lobby. TE needs 25 eliminations in a first place finish to have any sort of dream of walking away victorious. That means they have to kill every single player left in the lobby, Moxie.
And they're not heading towards the Morris Blessing. That's my biggest concern. Like, they're not going towards the Morris Blessing, which means that they're not going to be in position to potentially third party all of the teams that collapse in onto this space. They can still third party. There is a third party attempt coming through, but it was actually not TE being the third party. It was TE who could potentially have been the third partied. GD and EWG, now that TE have teleported out of the fight, now look to go toe-to-toe, and this is horrible for TE. They have a 0.1% win chance of walking away with a win if any of these other players go down, and TE aren't the ones to come in with that kill, and they are not in position to find those kills, then they are out of chances of being able to walk away with another bi-weekly win. Instead, we're going to have to turn our attention to EWG, who have a little bit of a better chance, and they are the ones currently taking this fight against GD. Viper ultimate comes down from Xiaolui, trying to connect onto GD's Kakaishi, and it connects onto the Monk. Now we see the immediate follow-up come through. GD drop the Kurumi ultimate to try and keep Kakaishi under all of the focus fire, healed up nice and full. Thankfully, no repeating crossbow, no poison tick has been able to affect him, but he still goes down under the fire of the pole sword. And immediately, even though TE are able to find a pick onto Xiaolui off of the opening that was put there for EWG, they also lost one of those kills, and they now have to try and hope that they're able to collapse onto a member who was able to be revived just to have a chance of walking away with a win. Another kill goes into TE's favor off of the back of a absolute gorgeous parry coming through from VVV with that katana, but still their chances are steadily dropping. 1% on the board for TE, and if anyone in this lobby goes down, Rune, and it's not a TE pick, J-Team are most likely going to walk away with a win. And you know that that rivalry between these two teams is going to continue another week.
Well, you know, there's somebody we crucially haven't talked about this game, and it's EWG, who has literally climbed up from the bottom of the leaderboard today. They have been our silent assassins. They're in second place right now and actually have a bigger chance of walking away the champions than the members of TE do. They have a 4.3% chance. They've already built to 12 eliminations, and they still need most of the eliminations in this lobby, but crucially, unlike the members of TE, they don't need all of the eliminations in this lobby, and EWG feels that. And look at this, they're continuing to position themselves into these aggressive positions. They see these members down below of XCG. Xiaolui immediately goes topside to start looking for cannon shots, trying to create pressure onto the members of XCG. Ling X10 going to take a cannon shot immediately. EWG not wanting to pressure too much yet, as they're looking to do a little bit of swapping while they have the safety. Get some Dark Tide coins and some Soul Jades shifted around between the members of EWG, trying to give themselves the most chance possible. And if I'm J Team, every single time I see EWG pick up yet another eliminations, I'm sweating just the tiniest bit. They have managed to give themselves quite the massive lead, but that lead very quickly being collapsed onto by the members of EWG with every single elimination. TE unfortunately can't aggressively pressure onto any of these teams now, though, because the potential for a third party is too much. They need to wait till some of these other teams either get caught out or start a fight of their own and overcommit. JL looking to try to pressure onto TE, but it only looks like two members of JL waiting in the wings there. Could be bad if two of them try to press on to TE. EWG sitting up top and in a very, very strong overall position for themselves here, as they are on the big side of the zone. So that zone going to take a long time to pressure them out of where they're at, unlike TE, who's on the shorter side of the zone, already being pressured off of the space that they've given themselves. TXJ going to take a massive amount of damage. We're going to see a huge Wu Chen ult come in and buy TE a little bit of safety, but that Wu Chen ult does bring them closer to EWG and XCG. It looks like they're going to be forced off of this high ground immediately as they try to continue to find some sort of a reset for themselves. They see VVV pressure back up the side of the mountain here, looking to make something happen. JL ZU going to be pushed into the zone. TE going head to head with JL now, but XCG will find one of the members of JL. A ton of burn tick coming through onto One Fang. Fang going to avoid Xiaonan's grab here ever so narrowly, thanks to the Wu Chen wind wall coming through from their teammates. TE barely holding on for dear life here as XCG looks to try to find some eliminations for themselves here. EWG on the low ground, more than happy with their given situation in life. If I'm EWG, I don't even care about taking first place realistically. As high as they've climbed up the leaderboard today, EWG's got to be so proud of their performance as they catch out TE's Leo. And oh my goodness, all of TE go down to EWG, who continue to climb higher in their chance of taking away the victory here. J-Team, now not just a little bit of sweat, but some big sweat coming in from the boys TE. EWG forced to teleport back. Xiaolui, though, going to go down as double flamers come through. We haven't seen this many flamers in the meta in quite the hot minute, and EWG looks to lose their opportunity to take that first place finish away as we see AOW with a massive third party onto EWG. 2-tick trying to get themselves into a reset here. Yiran trying to buy 2-tick the space that they need to do that as they come in and look for the resurrection. Shu Tong not having any of it, comes in with the Hepta detach, and 2-tick once again in a situation where they need to find a full reset. So much coming in onto the members of EWG as they continue to slowly see their percentage chance of walking away, your bi-weekly champion, dwindle further and further away. Broadcast going to take the percent chance away from us. They don't want us to see until the final moment. EWG looking to find another elimination onto Zhong Wukong here. Wukong going to back off. Yiran forced into the zone, taking a ton of zone tick. 2-tick pressuring onto this. We'll find another elimination. They go to 15 eliminations. 2-tick, though, getting knocked out of the zone by the Merciless Heaven. Havoc 2-tick. No way to make it back in before they're eliminated. Will fall to the zone. EWG with a single member left remaining alive, but Yiron caught out by the Wisp will be locked down in the zone. The follow-up coming in on the staff. Yiron, no place to go. That's going to be it for EWG. And J-Team will be your bi-weekly 3 champions for trios.
Oh, Merciless Havoc is exactly as the namesake states. Absolutely merciless, and unfortunately for EWG, they get caught in it. And it is going to be J-Team. As a result, they see TE done, they see EWG knocked out, and because of the healthy lead they were able to put off of an absolute stunning pop-off game on game number 2, they're going to be able to pick up the bi-weekly win.
纵有狂风拔地起，我亦乘风破万里。本周的3排周决冠军就属于 J-Team。
And we would like to say congratulations the bi-weekly final Trolls game.
今天的3排的周决的比赛可以说是让人看的是非常的过瘾。那么同样的话，也是感谢所有参与到我们这次3排周决的队伍。那么每一支队伍都是通过了自己超高的技战术的水平的表现，最终是战至终章，来到了这次周决的舞台上。我们要把掌声送给其他所有参与到本次周决的队伍。
Finally, they get the championship.
好的，我们欢迎 J-Team， 那来到了我们的台上。
Welcome J-Team to the stage.
刚才也是经历了
I know it's a really hard time for you. So first, ask 101 TN. So when you can't do anything more, how's your feeling? Yeah, I think I have very good status. Like I think the bi-weekly final championship will be us. And I would like to know, ZK. So today it seems like you guys are really stable and have very good status. So what do you think at the last game? Yeah, I'm thinking about that if we can get it or not, and I'm a little bit nervous. And I know your audience will always support you. And also, I would like to know you have the MVP today, and also you have the bi-weekly final championship. So, what do you want to say to your fans? First of all, I would like to say thank you to my fans because of your support. Then I can get the bi-weekly final championship. But I think, however, I think because it's just a bi-weekly final championship, I think it's not very important for us. We still have the future, have a long way to do.
So
we know at the bi-weekly final we will have the score and seal, and you guys can stamp your name on it. And yeah, who will be the one? Stamp your name. Okay, just show us the seal. Now at the center of the stage, I have a pose.
哇，非常亲切、亲密的一家人。那么我们就亲密的一起来盖上属于你们本周的冠军印章，也是属于 J-Team。
Stamp your name on the score together.
来，3位在一起，亲密在一起。我们还是要一起来看一下前面，让我们记录下这时的经典的时刻。来把我们的这个 logo 给露出来啊，这是属于我们的 J-Team 的第3双周的冠军。来，我们一起看一下前方。 2023
It's your honor time.
第3双周的3排冠军就属于
Nbpl Spring 2023 Trolls Game Championship bi-weekly final belongs to J-Team.
刚才在咱们这个台上冠军采访的时候啊，其实
We know that when we have the interview on the stage, we know there also have a lot of audience here in the Lingang New City.
一直在喊，对，对于这个称呼有什么话回应一下，支持你们的粉丝。
There's the audience here, just cheer up for you. What do you want to say to these fans?
哎，哇，这个是非常永劫的一个客服啊，也是咱们这个男粉丝们都很喜欢咱们的男选手，很热情。那问一下扎克，还是要谈一下，因为刚才提到过，往往到了联赛的关键阶段 ，J-Team 往往会稳住心态，并且拿下冠军。是怎么样做到一直有这么一个冠军底蕴在队伍当中？
For all the team, so how could you guys like keep the psychology? Yeah, I think don't be nervous, just relax. Yeah, just just keep it as the normal, regular matches, so won't be too nervous. Yeah, and also at last but not the least, also have a question. Anything you want to say to other team? Yeah, I would like to say thank you to other team because like you guys, you're here and company with us, so that's why our matches can be so exciting.
健身吧。 健身其实大家也可以去关注一下我们 J Team 的微博。那最近的话，我看全员没看到扎克，看到了雕和昊天都在进行一个推举。我觉得可能推举力量
Just go to the gym and have exercise. Yeah, that's why we can have very good status. Okay, I think it's a good advice, and at last we still want to say thank you to the championship J Team. Let's congratulations again, J Team.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Not me and Moxie making a miscommunication after we've been ragging on TE all day about making miscommunications. We would never.
You want to wish in TP? Okay.
Yeah, just woo. Oh my goodness. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, J Team, absolutely well-deserved victory. You know, look, you and me talked about this just a little bit while we were on a very short break here. We love to tell stories here on the NARAKA team and during the NBPL. But realistically, I think both you and me rooting for J Team here. J Team, this is something that's been very, very well deserved by them as a team. They had so many problems during our last two NBPL seasons. They just weren't able to find that footing that they wanted to. They come back, they win the World Championship, they defend their title against quite literally all odds, and then they've come in and they've done very, very well during the NBPL spring split, but they haven't been able to find that bi-weekly championship that they've been looking for. And today they came out, and I mean, this is a team that came in 4th place today and just absolutely performed it every single turn. J Team really killing it out here as we take a look at the final scoreboard for the last game here. EWG comes out on top with 15 eliminations and a game score of 25. XCG 11 eliminations, 22.6, and TE with 13 and a 19.7. But I mean, again, J Team really just showing us why they are the defending world champions today. The way they played today was so textbook, and to be fair, J Team wrote the textbook on trios, quite honestly. But I also want to give a huge honorable mention to EWG. Yeah, they're, you know, we get into this last game and you look at this team EWG and you're like, yeah, but they came in basically in 2nd place already. You know, why should we give them so much love here? It's because at the start of the day today, they came in 8th place. For a team to climb all the way from 8th place to within spitting distance of being the bi-weekly trios champion is a huge accomplishment. And you're talking about the difference between starting out the day with realistically 2 placement points for going to Worlds to have earned over 9 placement points for this team to qualify for the World Championship. If I'm EWG's coach, I am so happy with this team right now, Moxie.
Yeah, and again, like you said, the fact that they were able to climb that far goes to show how much work that they were doing to make sure that they were able to practice. The fact that we were seeing significant improvement as well for their Wuchen Yodo Viper composition shows that they were doing a lot of work squirming and coordinating with each other, so they were able to take better advantage of communication and the plays that you can set up with that composition. And you can see they really did deserve it, just like J Team, off of such a good game too, where they came and they showed us why they are currently the defending world champions. They have that innovation, they have the engineering pioneering mentality of looking at compositions, but not just looking at compositions, looking at the shifting, looking at the pacing, looking at the tempo of these matches, and figuring out, well, what can we do to change this? Because so often it feels like we talk about Gate of Yang fights, and we're always really critical, even in our own ranked games, Rune, of players who don't go and take those Gate of Yang fights because we know how impactful they can be. But J-Team literally come along and show that there are other things that you can be doing when those Gate of Yang fights are up. You can take full advantage of the fact that the map is a lot freer to traverse when those Gate of Yang fights are currently ongoing, and you can take advantage. You can go to a shop, you can roll for the Soul Jades, and you can carry those Soul Jades into that final zone to go absolutely ham with those benefits to be able to push the players to the absolute limit.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, I think, again, at the end of the day, for TE's performance anyway, they just lack that fundamental understanding of playing from behind. They are a very, very strong team across the board, but they need to learn that ability of how to make better decisions when you are playing from behind. As we take a look here at our kill leader, it's actually 2Tick from EWG who picks up the most eliminations today. And honestly, not surprising to see a member of EWG sitting at the top of this board, given that they climbed all the way from 8th to 2nd. Even though J-Team had a phenomenal day, it makes sense that EWG would have to put more eliminations out to even make that sort of climb from that lower position on the leaderboard into that 2nd place position to be able to threaten J-Team like they did. But I think this is something a couple of teams really, really struggle with in the league. And, you know, we're going to turn to my favorite team, and I'm going to dig on my favorite team in the entire league that unfortunately found themselves yet again not in the bi-weekly final, and that's Team Wolves. When I think of teams that struggle with making good decisions and knowing how to play from behind right now, it is the first spring split season Team Wolves that I think of doing that. And it's very interesting because it's such a massive shift for a team like Team Wolves, because Team Wolves was that underdog. The thing that was so interesting about Team Wolves was they were always playing from behind. And when they were playing from behind, they played their absolute mind out, and they always had the wherewithal to make that good decision making. This season, that seems to have been stripped away from them as a team. That's why we've seen them miss not 1, but 2 bi-weekly finals during the spring split. And hopefully both them and Team TE will be able to find a way to climb back there. Sorry, they've missed 3 bi-weeklies. Oh my goodness, Team Wolves. That just, my heart just sank into the bottom of my chest, Moxie.
Yeah, I think I heard the crack all the way across the ocean, Rune, as Wolves, like you mentioned, have not had the greatest of seasons. But we did see last year that they struggled in Season 1 and picked it up in Season 2. And again, with like that tempo shift and a lot of teams playing a lot more aggressively as well. Wolves were a team that played on being one of the more aggressive teams in the lobby. And that can work out brilliantly for you. But when every team is as aggressive as you are, you sort of need to kick it into the next level. And I think that's something that TE also needs to learn. Like, they need to learn when to go hyper aggressive so that they're going to be more aggressive than all of the teams trying to aggress around them, but also learn when that hyper aggression is going to be turned on them and play a little bit more conservatively. And I think the most sad thing about TE's performance today was that we saw that they could make those calls. We saw in game number 1 that they knew how to figure out, okay, we're at a disadvantage if we do this. We're going to pull our shots. We're going to play for the long con. We have full understanding of how this composition is going to have to play out now. And that's what they did. So for me, it's heartbreaking that we didn't get to see that decision-making carried on for the rest of the matches that came afterwards, especially when we had the exact deja vu moment of when they're running that composition and when they, again, fall foul to that early aggression. But this time, they don't pull that punches. They go into the Gate of Yang fights. They take fights where they really shouldn't be taking. However, they've still been doing decently, right? In terms of regular weeks, they've been popping off. They've been setting records in terms of the points that they've been able to pick up. So even though they had a little bit of a poor performance today after game number 1, they are still vying with J-Team when it comes to taking the most amount of points forward, given that both of these two teams consistently hit into the first and second position in the normal regular weeks, and as a result have a massive amount of points overall.
Yeah, and honestly, you know what? I just want to say one thing before we close out, because we are almost coming to our end here today for our bi-weekly final. But you know what? As much crap as we gave Team TE today, they are still a very, very impressive team. They are still always at the top of the leaderboard. This is still a very great team, and I don't want to piss off all of our TE fans. They just have a little bit to work on going forward. But speaking of working on things, me and Moxie have some things we need to go work on, and I do believe everybody else here at the NBPL has earned a great rest of the week. They need to go take a rest because, man, what a week it has been. And we are going to come back next week with our 4th bi-weekly, so don't go anywhere. There's still a lot more NARAKA to be played, and you're going to see more of me and Moxie's face every single week. So make sure you tune in here on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. That's going to be it from us today, this evening, this morning, wherever you are. Thanks for coming out, and we're going to see you guys next time.
欢迎来到 NBPL 的天气抽签仪式的现场。每个比赛阶段将会对巨窟州、火罗国2张地图分别进行天气系统轮换。每个比赛日每种天气仅会出现一次。巨窟州地图天气池共包含4种天气：早晨、正午、黄昏、夜晚。那火罗国地图天气池共包含3种天气：星夜、黄昏、阴天。每个赛事阶段结束后，将按照联赛比赛地图轮换顺序，即巨窟州、火罗国、巨窟州、巨窟州、火罗国、巨窟州顺序进行下个赛事阶段的地图比赛的天气顺序抽签。抽签结果将作为下个阶段比赛的天气顺序。今天的话，我们将会请到陈瑜为我们担任抽签嘉宾。首先抽取的是巨窟州，有请。夜晚。接下来请移步至火罗国。阴天。接下来请移步到巨窟州。正午。接下来继续巨窟州抽取。黄昏。接下来请移步至火罗国。黄昏。最后，请来到巨窟州，有请。早晨。同样按照抽签规则，我们也将会打开在火罗国未能够被抽中的天气。很遗憾，那本周的话，星夜再次没有被抽取。天气预报到这里就全部结束了，祝所有选手们好运，加油！
I mean, we promised that you'd be seeing our faces more for NARAKA action. You can't see our faces at the moment. I think Rune is a little bit too busy crying into his desk that Starry Night is unfortunately not going to be in the pool again, but we can have a look at, see how NARAKA has been going on in the past. Spider, of course, walks away with another bi-weekly win. He's going to be very, very happy about that. And soon, Rune, we're gonna have Repcage waiting in the wings to hit some of these players that unfortunately are not going to have the points to immediately qualify into playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how Repcage plays out. I always love to see the underdog story from these teams who are just, you're literally fighting tooth and nail to get that space so you can come compete in the season grand finals. And we always see some craziness come out during the Repcage. We've seen some interesting picks come through. We've seen some players absolutely play their mind off when it comes to the Repcage. And we go back to talking about my favorite team, Team Wolves, Kai Bao, who typically found himself in those Repcages going absolutely nuts. As we take a look at what the groups are going to look like for the coming bi-weekly. Very interesting. J-Team XCG in the same group. Love to see Alliance in that Group A with TE and Wolves. And then AOW going to be rounding out Group C. KLA also going to be down there. I'm interested to see how EWG does in this coming week. After their performance tonight, they've got to be riding pretty high, and I'm hoping to see them come out during the regular bi-weekly, place a little bit higher, and then really put a challenge out there for our last bi-weekly of the Spring Split, Moxie.
Yeah, I'm interested not just in terms of trios, but also solos. We're going to have WBG's Spider as well as KZ's Demo are going to be in the same group, so he is constantly going to have to be contesting with our current solos world champion. And Demo did say that Mike and Spider were two of the players that he was most worried about moving forward, and it's immediately going to be Spider and Demo up to bat for the plate. A and B are the first two groups to go head to head, and I'm going to definitely be watching to keep an eye on that solos action to see who walks away on top, because Spider is showing that he is hitting 2023 running. He is going to be oh so confident coming off of the back of another bi-weekly solos win.
You know, I want to talk about Spider before we close out the day here, because there's something I want to say to WBG Spider, and that is I am proud of you as a player. There's a lot of crap that I have given WBG Spider as a player, specifically because of his mental, and it's something you see in younger players typically in esports in general, is mental being one of the biggest issues that they struggle with. And I'm so happy that yesterday during our solo bi-weekly final, we didn't see WBG Spider come in and just let his mental completely truncate him, because quite honestly, during our solos, the last day of solos leading into this bi-weekly final, he was humiliated just a little bit. JDG's Xu Zhang absolutely butchering Spider's mental. And finally, I got to see what I've been waiting to see come out of WBG Spider. Instead of coming in defeated, he came in to our solo finals pissed off. And that's what I wanted to see come out from WBG Spider. Instead of just letting that mental affect his ability, it just made him hungrier. And that's the mentality that separates some of the okay or great esports players from the very best esports players in terms of mentality. So to see WBG Spider this last week come in and absolutely just come to life for the first time after receiving such a beating from JDG's Xu Zhang, absolutely love to see it coming out from WBG Spider. So my heart goes out to him, and he definitely deserves the back-to-back victories in solos coming here in the NBPL, because man, what a change in a player we've seen from him. He's, you know, you were talking about a player who came in who was very wishy-washy, and his whole claim to fame really was making lobbies play at his pace. And as soon as, you know, these other teams started to adjust that at the start of this season, he started to fall off and struggle with his mental even more than he did in the earlier seasons or during the World Cup. And now as a player, it's like he started to learn some of those hard lessons he's really needed to. And he is continuing to evolve as a player. He's not staying stagnant. And that's something that's very easy for players at the very top to fall into, is to find that sort of stagnation. But What's not stagnant is the NBPL because it's always changing and we're always back every single week. This time we are actually going to be sending off. Thanks for coming. We're going to go ahead and throw it away. See you guys next time.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave. my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise.